What we're gonna do, what do you know? We probably just gonna try to snatch out our guy. We got warrants on him, so we could just snatch him.
Hey yo, peace family. Welcome back to The Source. I am the God Shango, and today we're covering a story about a man who called himself a Messiah, a spiritual master, the Alpha and Omega, the self-proclaimed three God. His real name is Elijah O. Bishop, and today he's just a prisoner serving life without the possibility of parole after being found guilty of rape, false imprisonment, and revenge porn. But he says the system got it wrong, fam. He claims the women who testified were lying, disgruntled members, and that he is an innocent prophet being prosecuted by a corrupt system. So is this a cult leader convicted of a brutal abuse, or an innocent man railroaded by his ex-followers and cult members? The truth is never a straight line. And The Source, FOTG, is here to find out what the evidence is gonna show. Appreciate y'all being here. Make sure you hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, tap in and share with a friend. Let's get it.
Well, isn't this a nice surprise?
I would have never been able to make it out. I would have never been able to make those decisions that I made, coming to the conclusions and the realizations. So, that's another topic. I want y'all to know, nature boys out there using knowledge, actual knowledge, to manipulate people, to have sex with everybody. All of them over there have STDs. Yes, I know for sure. I have paperwork to back that up. They're not taking care of themselves. They don't have no medical. We're going to talk about all that on another day. But for right now, I want everybody to just keep themselves uplifted. And if you need to talk to somebody, go connect. Don't be afraid to ask questions. Don't be afraid to get the help that you need. If you're on your journey and you need somebody to be there for you emotionally, seek that help. Ask God to show you the way. Ask Him. And don't worry about what nobody else got to say about you. Don't worry about how your praise and your worship is going to affect somebody else, because it ain't about them. At the end of the day, it's about you and your relationship that you have with the almighty source that we are giving life to or by. I'm coming, baby. I gotta go. So y'all have a good night. I'll be going live and expressing myself, but I'm gonna do it on my time, and I'm gonna express it how I want. So good night, y'all.
Gotta go get some dick, waiting on a nigga to drive you around. I'm not mad. Why would I be mad? A hoe is a hoe. A bitch gonna be a bitch. Why the fuck would I be mad? I've been through this before. This nigga, I'm 38. This bitch 20 I've been through this shit before. I know what a hoe gonna do. A hoe gonna be a hoe. A bitch gonna be a bitch. Bitch, now you got my daughter in the back. My daughter screaming. I heard my daughter. She's screaming. Well, bitch, go fuck on a nigga tonight. You ain't.
All right. We ain't gonna go too far into that part just yet. Just yet. We're going to start off with the the closing statements. We're going to go with the prosecution closing statements. What up, everybody in the building? I see you, Brown Sugar Babe. I see you, No One. I see you, Susie J. What up? Appreciate y'all joining. Let's keep it rolling. Let me see, hold on. Let me see a little bit more. I don't want them to go too far with that.
Got the nigga down low.
Doesn't sound like this nigga over here, do it?
Look at me. That's a trigger. Because her dad and her mom. And the haters gonna hate. But let's give me a video. She got herpes. Who healed her from herpes? I did. But you going back into that life and you eating the way you eat, and you probably gonna get that relapse, ho. And you gonna motherfucking give somebody some herpes. Because I healed you, ho. I gave you the remedy to heal your motherfucking herpes. Oh yeah, let's talk about some real shit. You want to talk about some real shit? Let's talk about some real shit, bitch. You got my daughter in the backseat about to go fuck another nigga. Oh. Man. I'm not lying. I'm being honest with you. She told the whole world she had herpes, and y'all sitting in her room acting like she don't. Yeah, she said, Master Chief healed me from herpes. That's what she said, bro. I'm like, I got an STD, bitch. You the one that got an STD. You came here with an STD, ho. I motherfucking healed you, motherfucker, and I got paperwork. Bitch, you ain't got no paperwork. That's on you, ho.
And there was a pre-offer that was presented by the state. Mr. Coveney, will you put the details of that Call for the record, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Count 1, rape, would be reduced to the charge of aggravated assault, and count 2, false imprisonment, would be offered for no cross. Defendant would plead guilty to counts 3 through 5 of the indictment and 3 counts of revenge form. The total sentence would be 30 years, so the 20 years on aggravated assault would run consecutive, or the revenge form charges would run consecutive to the 20 years on aggravated assault for a total of 30 years. There would be between 10 and 20 years to serving confinement. That number would be left up to Your Honor after argument from the parties. There are several special conditions that are attached to the sentence. Those include no contact with the victim, as well as the defendant may not profit off of this case or the facts giving rise to the case, and the defendant would be banished from the state of Georgia except for Clayton County.
You can only say Clayton County, is that what you said?
Yes, but primarily you could utilize the airport without being in violation of the
Gotcha,
terrorism.
but we're Clayton County. All right. Mr. Booker, have you discussed the terms of this offer with the client?
He has further questions, Judge.
Okay.
Essentially, the terms that the state and I talked about this morning, my client was concerned about having to register as a sex offender. The way that the state has crafted the plea, he would not be required to register as a sex offender. And so that was a large portion of what he's seeking. Again, there would be parolable offenses versus what we're facing now, which would be a mandatory minimum, life or split sentence on rape. So, similar to your comment. Do you need further time to discuss what the state has proposed? Okay.
All right, I'll give you a few more minutes to talk, but then if we need to move forward, if we're not going to do it, so.
And if the state can, just for my client's education, and you can say on the record if he doesn't accept the plea when it's deemed as withdrawn, so you know.
The OV deemed is withdrawn at the time that Ms. Newell, which is the first state's witness, takes the stand and is sworn.
All right, so the next few minutes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
So this was a little pre-hearing. We're gonna get into the opening statements right now, though. Y'all don't forget to hit that like button.
In DeKalb County, the judge saying it's because of a positive COVID test and CDC guidelines. Alicia Bishop, also known as Nature Boy, is accused of leading the group called Carbon Nation. During testimony yesterday for the rape trial, 2 more members of Bishop's alleged group testified, describing how he cut off their contact with the outside world and controlled his members. In an interview with detectives from 2022 that was played in the courtroom, Bishop told detectives he was acting and is a controversial figure and claims any sex with him was consensual. The trial is expected to resume Thursday.
A self-professed cult leader, Eligio Bishop, also known as Nature Boy, is accused of rape and false imprisonment, along with other charges. Neighbors tell 11 Alive they're stunned by the allegations, but are even more surprised by what this group is posting online.
Its social accounts reaching tens of thousands of people on Instagram and YouTube. Joe Ripley, live outside the DeKalb County Police Department. And Joe, you got to speak to this group, the Carbon Nation?
Yeah, Carbon Nation, this is a group that says they abide by a different philosophy. Their leader, Eligio Bishop, appeared in court for the first time today since being arrested earlier this week at a DeKalb County home. And after a judge read out his warrants, his charges, he simply replied by saying, quote, outstanding. Neighbors there in that DeKalb County community are concerned tonight.
Mr. Bishop, good afternoon, sir.
Eligio Bishop saw a judge for the first time since his arrest earlier this week. His case now lies in the hands of Superior Court. DeKalb police arrested Bishop at this home in Decatur, charging him with rape, false imprisonment, and 3 counts of sexually explicit transmission.
He's extremely loving, extremely forgiving. Literally wouldn't hurt a fly.
This man, who goes by Captain Ace, says he's part of the group Carbon Nation. Ace calls Bishop the head of the international organization.
This is one of the most troubling experiences I've ever had. The man that most people refer to as Nature Boy, I refer to him as God. I believe that he is God.
I will not accept this shit! No! I want my woman back!
Proposed a number of questions to you all. Ask Ms. Thomas this, ask Ms. Thomas that. Why didn't we play the body cam? Mr. Booker knows the rules of evidence.
Computer.
All right, let's get into the closing arguments from the the prosecution.
I'm sorry, Ms. Thomas. My apologies.
Ladies and gentlemen, this case is not about winning. It's not about the state winning. It's not about Mr. Bishop winning. This case is about doing what is right. This case is about getting justice for Miss Newell. Now, Mr. Booker proposed a number of questions to you all. Ask Ms. Thomas this, ask Ms. Thomas that. Why didn't we play the body cam? Mr. Booker knows the rules of evidence. They say, if a witness gives an inconsistent statement, you can play.
And real quick, I don't think they mentioned it, but the charges are rape and false imprisonment, and they also got him for revenge porn. So we'll see.
The prior statement. You know why that prior statement wasn't played? Because it wasn't inconsistent. She testified, yes, I said lovemaking. Yes, I said I wanted the deed. Yes, I said that. So that is the answer to your question. Mr. Booker is very skilled. He knows the rules of evidence. He knows what evidence is allowed. If that evidence was inconsistent.
Hold on now, that's a big point now. He is convicted of rape, but think about those words she just said.
Yes, I said lovemaking. Inconsistent. She testified, yes, I said lovemaking. Yes, I said I wanted the deed. Yes, I said that. So that is the answer to your question. Mr. Booker is very skilled. He knows the rules of evidence. He knows what evidence is allowed. If that evidence was inconsistent or contradicted something Ms. Newell
Rock Solid TV, what up, family?
said, you would have heard it. It did not. So he started talking about reasonable doubt, or he left off talking about reasonable doubt. The judge will instruct you that reasonable doubt is the doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. That's your job. You're truth seekers. You decide what happened March 24th, 2022. If you have a doubt, it must be based on common sense and reason. It's not a vague doubt. It's not an arbitrary doubt. It's also a doubt as to the elements of the offenses. So Mr. Coveney already went over the elements of rape, false imprisonment, the revenge porn. So if you have a doubt in your mind, it's got to be based on an element. It's got to be related to an element. So it's not a doubt as to, well, when did Breonna join the cult? That really doesn't matter. It's a doubt as to the elements. So keep that in mind when you're thinking if you have reasonable doubt or not. So I like to give examples. I know reasonable doubt can be a difficult concept to grasp. So let's say my job was much more pleasant than it is, and I have to convince you that this image on the screen is a dollar bill. Now, there are pieces missing. In this case, there's no video of rape. Obviously, rapists don't record themselves sexually assaulting someone. There are pieces missing. I recognize that. No case is perfect. But if you look at this picture, you look at it based on your common sense, life experiences, you know that's a dollar bill. Just like in our case, you take a step back, you look at the picture as a whole, and context matters. That's why we presented, I think, 11 witnesses. Context matters. You look at the picture as a whole, you know what happened March 24th, 2022. So it seems like ages ago now that we picked you all, I believe it was last Wednesday, the 21st. And many of you had life experiences, or you knew someone who suffered a traumatic sexual assault. And all of you said, even though I carry that life experience with me, I can still be impartial. We went through hours of questioning you all. And every single one of you said, yes, I can be impartial. And if you sit here now and you feel like, and you believe Mr. Bishop is guilty, you have to ask yourself, what got you there? What got you from completely impartial last week to guilty this week? It's the evidence, witness testimony, pictures, audio recordings, the defendant's videos. Evidence is what got you there. Like Mr. Coveney said, the testimony of a single witness, if believed, is sufficient to establish a fact.
The evidence is going to show that anything that I may have said, they exacerbated it.
We don't have to prove corroboration. We do, because it's helpful. the only person we called, and she testified that this sexual assault, that this rape happened, and you believed her, you're authorized to convict. So the defense, there's a number of them. She's lying, she's inconsistent. As I mentioned, if there was something inconsistent in that interview with the T or her interview with the detective, you would have heard it. Videos, photos, audio recordings. Y'all think we've been here long now. Imagine if we played every single video this man has ever recorded. As Mr. Booker said, the state has the burden of proof in this case. It's our responsibility. Defense doesn't have to call a witness, doesn't have to produce evidence, but they have the same subpoena powers that we do. If there was something in Mr. Bishop's phone, on his YouTube, that exonerated him, you would have seen it. It doesn't exist. So the fact that we didn't come in and play 1,000 YouTube videos or show photographs is of no consequence. As I mentioned, most rapists don't video record it. Of course, Mr. Bishop wasn't going to do that. No physical evidence. If there was DNA or semen on Mr. Bishop's bed, would that have really given you any indication? No, because there's no dispute as to whether or not intercourse occurred. We know that. What you have to decide, was it forceful? Was it against her will? So let's talk about the current members. I suppose they're in the hallway, but all of
And so also later on coming up, we're going to have her audio with the detectives. I got the full audio of her interview with the detectives. We're going to play that later in the show, so stay tuned.
them justified the physical abuse. Everything bad about Mr. Bishop, oh, that was just an act. Oh, we were just doing that for clout. That's a lie. He did it. And it wasn't for clout. It wasn't to act. It wasn't to get the people to watch. That's how he felt. Let me slap you to get you in line. Juliano Diaz. I asked him on cross, have you ever seen Mr. Bishop slap somebody? Oh, no, never. No, he's never been physically violent. That was a lie. He is a liar. That's a lie. Because I specifically asked him, there's a video, Mr. Diaz, with you,
Truth is,
Mr.
you
Bishop,
are a liar.
and another individual named Loyal. Oh, yeah. And in that video, Mr. Bishop slapped Loyal. Then he remembered, then there was an explanation. Same thing with Miss Wade. She has got loyalty that I've never seen. To take this witness stand and lie and say, yeah, I'm the one that posted it. Admitting to a crime in a courtroom full of people, in front of deputies, in front of the media, that's a lie. Mr. Bishop posted it. But imagine that loyalty to come in here, take the stand and say, yeah, I'm the one that posted it. I submit to you, she didn't. But if she did, Mr. Bishop told her to do it. And then this lie about, well, we do everything for clout. You know,
Well, I have seen before that he actually had a team running most of that stuff, so he probably wasn't personally posting nothing. So I ain't gonna say that he didn't give the order to post it. He might have gave the order, but I doubt that he posted it himself. He had a team of people working all the electronics.
saw Chris Rock get slapped. He got the attention, and you know, we really liked that. That was March 27th. That was well after they started slapping each other. That was a lie. She is a liar. She is unworthy of your belief. And Miss Wade, Miss Dulé, Miss Buckner, you didn't hear from Leah, but Miss Wade and Miss Buckner all told you, or both told you, that they talked to Mr. Bishop over 80 times since last week. We are, 8 days from when we started? Over 80 times. You can only imagine the conversations they had. I believe Ms. Wade admitted, yeah, we talk about the trial. He tells me what people are saying. We discuss what Jeanette said. You think he didn't influence her testimony? Of course he did. They're having a party at the house. She's too friendly with Fauna. She decides, you know what, enough is enough. I'm going to take myself. I'm going to go home. She's starting to get her bags. Maybe Giuliano's helping her get her bags. She goes to Uber. Zoka, Efru, someone calls her back. God is calling. Why don't you answer the call? Come on back. She goes in that house. And you know, Mr. Booker talked a lot about what he wouldn't do. I wouldn't do that. He's not Janae. It doesn't matter what he would or wouldn't do in a situation. Oh, I wouldn't have done that. You know what that is? That's victim blaming. Well, I wouldn't have done what she did. Don't fall for that. It doesn't matter what he would have done. This is about Janae. She goes up the steps. And you know, Amanda Blanchard, the domestic violence expert, told you that there's still feelings of attraction between an abuser and a victim. And we'll get to her testimony. But she goes up the steps. She's trying to say bye to him. He pulls her in the room. And she's like, no, I gotta leave. I don't want to do this. She told you she lost count how many times she said no. No wasn't good enough. No obviously did not matter to Mr. Bishop. He took her in that bedroom.
Yeah, no means no. So just one is enough. That's not what she said in the interview. But either way, if she did say that, then that is considered rape once she say no. I guess even if you consider yourself one of your wives, that's still considered rape. Like once they say no, then you're not supposed to do it. But it's not quite the way that she making it sound. So I don't know. That's where it get a little confusing later. What up, Lady L? I see you. Appreciate you joining, family.
Raped her. She told you that her body began to reject him. And he believes, oh, how dare you have an orgasm and I don't. So he flips her over and penetrates her from behind. And she told you in that moment she was still saying no. At that point, she said she was crying, but he kept going until he ejaculated.
Wait, then did she just say he would? Wait, so usually you don't orgasm when you're being raped, do you? I don't know. It never happened to me, but that's not something that you orgasm during, is it?
She penetrates her from behind, and he believes, oh, she told you that her body began to reject him. And he believes, oh, how dare you have an orgasm and I don't. So he flips her over and penetrates her from behind. And she told you in that moment she was still saying.
Hold on, that's confusing too. Is orgasm your body rejecting something? Do you have an orgasm when your body is rejecting? That's kind of confusing.
No. At that point, she said she was crying, but he kept going until he ejaculated. She told you she lost count how many times she said no. All it takes is one time. One time.
No comment. Okay, all right. Well, hey, not my place. I'll shut up.
One time wasn't enough for Mr. Bishop. Why didn't Janae report it immediately? Remember, she told you that part of this group was us versus them mentality. The police aren't going to help you. It's the white man versus us. They're not going to help you. That's why she didn't go to the police. She doesn't think they can help her. He's conditioned them to think the outside world is Babylon. They're hell. They can't help you. Why would she run for law enforcement? And when she reported the statement to Officer Hugh that there was revenge porn, they were outside in a parking lot. Can you blame her for not reporting a rape? They're outside in a parking lot. And she's still trying to process what has happened to her. She doesn't really know what happened to her. Even when she did the interview with the T, she told you, I still felt some sense of loyalty to him. I'm still trying to protect him. I believe that was maybe a week after this happened. She still felt like she had to defend him. Now, why you should believe Janae, we'll get to some reasons why, but think about how humiliating it was for her to take that stand and watch those videos. I can't think of anything more embarrassing. I watched y'all's faces. Some of y'all didn't even want to look. And while we're talking about the videos, those videos are in evidence. If there is a piece of evidence you want to see or hear that you don't have in the back, sometimes the CDs you won't have because there's nothing to play it back there. But if there's something you need to hear or see again, the judge will instruct you on how to communicate with the court that you want to see or hear it again. But on those videos is the defendant's Twitter page, and it's the date on the actual video. It was posted March 27th, so there's no discrepancy on when it was posted. But how embarrassing for her to have to sit in here and watch close to 3 minutes of her having consensual sex with the defendant. Miss New that when this case went to trial, that would happen. A courtroom full of people, Mr. Bishop, his supporters, the news, the state, the defense, spectators. How humiliating. What did they gain by coming in here and lying on Mr. Bishop? Nothing. Nothing. So let's talk about context. In this case, context is huge. Context matters. What happened to her, what they believed, it matters in this case. You all have heard all the rules they have about eating, about sleeping, using the bathroom, relationships. Mr. Bishop determined who was going to be together. There was really no clear rule. It was just, well, today I want y'all together, tomorrow I don't. Social media. We know he was the only one that controlled the social media. Every single witness, former cult member, testified. He controlled social media. Aaron Dixon told you that. Courtney Townsend told you that. All four of the girls told you that. He's the one that controlled social media. He always told them the outside world was hell or Babylon. All of them, all the former members saw physical abuse. And the defendant would say, well, that's just discipline. Every single one of them, Kendra Carter, Breonna Jacobs, Velvet Marquez, Aaron Dixon, Courtney Townsend. When Mr. Coveney would ask, what would happen if you said no? They were like almost shocked. Like, that was just not an option. Like, they couldn't even believe he asked them that. We couldn't say no to him. All of them were emotionally dependent on them. And even Juliano Diaz, and I can't remember about Mr. Bright, but certainly all of them were going through something in their lives at the moments that they found Mr. Bishop. They were emotionally dependent on him. They were searching for spirituality and searching for themselves. They believed he was God. Mr. Diaz, to this day, believes that Mr. Bishop is the Messiah. We've already talked about this, but some of the former members, Courtney Townsend, he would describe when you tried to leave, it was hell on wheels. He knew things got crazy when it was time to leave. People would get physically abused. People snuck out in the middle of the night. Aaron Dixon, he told you that the women in the group didn't have their own mind. So this thought from Miss Wade or Miss Buckner that, oh, women were equal, that's simply not true. Women didn't have their own mind. And remember when Mr. Coveney asked, because they moved around so much, I think it's kind of hard to keep track. Hawaii, Las Vegas, California, Georgia. But when Mr. Coveney said, well, what was the main criteria when y'all would find places to live? You remember what Aaron Dixon said? Isolation. And as much as Caleb Buckner didn't want to say it, isolation. In the jungle, in the woods, away from society. Other victims, Kendra Carter, Breonna Jacobs, and Velvet Marquez. And we didn't bring them in here just to say, oh, well, if he did it to them, he did it to Janae. But context matters. It shows you exactly what he thinks of women. He thinks women have no voice. He thinks women aren't believable. He thinks women are his property. He thinks he can control women. But I'm asking you to prove him wrong. Kendra Carter was 23 when she joined the group. She said that you couldn't say no to Mr. Bishop. If you disagreed, there was physical violence. And she also saw people leaving in the middle of the night. And Kendra Carter told you about the time where I think they were in the bathroom, but he forced her to perform oral sex. She told you she didn't want to do that, but no was not an option. Breonna Jacobs, a little bit younger. She was 19 years old when she joined the group. She said, I think she said she didn't really communicate with her family, but most of them only communicated with their family for money because none of them were working. They got donations from social media. And the defendant laid her down in the bathroom, penetrated her anally. But remember, I think something really stuck out when Breonna testified. She still couldn't talk about it. Mr. Coveney said, what happened? It happened. She still could not say what it was. He literally had to walk her through and say, okay, I hate to do this, but tell me what he did. He put his penis in my anus. She still, years later, cannot describe what that act was. So much so that she tore, she was bleeding, other women had to help her. And she said, Mr. Booker asked her, well, did you say no? And she said, I shut down. I froze. I couldn't say anything. Consistent with what Amanda Blanchard said. Fight, flight, freeze. Breonna couldn't say anything. But even if she did, would it have mattered? No, not to Mr. Bishop. Even if she did say no, even if she did scream, it wouldn't have mattered. Velvet Marquez was 20 years old when she joined. She said that the physical abuse started when she was pregnant carrying his child. And again, what does Velvet Marquez gain by coming in here knowing that the video of her giving Mr. Bishop oral sex would be on display on a huge monitor behind me with the news here, with Mr. Bishop here, with a courtroom full of people? She gains nothing but humiliation. Mr. Rick Allen Ross, we brought him in here to give you context because honestly, this whole thing defies logic. I watched y'all's reactions at some point, and I can see the wheel spinning because it took me some time to, how do people get here? How? Because it defies logic. But there were 3 qualities he gave, or characteristics of a cult leader or a destructive authoritarian leader. No meaningful accountability, Elijah Bishop.
So that's a question too. I think that one of the main things that he really is charged with, which they don't actually have in the paperwork, is being a cult leader. Like, I mean, so if he did all that stuff, like, the rape stuff, then if it's true, then, he deserved to do his time. You know what I mean? So I ain't going against that. I ain't downplaying whatever she went through, because if she went through all that and it's true, then he deserved to do his time. But at the same time, I don't think that's what this case was about. I think this case was more about them not having a cult leader or someone that's a self-proclaimed cult leader or calls himself a god. You know what I mean? But let's keep it going.
Because no one is above him. Thought reform, coercive persuasion. They come in, you unfreeze them, you change them, you freeze them again to make them believe what you want them to believe. And then the leader does harm. Mr. Bishop fits every single one of these. Mr. Ross told you that the group is more important than the individual. So all of these people, as I mentioned, thought they were serving a higher purpose. They thought they were doing this in the name of the group, in the name of Mr. Bishop. So they had to learn, or he forced them to learn, to be selfless. Don't think of yourself, think of the group. They all thought they were serving a higher purpose. Mr. Ross talked about, I think I asked him, why do people stay in these groups that are harmful? And he said there's just exit costs. I think Mr. Dixon showed some of that, some regret, some embarrassment. Like, how did I let myself actually believe this guy is God? Some guilt. Those things weigh on you. They stick with you. Even Kendra. Do you remember when she testified that when she was packing her bags and leaving, she was one of the ones hitting her, like corralling her, get your stuff, come on. You're weak, you're going to your lower self. You imagine how hard that was for Kendra? But there's exit costs. There's feelings of regret and disappointment of leaving. And again, group loyalty, they all want to defend Mr. Bishop. Amanda Blanchard, who testified as an expert in the field of domestic violence, said that most victims don't leave at the first sign of abuse. So it doesn't matter what Mr. Booker would have done. It doesn't matter. A lot of you know someone who's been in an abusive relationship. Y'all know it takes time. Ms. Blanchard told you that most times victims in these types of relationships, it takes 7 times for them to actually leave. And the most severe acts of physical or sexual abuse occur when the victim refuses to be dominated. In that moment, in that bedroom on Arbor Chase, and in that moment, she refused to be dominated. And what happened? The most severe act of sexual abuse, rape. She talked about fight, flight, or freeze. And as Mr. Coveney said, we don't have to prove there was some physical struggle. Mr. Booker asked every witness, what did you hear? Screaming and yelling? That's not required for rape. All rape is not stranger danger, dark alley, let me fight back, let me rip your clothes. Fight, flight, or freeze. And if he forced her to consent because he's threatening her or she knows what's going to happen, that is not consent. And when she says, I just said, okay, acquiescence because of fear, because of intimidation, not consent. Been just completely upended by this trial. She is the source of so much online drama. So I think she even talked about getting threats. She has nothing to gain by coming in here and telling you all what happened. Mr. Bishop wanted to control her before, who you can date, who you can love. During, he controlled whether or not she was going to give him what he wanted. And he's trying to control her now. Her voice. He doesn't want you all to believe her. He wants you to render her unworthy of belief. Do y'all remember in his interview how many times he said, oh, she's a prostitute?
The angel. Brown sugar, baby. What up, Allie? I see you. I appreciate you joining, family. Y'all show some love to Allie in the building.
And so what if she was? Oh, you can't believe it. She's a prostitute. Does not matter. He doesn't care about her consent because we know she left March 24th, March 25th. Those videos were posted days later. No means no. One time. One time. You don't have to say it 5 times, 10 times, 15 times. One time. No means no. And as Mr. Coveney said, I think something that is just huge in this case. If you find this new submitted to sexual intercourse because of fear or intimidation, you can find it occurred without her consent.
Now, that's a fact. I do agree. No mean no. And if she really meant no, then there's no way he should be violating her. But the question still arises, was it like no? Or was it like, no, stop, don't? I don't know. It's not funny, but I just want to know. The question, the jury needs to know.
Sexual intercourse obtained through fear or intimidation is not consensual. Kendra Carter, she said something that was so powerful to me. She said it when she was finishing up on cross-examination. And she said, Mr. Booker asked her, well, weren't there some really good times? And she paused. Y'all remember that? She paused and she just broke down. And she said, I was never really happy. I wanted it to be good. I wanted to make a difference. I wanted to reach humanity, to change the narrative because Black people mattered. You all remember what was going on in 2020. She was hoping that she could change the narrative. Mr. Bishop pretended he could be that person to change the narrative. I'm a Black male. Y'all come live with me. Let's push out something that's different. But he became their worst nightmare. He undid everything they were trying to do inside themselves. I thought that was so powerful. That's what Kendra wanted. That's what I think everybody wanted that joined this group. And he let them down. You want to know if he's guilty?
NJB Nene in the house. What's good, family? Appreciate you joining.
All of you bitches belong to me. All of you bitches belong to the 3. And I will have my way with you as I see fit. When I want, where I want, how I want. And if any one of you disrespect me, into the abyss you go.
And I will have my way with you as I see fit. When I want, where I want, how I want. So if you say no, I'm going to take it anyway because I want it. How I want. So even if you fight back, even if it's not consensual, I'm going to take it. His words, not mine. If you want to know if he's guilty, look at his actions.
I'm not playing with you. She probably wants you to take that shit. You know what I'm saying? And that's how women get it. They want you to take it. You asking for the vagina. I don't know why you doing that, my nigga. Like, stop asking for pussy, man. Take that shit. If that's your woman, that's your pussy. Take it.
Take it. That's what he actually believes. And that's what he did to Janelle on March 24th, 2022. Stop asking for it. Take it. That's your woman. That's yours. His words, not mine. We are here because of his words and his actions. Mr. Bishop had a choice that day. He could have just let her leave the group, go on about her business, but he didn't. So your role is to determine what happened. This is your community. All of you live here in DeKalb County. Many of you worship here. You got kids that go to school here. This is your community. And so you get to send a message. That's what your verdict is. Your verdict is your voice. Your verdict is your message. And so what I'm asking you to do is go back there and hold Mr. Bishop accountable. I'm not asking you to say whether he's a good guy or a bad guy. That's not your job. That's not my job. But your job is to judge his actions. And I'm asking that you hold him accountable for what he did to Janae on March 24th, what he did to Janae by posting her videos on March 27th, 22. And I ask that you go back in that jury deliberation room and find Mr. Bishop guilty on all counts in this indictment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right.
Hey, yo, if you enjoy this content, please support the channel at. And don't forget to follow me on all my social media platforms, especially Rumble, because I can put content on there that I can't put on YouTube.
So yeah, that's one of the sources that got a lot of this on deck. And so I did go through and reset it. So I don't know, you might have to reset your browser or something like that, because I did change it. I don't know, it did switch back to more frequent than what I have it set at, but I did change the ads to 24 minutes apart. So I don't know what happened. I don't know. So it do its own thing from time to time, but it should slow down now. My bad about that, family. I don't know what's going on. I don't be trying to show that many ads. I set them to 24 minutes apart. So outside of that, it's out of my control. But I did reset it. So you might have to, reset it yourself. But anyway, appreciate y'all being here. You know what I'm talking about. And we're going to keep it rolling. We got some more going. And let's get to it. You see, y'all, I guess y'all been here with enough ads. I ain't going to do y'all with that one. Let's just go ahead and go to the next one. Finish off with this while I set it up.
Ace described carbonation as a religious philosophy based on science, focused on living a life of the man. Captain Ace says he's part of the group Carbonation. Ace calls Bishop the head of the international organization.
This is one of the most troubling experiences I've ever had. The man that most people refer to as Nature Boy, I refer to him as God. I believe that he is God.
Ace described carbonation as a religious philosophy based on science, focused on living a life of principles and morals. He joined the group about 4 years ago, and now he and 13 others live at this home under the guidance of Bishop. Described carbonation.
Troubling experiences I've ever had.
So real quick, keep him in mind. We're going to get to his testimony next. We're going to play that next. So keep his face in mind and remember how he talking here, because we're going to play that after these few little clips.
The man that
Ace says he's part of the group Carbonation. Ace calls Bishop the head of the international organization.
This is one of the most troubling experiences I've ever had. The man that most people refer to as Nature Boy, I refer to him as God. I believe that he is God.
Ace described carbonation as a religious philosophy based on science, focused on living a life of principles and morals. He joined the group about 4 years ago, and now he and 13 others live at this home under the guidance of Bishop.
I met him online. That was my initial contact with him. I seen that he was teaching knowledge that was superior to any other scholar or any other leader that I had encountered at the time.
Neighbors like Patrick Henderson are concerned about Bishop's online presence. That's what police say tipped them off to the alleged crimes.
I mean, obviously something like that is concerning, especially when you have kids around. So it's just a matter of now doing the research, kind of digging in and finding out who is doing what and really understanding the totality of everything going on.
Henderson says he could not believe a reported cult was housed down the street from him, but Ace and others in the group say they're fighting that notion.
I would tell them to reassess their perspective.
And tonight the group says they are supporting Bishop still, financially, emotionally, doing whatever they can to help him out.
And sending sexually explicit messages without the consent of the person in the picture. Bishop, what would you call it? A group? A cult? Would you call it a cult?
I call it a cult now, yes. Yes, I do.
A Facebook post convinced Erica Carroll to move from New York to Honduras in 2006 to embark on a life-changing experience, one where she was told she'd be able to build a new community, eat vegan food, and be in touch with nature.
It was just in a place in my life where I was just searching for some spiritual truth.
The group back then was known as Melanation. Carroll says it was led by Eligio Bishop, who went by Nature Boy. She says all 9 of them were forced to sleep in tents, use restrooms outside, and attend long meetings to, quote, face your demons.
It was a lot of verbal and mental abuse.
But after 1 year, what got her to leave was when she says she witnessed Bishop hit his girlfriend at the time.
He slapped her up and punched her a couple of times, and then he told her to go in the tent and give him oral sex. So that was the breaking point for me.
But walking away, she realized, was easier than going back home.
I had to check myself into a couple of hospitals and get my mind right. I was seeing spirits. I'm not gonna lie, you know what I'm saying? Like I was going through a lot, and it was all connected to him, though.
Carroll says since leaving in 2007, the cult, now known as Carbon Nation, turned more abusive and sexual. She says for some, it wasn't as easy to leave.
He has the women fighting each other. He's put his hand on the men. He always said that he wanted, like, a lot of wives. Like, he want, 10 wives.
He's had a history of charges before his arrest this week. Carroll remembers being in Costa Rica when she says he was accused of kidnapping a Canadian woman who was staying with them. Hey, something quite opposite is happening. She's telling us her side of the story.
I feel that now looking back, I feel that I fell in love with an idea because he pretended to be someone that he wasn't.
Behind this smiling face, Velvet Marquez faced her hardest years next to Eligio Bishop.
He literally held me hostage. He took all of my identification, my passport, my birth certificate, my social, my bank cards, everything, you name it, medical documentations.
She says Bishop, the leader of the so-called cult, Carbon Nation, went from spoiling her to abusing her when she got pregnant.
I was forced to engage in sexual activity that I did not want to do. I was still strangled on multiple occasions. So I had to willingly engage in these sexual activities because of to keep myself safe. He would abuse me in front of the women.
She had their daughter in 2019, and a year and a half later, she says he forced her to legally marry him in a Las Vegas chapel.
There was no medical attention given to us, so when I actually went into labor, I had to be rushed to the hospital 2 hours away.
For years, the cult would drive and settle across Central America. Velvet says Bishop lived off of other members' PPP loans and life savings. She gave him her $3,000 college fund, while others gave tens of thousands of dollars. And after 4 tries, she successfully ran away with her daughter with no money but hope.
My child is important. I don't understand how anybody could leave their child to be with him or to go live with him.
Now, Velvet tells me she has since received death threats from Eligio, that he even showed up to her family's home in Louisiana just months after she ran away. Jennifer?
Locked up, but we are in a state of hell. This is video of 38-year-old Eligio Bishop posted on his YouTube channel, The 3 God TV. It has more than 90,000 subscribers, where he regularly refers to himself as the Messiah and the Christ. He's lived in Georgia on and off since at least 2006 and is a former licensed barber. For years, social media posts and news reports show he and his followers bounced around South America, including Costa Rica, Nicaragua, and Panama, adding content to his prolific social media activity on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok. Because they keep calling the cops over here and I'm sorry. We found hundreds of videos and posts, many laced with profanity and rants about the world. Being God is not enough. In 2017, he was accused of keeping a Canadian woman as part of his followers in Costa Rica. Bishop told the Canadian CBC news outlet that the woman was free to leave at any time. Outstanding. He was sentenced to 90 days in jail, and then he and about 20 members of the group were forced out of Hawaii for breaking COVID-19 quarantine in 2020.
According to court records, Bishop has been sued twice for failure to pay rent, property damage
on nude or sexually explicit at Bishop, her investigating the charges against.
But he has admitted. According to court records, Bishop has been sued twice for failure to pay rent, property damage, and was divorced in 2013.
He is God to these people, but he has admitted he was the leader of this group.
DeKalb County Detective Monica Panosian testifies about the evidence she uncovered while investigating the charges against alleged cult leader Eligio Bishop. DeKalb police arrested Bishop in mid-April after a woman told them she had left a sex cult and that Bishop, her former boyfriend, had posted sexually explicit videos of them online without her permission. Bishop faces 3 counts of prohibition on nude or sexually explicit electronic transmissions transmissions, as well as rape and false imprisonment charges. The alleged victim told police she tried to leave this house on Arbor Chase March 24th when Bishop told her he wanted to say goodbye.
He kept holding on to her and stated he did not want her to leave and to bring her stuff back inside. She stated she continued to tell him she wanted to leave, and he became irate and began to tell her that she was his property.
Police say the alleged victim told them she began crying, and Bishop started to try to have sex with her, despite her repeatedly saying no. Investigators say she eventually relented because she did not think he would let her leave. Bishop's defense attorney said the rape allegation is a he said, she said situation and pushed for the judge to drop all the charges.
There's not enough evidence presented in either or nor cases that we have presented today that all cases should be dismissed.
But DeKalb County Magistrate Judge Phyllis Williams sided with the prosecution and bound the case over to Superior Court.
He didn't see it as a rape, she does. That's a jury question, and it has to go in front of a jury.
There's no word just yet on when Bishop's case will be heard in Superior
Trial.
I have a video showing how we did it. You know what I'm saying? Like when she's incomplete, she's like literally going through the spiritual journey. It's a spiritual video, like showing that the vagina, like it was really like an educational thing, right? And so I have the whole footage, like literally, like, and when she left, she was mad, and then she just flipped on me and said, anymore.
He went further, calling himself a ladies' man.
I'm not a rape a girl. I'm a ladies' man. I got like 5, 6 women. I'm a rape a girl for. They come to me.
Why would anybody do that?
Because they mad at me.
And his Instagram account was active during the entire trial process, maintaining that the women involved were never forced into sex, but upset because of his polygamous lifestyle, even sharing video of some of the victims appearing normal in the house that they shared. One even had a child with him. But in the end, the jury wasn't buying it. On March 1st, 2024, Bishop was found guilty on all charges, sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole.
Yep, he was found guilty of all charges without the possibility of parole. Yep. All right, now, oh boy, that was out in front, right? Y'all remember him? Let's keep it rolling. Let's pull up his testimony real quick. Yeah, right here. Let's get it.
First time I found out about Mr. Bishop was 2017 October.
And what was going on in your life back in October of 2017?
Around that time, I was preparing to be honorably discharged from the United States Army.
Okay. And what were your plans what were you planning on doing once you left the Army?
One of my initial plans was to enroll in college and also seek some form of employment.
Okay. And what drew you to Mr. Bishop?
Prior to finding Mr. Bishop, as most people know, YouTube recommends videos based upon your search history and watch history. And I have been involved in natural living, spirituality, and things like that. And eventually, one of his videos popped up on my feed.
Okay. And at that point, did you start watching those videos?
I did start watching the videos that was uploaded on YouTube, as well as the live videos that he was currently doing.
Where was the group located at that point?
At that time, they were located in, I believe, Belize.
Okay. And what were your impressions of them?
Initially, what drew me to them was the fact that they were from the States like me. And they seemed to be peaceful. They seemed to be wanting to stray away from the typical, I would say, normal society living as far as like being in a city and things like that, and wanting to be more separate from traditional societal ways.
And so, at some point, did you begin to communicate with Mr. Bishop?
I did. Prior to speaking to Mr. Bishop, I was speaking to other members who were there. I believe the first time I actually spoke to Mr. Bishop directly was on Instagram live video.
Okay. And about how long was that after you first started noticing the videos?
I'd say probably about 3 or 4 months.
Okay. Eventually, did you move and join up with Mr. Bishop?
I did. May 2018, I flew into Belize.
And at that point, had your military career ended?
Yes, my military career ended October 2017.
And when you left for Belize, where were you staying at that point?
Before leaving to Belize, I was at my grandmother's house in Butler, Georgia.
And when you got to Belize, how did you, did someone come pick you up? How did you get to meet up with the group?
So prior to getting on the plane to go to Belize, I was flying out of Atlanta. I spoke with Mr. Bishop, and he told me that they were going to pick me up from the airport in Belize. And in fact, they did come. They showed up in a very large-sized van with materials on the top, I believe camping equipment and whatnot, and we went from there.
Okay. Who all was in the group at that point?
You actually want me to give names?
Or just how many folks were there?
It was about 12 people.
Okay. And where were they sleeping or living?
When they first picked me up, we left Belize and drove to Cancun, Mexico, and it was a Airbnb.
Okay. So did you spend any time in Belize, or once you met up, did you all take off?
I spent probably about a few seconds in Belize. As soon as they picked me up from Belize, we immediately drove to Mexico.
Okay. All right. So when you get to Cancun, you said there's about 12 folks. Is that right?
Correct.
Are these both males and females?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was it just one Airbnb in Cancun?
Yes, sir.
And what were the sleeping arrangements like there?
The sleeping arrangements at the Airbnb specifically, right?
Yes.
There was, I would say, Mr. Bishop, and at the time he was with Miss Marquez, Miss Velvet Marquez. They had their own room, they had their own quarters. There was another room. There was 2 rooms, and then there was a living room. So some people were sleeping in the living room, some people were sleeping in the 2 rooms, but he had his own quarters with, at the time, his wife or girlfriend, however you want to refer to it.
Okay. And when you got there, what were your first impressions of the group, the whole experience?
So initially, it was normal. They asked me regular introductory questions that you would ask anybody you first met. How was your flight? What was your zodiac sign? Because we was big into astrology at that time. When's your birthday? People were offering me water. People were offering me snacks. Things of that nature.
And when you, so were you in the group, did you go by your legal name?
No. Your legal name was actually discarded before you even joined the group. That was kind of like a initiation phase, a form of showing that you have detached from your identity.
And what did you go by?
Throughout the whole thing, because I had multiple names.
Sure.
Okay, so my first name was Ace. My second name was Just. Then I was True. So I had about 3 names.
And how was your relationship with the defendant, Mr. Bishop?
That depends on what time in the journey we're referring to.
Well, let's start if we're talking about the beginning near Cancun, when you, shortly after you got there, how did the 2 of y'all get along?
I remember an incident when we was at the mall in Mexico, and he took a group photo with the guys, but I wasn't present for the photo. I was actually talking to my now wife at the time. He was very upset. He made a statement that I was what the group refers to as out of tune, meaning that I was not being connected to the other members and I was kind of going straight on my own. He was upset.
Okay. And that happened in Cancun?
Yes.
Okay. And just so we can get it cleared up, the person that you're referring to that later became your wife, what is her name?
Kendra Carter.
Okay. And were there rules in the group?
There were a multitude of rules. Mr. Bishop, for any reason, any time, would implement and or remove rules. But the 3 rules I want to highlight pertain to food, sleep, and relationships.
Okay, what was the rule pertaining to food?
Food was one meal a day. The consumption outside of that 1 meal involved very small things like nuts or fruit. And in addition to that, you couldn't eat until Mr. Bishop was served first. So that was one of the standard things. He had to get his food first, he had to get his plate first, and even if he decided not to eat, then nobody was eating.
Okay. And what about, I think you said sleeping arrangements?
Well, as far as sleep is concerned, so if Mr. Bishop was talking, you could...
Hey yo, if you enjoy this content...
Another one over there from TV Killer. Shout out to TV Killer. coming through with the content. I got something else for y'all though. We're gonna go ahead and get to the sentencing real quick to show the verdict he was hit with. I mean, after the verdict, we already know the verdict was guilty, but we're gonna get into the sentencing.
You know, I would have been inclined to exercise some discretion had Mr. Bishop shown any remorse, guilt, or regret.
Okay, hold on. While I move these pictures out her face, that was one of the questions we just asked. Is that, you know, do y'all think he should be in for life? And I said, you know, I mean, be in prison. And I said, yeah, maybe he should be in prison, but I don't know if I agree with life. But here go the judge explaining right here that one of the reasons why she gave him the max is because she felt like he didn't show no remorse. So it could have been something to do with that. So that does make a difference in the courtroom.
Throughout this process, and I saw nothing during the trial but for him laughing and cutting up and looking shocked and surprised at all of the testimony. Mr. Bishop, you're a master manipulator and probably the classic definition of a narcissist that I've ever seen. You took advantage of these folks who were essentially lost souls, looking for some guidance, looking for some connection, or looking for some comfort. And you were able to fill a void for them for some reason. But in the process, you completely took advantage of them and have caused potentially, I hope not, but potentially irreparable harm. I hope that all of the victims will be able at some point in time to recover from this and to find some type of peace in their lives. And maybe the verdict will help in that regard. But I hope you all are able to move on at some point and find some peace.
NJB Nene said, I'm telling y'all, I was in the courtroom. He showed his ass the whole trial. She said she was in there with the trial.
Whatever that is for you. So with that, I am going to follow the recommendation of the state in this case. On the rape, he'll be sentenced to life without the possibility of parole, followed by 10 years consecutive for the false imprisonment. And on the internet porn, count 3, 12 months to serve, concurrent to the false imprisonment. The internet porn, I'll run concurrent to the false imprisonment. Internet, 5 years.
Okay, so it was only a year for the internet porn. I was wondering that.
So it's 12 months on count 3, 5 years on count 4, and 5 years on count 5. All of that will run concurrent to the false imprisonment. But the false imprisonment is consecutive. So it's life without parole plus 10 years. And hopefully you will never be able to take advantage of anybody else again.
Judge, can you be sure to go over his post-conviction rights with him as well as...
Yes.
I was just going to put those on the... Judge, before, I know there were certain conditions, obviously, with the way the law currently exists and the court's sentence, the defendant will not be out. Just in case the law changes in the future, we would ask that the conditions of no contact with victims and that the defendant may not profit financially in any way off of the facts that led to this case.
All right, Mr. Bishop, you're to have absolutely no contact, direct or indirect. That means sending any of your followers to contact them, getting any messages to them, no posting, no internet posting about them, no contact, direct or indirect, no phone calls, emails, no nothing, no visits to their homes, nothing, 0. They don't exist anymore. And you are not to profit in any fashion from the crimes that you have committed. So no book deals for you, no movie rights, nothing. And also, with respect to your appellate rights, let's see, you have 30 days, I believe, from today to file a motion for a new trial.
No book deals, no movie rights. That just means he gotta sell the rights to his image and likeness, and then they could still make a movie about him, but he just can't get paid off that movie. But he could get paid off selling his image and likeness.
That's correct, Judge, and I'll get him a boilerplate motion for the trial file once the sentence is
He has 30 days from the date of his sentencing, which is today, to file a notice of appeal or a motion for new trial to preserve his direct appeal rights. He also has 4 years from the time that his conviction becomes final to apply for a petition for a writ of habeas corpus. Generally, a petition or a conviction is final when all direct appeal rights have expired.
Okay.
And he has 1 year on the misdemeanor.
Right. That's right, the one count of misdemeanor. All right.
Well, isn't this a nice surprise?
He wasn't in court for the verdict, but appeared on video conference and went toe-to-toe with the judge.
I'm not answering any questions of yours, Mr.
I forgive you. I forgive you, and I still love you. I forgive you, and I still love you. I got nothing in my heart. I'm not mad at you. I'm not upset with you. I forgive you.
With life without the possibility of parole? Yeah, that was very, that was personal. That was definitely personal. That wasn't, somebody really seeking justice. That was some personal feelings. I feel like this.
And for those who don't know, this is still 2 of his wives. I think he still got 3 of them there. It's 1 more, maybe 2 more, but some of them is still there. So they actually putting out a lot of content that's trying to get him out. They got a channel. We're going to play a little bit from their channel. I forget the name, but it's called like Elijio Bishop is Innocent or something like that. Like Elijio's Innocent. And they putting out a lot of content trying to get him free. And it's another one too. At least 1. It may be 2 of them. I don't know. But yeah, let's keep it rolling, family.
Whole time has been personal feelings from the alleged victim, from the detectives, from the judge, from the prosecutor.
My given name was Kendra Denise Carter.
Kendra Denise Carter. Okay. And where are you from?
Seattle, Washington.
Seattle. Okay. Long way from home.
Absolutely.
And so this is the one right here on the screen. This is the one that actually brought the case that they talking about the whole time. This is her right there. Let me move some of this stuff. Fix the screen up.
How was your relationship like with your mom?
We would have a lot of disagreements on things. It wasn't until I got older. I'm 28 now. So it wasn't until I moved out, experienced things on my own, until I really felt a connection to her.
So she's okay with your decision to be here.
She's somebody she's just very loving, so she's not going to condemn you for decisions that you make. She's just a very forgiving person, a loving person. So even if she doesn't agree with you, she's like a live and let live type person. That's your life.
Did she have a problem with it before?
No, she actually was one person that never had a problem with it. And I guess that's just how she is.
In this clip, she's going to say how she communicated with her family and notified them of the ways they could keep in touch with her.
So, I did reach out to her and let her know, shortly after I left, this is where I'm at. I was in Belize, and I'm like, in Belize, I'm fine. And then here you can follow my journey because she's online too. So, I'm on Facebook, I'm on IG. She could follow me. She could see, my lifestyle now. And when she understood, she was like, oh, okay, I understand. That makes sense.
That's a completely different statement that she made into the courts.
So,
now, did you come here because you have a baby? You're a beautiful son. So obviously you didn't come here with the intention of being a wife to free God.
I didn't. I didn't. It was I know that this is my soul.
Next up, we're going to get into the testimony of the one behind her. I don't know her name, but the light-skinned one behind her, we're going to get into her testimony next.
Family, this is my soul tribe, and I'm just trying to get there. I'm just trying to get to them, because I know that this is where I belong. So I wasn't thinking about wife, husband thing like that. I was also a virgin when I came here. When I joined the tribe, so it was like not really in my mind.
So did you get pregnant when you lost your virginity?
No.
What Kendra's about to say is very important because she stated that she wasn't sure if she consented to the sexual encounters with Mr. Bishop, but here she explains it totally different from what she said on the witness stand.
Everybody might not know, but I did. The Three God is who took my virginity. I was with him for the first time. He's the first person that I ever connected with, and that was just a very beautiful experience. He was beautiful in the jungles of Belize, and I will always cherish that. After that moment, he had a wife at the other time.
Okay.
Or at that time, which was, the one we mentioned earlier.
Velvet.
The one that don't want nobody with her man. No.
Okay.
Although I knew I was supposed to be with him, I went to somebody else, and we had a child.
When Eligio Three God is not available, do you have relations with each other?
Pay close attention to her response in this next clip.
So if he requests that you guys were with him, and you guys were together, you wouldn't mind doing that too?
It's really not a request. It just be like in a moment, like just like if you were to be with your husband or whatever. It's like y'all have moments that y'all spend together. It's not like it's not like I have a request. I want you and you and you.
It's not perverted.
Nah, it's very natural. Like we
okay.
have bonds with each other.
There was a video online, and Three God Eligio. It looks as if he was ordering you to slap the girls. What was that about? Because I know you guys said that you were actors and actresses. Do you mind explaining that video? And I believe you were the one
smacking them.
Yes. And it was real smacks. It was real smacks. I was like, I said, she's really smacking them.
I knew this was going to come up. This is so funny. Yeah, we was fucking improv. Yeah,
okay.
It's like a way to show, it's like a controversial way of showing that we're very disciplined and that we. It's so hard to explain because I know how it looks to the public, but it's really not even that deep. Yeah.
This proves that all alleged abuse or violence that took place was scripted and consented to, including Kendra, who had fun during the scenes. Now that we have pointed out the inconsistencies in her witness testimony, let's look at this next clip where she was asked if she was forced to do anything.
Are you guys just passing women along? Are they held captive? Are they forced? Were you forced to be with Ace? Hold on, get that mic. Just passing women along. Are they held captive? Are they forced? Were you forced to be with Ace? Hold on, get that mic.
Oh no, I wasn't forced to be with Ace. I wasn't forced to be with Ace. I chose to be with Ace. That was way back in when we were in Mexico. So this was like 2-3 years ago. I was with him because I wanted to be with him, and I was with Ace. It was because I felt like I couldn't really get that true connection with Three God. I felt like I wasn't. I didn't have the space to. He had a wife at the time that was taking a lot of his attention. I felt like I wasn't really going to get any attention. And Ace was there, and we were friends, and we did vibe.
Okay. So you weren't forced to sleep with Ace?
No.
And then Ace forced you to sleep with Three God?
No. Okay. And I get how that looks because I went back and forth so many times, and there was a lot of confusion within me. And so I just, was like, okay, I'm gonna go over here. Okay, this is not working. I'm gonna go, okay, this is not, I'm not getting the attention I want. I'm gonna go over here. I was acting really immature, I would say, on my part.
No one was forced to do anything. This is a revolving door. You could come and go as you please. These allegations stem from the fact that these women aren't getting what they want.
So I went to the group. You guys understand the pretense of me before the group, and now.
All right. Before we get to Solar and all that, let's get back to the court. Before we get to Solar and them, this is two of the members that left, and this was the main one that Velvet, that everything was kind of based around. She was one of the main witnesses. But after all that she ended up having a baby with Solar, which is another one that's been popping up in those clips we've been seeing. But that's another situation for another time. We ain't going that deep. I mean, maybe a little bit, but no. Anyway, let's keep it rolling, family. On to the next. Appreciate y'all being here. Hit that like, hit that subscribe, tap in, share with a friend. You dig? So here's the next one. I don't know which one the names is. Let me see. NJB got the name. She was there live in the courtroom. NJB said, let me see what's the names. The charge is considered one of the deadly sins. Oh, Ephru and Leah. Or Leah. I don't know if it's Leah or Leah. Ephru and Leah. So this is one of them. I'm not sure which one. But we're going to get into it.
Sorry? Where were you born?
Nashville, Tennessee.
Okay. And did you go to high school in Nashville?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you graduate there?
Yes.
Okay. Did you do any college afterwards?
Yes, I went to Center College. It is a private liberal arts school in Danville, Kentucky. I did 3 years there.
Okay. And what years were you there in school? Do you remember?
Not really.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
What was your major?
Psychology.
Okay. All right. And do you have parents?
Yes.
Mom and dad?
Yes.
Okay. Do you stay in contact with your mom and dad?
Yes.
Okay. Where's mom and dad?
Nashville.
Okay. How often do you see your mom?
It varies. I wouldn't say it's a consistent pattern. Just whenever we cross paths.
Okay. How often do you talk to her?
Maybe like 3 times a month.
Okay. So a few times per month?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you ever go to Nashville and visit her?
Yes.
Okay. When was the last time you been to visit?
I think last year.
Okay. Has she been here to visit you?
Yes.
Do you remember the last time she's been here to visit you?
I think it was 2021. We had a get together at our house and she came over.
At the house in Atlanta?
Shout out to NJB. She said that's Ephru. That's Ephru.
Okay. All right. Was it typical? So how long have you known Mr. Bishop?
I've known him for 6 years.
Okay. And when did you first meet him?
I first met him in 2018 in Palenque, Mexico.
In Mexico?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in person?
Yes.
Okay. How did you get there?
How did I get there?
Yes.
I flew.
Okay. And were you a student in college at that time?
No, actually, after my last semester of my junior year of college, I actually left school and then started to do my own thing, started to have my own soap business. And then I met Mr. Bishop.
Like a soap, a cleansing type of soap?
Yes, natural herbal products. I started my own business.
Okay. All right. Are you still in business?
No, I no longer do that anymore.
Okay. All right. And you were only, I guess, 1 year away from a psychology degree?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So 2018, you ended up going to Mexico, and you have been around Mr. Bishop since that time frame?
Sorry?
Since 2018, have you been around Mr.
Yes.
Bishop? Have you lived with him since then?
Yes.
Okay. In 2018 until now, have you come across anybody named Velvet Marquez?
Yes, that's his baby mother. They have a daughter together.
Okay. Have you come across a Kendra Carter?
Yes, I have.
Okay, what was her name?
Kendra Carter.
Yeah, what name?
Her name was we called her Sheba. Her name was Sheba.
Okay. And Brianna Jacobs.
Yes.
Okay. And did Brianna Jacobs have a name?
Yes, I think it was Syrian.
Syrian. Okay. So I'm gonna start with Brianna Jacobs.
Okay.
Was Brianna Jacobs around you guys for a long period of time?
No.
Okay. About how long do you think she was around?
I would say a couple months.
Okay. And what cities was she around?
When we went to Las Vegas, she was with us in Las Vegas and Mexico.
Okay.
That's it. Then she left.
All right. Did she ever reach out to the group after she left to try to join the group back again, if you recall?
I think she reached out to someone. She called back, but I'm not sure who.
Okay. All right. And then Kendra Carter, was she around the group as long as you?
She was actually there before me.
Okay. So before 2018, Kendra Carter was there?
Yes.
Okay. And she left the group in 2022?
I think around that time.
Okay. And then Velvet Marquez, she was around the group for on and off time as well?
Yeah. She would leave and come back most of the time, but she was there before me as well. When I first came, she had just had a baby, and but she left and come back a lot of times because of she struggled dealing with polygamy. So
okay, so she didn't like the fact that Mr. Bishop was with a lot of different women.
Yeah, he would always she knew that he was polygamous when she entered, wanted to be with him.
But once, other women started to come in, she would just get really upset out of nowhere. And I thought it was really dangerous because she would just try to walk off in the middle of nowhere because, we live in nature, we live in the jungle. You drive 45 minutes just to get to our home. So she would just try to walk off, not call anyone to get a flight, not, take the proper precautions to actually leave. She would just do out of anger.
Okay. And was she trying to leave with the baby as well?
Yes, with no clothes on the baby, no clothes on her.
Okay.
Yeah, it was crazy.
And this was when she would see Mr. Bishop with other women, she would get upset with this.
Yes, she would try, but she would still just get upset.
Okay. She would try to keep her control.
Yeah, she would try to be in a polygamous relationship because they had a beautiful relationship. Like, they loved each other very deeply. And she couldn't deal with her jealousy.
Okay. Do you ever remember seeing her parents come to Mexico?
Yes, they did come in Mexico.
Okay. Did they come to the house you guys were staying in?
No, they didn't come to the house. Their baby, they actually went out to get her checked up, and they ran into her family there, and we seen it. Mr. Bishop, he was actually live that day, and I seen them in the car.
It's going to show that anything that I may have said, they exacerbated it.
Big facts real quick. I just wanted to reiterate what no one said. For the record, I'm glad all of you are here. You are all greatly appreciated, and thanks for coming and joining us. Appreciate you, family.
They went out to eat to a restaurant, and they were just getting to know each other, and they was making sure that she was okay. She was just letting them know that everything is okay.
Okay. And this was all recorded on live as well?
Yes, this is all recorded.
Okay. All right. So I'll address that right now. So on live, was that something that happened frequently?
Yes, that's actually how I found him on live on social media. So I seen that he taught on social media, and everyone else had their own platform to teach on social media. Okay. And when I arrived, that was we was pretty much live all the time. Like, everything was online.
Okay. Before I forget, I'm gonna. Now I want to show you this judge 2 photos.
Yes.
You take a look at those. You recognize those?
Oh yes, this is
Just say if you recognize it.
Oh yes, I recognize it.
Okay. What are those?
These pictures. One picture is May 15th. My mom, she came down to see me for my birthday. I don't know if it was May 15th, but the year is 2020. She came down to see me. She met Mr. Bishop. She met everyone in the family. She's very familiar with everyone in the family.
Okay.
And then the second one.
These pictures, have they been edited or deleted or modified in any way?
No.
Okay. Judge, I moved to 10 of these 2 photos, which I would mark as defense exhibit 3 and 4, which are photographs you identified.
Any objection? All right, you're admitted.
So I'm going to give you back the photos. These are pictures of you and your mother?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. And these photos were taken, according to you, where were they taken?
One was at our house in the Decatur address, and the other one was at another house in Atlanta, I believe.
All right. And can you read the dates on the bottom of those 2 photos?
Yes, the first one says 2020, and then the next one says 2021.
Okay. And do you recall where you were in 2020 and 2021?
Yes, we were here in Atlanta. The first one we were staying with someone, and then this one.
You said this don't sound like the same Afro that was threatening to beat up Malia. So far, did he do it? 38% say yes, 62% say ask me in an hour or so, and 0% say no.
This was at the house that the police actually came to detain us, the night of this whole situation.
Judge, now pass this to jury to look through it.
Any objection? Go ahead. They'll have it back here during deliberation. So I don't want them. Are you done with the witness?
No.
Okay. All right. You go ahead.
Okay. So mom came. She came to visit you. You guys took pictures. She knew where you lived at.
Right.
Okay. Did you have a phone during that time frame?
Did I have a phone?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I always have a phone. Everyone has a phone.
Okay. were people able to call their family if they wanted to?
Yes.
Okay.
Everybody has their own social media platform and had open communication with not only their family, but everyone on social media with the world.
Okay, because everybody's watching now.
Yeah.
Okay. Were you required to use the bathroom outside? That's been something the state brought up. Were you required to go outside and poop in a hole?
Was I required?
Yes.
No. Mr. Bishop, he teaches how to be more connected to the earth, but he doesn't make anybody do anything.
Okay.
He doesn't make anybody do anything. And the thing about Mr. Bishop is that everything that he believes in, his lifestyle, he posted it all on social media. So everyone who watches Mr. Bishop online, they're very aware of his diet, how he eats, how he sleeps, and how he lives his life. So,
If he were asleep, could other people be awake or vice versa? Was everybody required to go to bed at the same time as him? And be awake?
No, he just, like I said, everything that his lifestyle and the journey that he took upon himself, he decided that he wanted to go to sleep when it was dark.
Hold on. Well, it started getting responsive once I objected, so I'll withdraw the objection as long as it stays responsive.
Okay. Go ahead, finish your answer.
Let me rephrase the question. Did you have autonomy within the group to do what you felt like you needed to do?
Yes, I did. Yes.
All right.
Everyone believed in going to sleep when the sun goes down. We were living more in human nature.
Okay.
And you could go to sleep whenever you wanted to. Everybody was adults and knew what they were doing and could do what they wanted to do.
And it was all recorded every day?
Everything was recorded.
Okay. And was the platform, was it something that the world could see inside the life of Mr. Bishop and the group that was with him?
Yes.
Okay. Now, during the time that you were in the group, the 6 years, did you ever see anybody, did Mr. Bishop hitting anybody or acting in a physically violent way toward other people?
No, I never seen Mr. Bishop do that. I have seen women actually abuse him. I've seen that. Like there's a video of his baby mother, Baylor Marquez, punching him in the face. And there's a lot of videos online of the abuse and violence that people brought in his life. It's just that he gets blamed for everything because he's the initiator of the movement and people came into his life, so everybody puts the blame on him.
Okay. But you never saw him direct women to hit other people on his behalf?
I have to explain that before I answer because we did start a documentary before this whole case occurred. We were making a documentary. So we made videos for content to grab people's attention online so that we can show them the real teachings of, what we believe in. So we did that for like content, like for attention grabber. So yeah.
But no one off camera was being injured, hurt, abused, or anything along those lines?
No.
You didn't see anybody in a park being body slammed for 45 minutes?
Body slammed? No.
Okay. All right. So let's jump forward to Mobile production. So in the group, what was your responsibility? Did you cook, clean, do acting, dancing, singing?
Yeah, I love art, so I did a lot of painting. I did a lot of painting, dancing. I like to teach. I did a lot of presentations. We did this thing one time. It was called, it was a woman empowerment thing, and I was kind of over it. And I would teach the women how it was important to be in tune with the earth and embrace their natural selves. So I feel like just teaching. I like to teach and teach.
Were you on camera frequently?
Yes.
Was Delvin Marquez on camera frequently?
Yes, very frequently.
What about Caleb Butler?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm Caleb.
I'm sorry, not Caleb. What about Kendra Carter? I'm sorry.
Yes, everybody who was in his personal life was on
a daily basis.
Yes.
All recorded.
Yes.
All right. Could you leave the house if you wanted to?
Yes.
Could you go to the store, for instance?
Yeah. Me and my sister, we actually had the car by ourselves and would go grocery shopping.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that wasn't an unusual thing.
No.
It wasn't that you had to stay there at the house and only the guys could go or anything like that.
No, it was just that when we lived in the jungle, we had a car, and if we needed groceries, the guys would just go and get it. So we could stay at home, but it wasn't like we weren't able to or we were being held somewhere. It wasn't that.
And in Atlanta, were the women, or was it just the guys that got to go to groceries in?
In Atlanta?
Yes,
Both. I remember both because when the police kept doing wellness checks, I remember one. We were actually in a car. They had came to us in a car. They were like, "We obviously see that y'all are in the car. He's not even around y'all because our what we call online critic. We have hate groups because we're on social media."
Non-responsive.
Okay.
Same.
Sure. So did you have groups of people that didn't like you?
That would be objection wrong.
What's the relevance?
Well, Judge, we've gone through the same scenario that everybody is.
Well, then it's cumulative.
Okay. Well, I'll ask you.
Okay.
The police officer that you came across, were you in a car coming from the grocery store today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did the police officer come and do a wellness check on you?
Yes.
Okay. Were you well?
Yes.
Okay. There was no one arrested for falsely imprisoning you or anything like that?
No, they would. The online trolls or the hate groups would.
She has the right to explain her answer.
What?
I can explain.
Okay, but how does she, what's the foundation that,
She doesn't need a foundation to explain it.
well, it's, no, I'm going to sustain the objection.
I would ask, on what ground I was saying.
That there's no, I think she still needs a foundation to be able to explain why she believes she's saying these things. So that's the ruling.
Well,
Oh, no, don't say anything. You can ask another question or ask it differently.
Okay, sure. Were there groups that would falsely report things that were happening?
Yes.
Objection. That's the same.
Council approach.
Getting a little spicy in there. NJB said she was lying so much they thought they was gonna hit her with the perjury on the stand. The one dude got kicked off the stand, huh? We gonna play him up next too. The dude that got kicked off the stand, one of the young ones that testified, but they ended up taking him off the stand because something he did during his testimony. I'm not sure what it was, but he wasn't following their instructions apparently. Let me skip past this.
On behalf of anybody, I said anybody in the courtroom who's any outbursts, anything, the judge have my permission to remove them from the courtroom.
Yes, sir. All right, Ms. Buckner, so you are able to leave as you so desire, right?
Yes, actually, left a couple of times.
Okay. And when you say you left going to visit your mom or other places?
Yes.
Okay. And were you gone for extended periods of time?
Maybe a couple of days.
Okay. All right. Okay. So everything's kept online. Everybody has their own device, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Moving forward to March 24th, 2022. Were you at the house that day?
Yes, I was.
Okay. What do you recall happening at the house? Let me ask you that question. Let me go back again.
Yes, we were both actually close. We were close friends.
Okay. And what was the name that she went by? Okay. How long was she in the group for? Or was she in the group on and off?
She was in the group on and off for about maybe 2 years. I'm not exactly sure.
Okay.
Estimately.
Okay. So.
But I remember she had started like her own journey in Thailand and stuff even before coming.
Okay. March 24th, 2022. Was there any guests or visitors in the house or anything like that?
Yes, we had one guest.
Okay. And can you tell me what you remember about the interaction between Ms. and Mr. Bishop on the 24th of March 2022?
Their interaction?
Yeah, when did you see them together? Did you see, was this in the house?
Yes. I can explain the night. Okay. So we had a guest over. And one thing about Natia was anytime we had guests over, she would be like, in my opinion, she would be like overly flirtatious or like you're my soulmate and like I love you. You're my soulmate. It was like overly. It would be different from how she would act when we didn't have guests. So I remember we would just bring that up to her, how she would kind of change when we had company over, and it was kind of like a disregarding, like everyone and being overly flirtatious, like to a point that was like, wait a second, you know? So once we made that a point, I apologize. Once we made that a point, she got upset. She got really upset and disrespectful. And she was like,
so who was she upset and disrespectful?
well, her energy was like frustrated and like attitude because we were just telling her. She was pretty much upset with everyone who spoke up on like her behavior.
And who spoke up in front of her? Was it males, females, Mr. Bishop?
I believe I did. I know I did, and Portia, I think Queen Malia did, and I think Mr. Bishop was just agreeing with us, if I can recall. But I remember that once we started saying, like, addressing her behavior, she was like, her lip was going up, and like she was getting attitude with us. And in my opinion, it's because we did have a guest over, because the nature of the family was everybody pushing towards to be a better person and to be a better character. So if we see anybody not upholding, the morals that we live by, we just address it.
Okay.
So.
Okay. So did you?
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
What?
Yo, real quick, shout out to Allie, dropping a gifted membership. Y'all show her some love, drop her some coins and some what ups in the chat. Appreciate the support, family. Always a stream sponsor, always showing love, and definitely always greatly appreciated. Y'all show her some love in the chat. Appreciate the support, family.
Did you address it in a confrontational, violent type way with her?
Well, it was, I wouldn't say it was confrontational. I would say just making a point, like a certain point, because Natiri, every time she left, she would go online to our hate groups and talk down on us and defame Mr. Bishop's character and says he's this and he's that, and really disrespect us. And then she'll apologize, and then she'll come back. She's like, I love y'all, y'all are my family, I apologize. And she did this, I would say, over 3 or 4 times. So with her, Mr. Bishop is a very loving person. I feel like a lot of people take advantage of him because he's so forgiving. And so when she came back that last time, we were just holding her accountable for her actions because she constantly blatantly disrespects, everybody online.
Okay. So by keeping her, I guess, accountable, did anybody, including yourself or Mr. Bishop, punch her in the head or face or stomach or anything like that?
No, nobody punched her.
Okay. Did Mr. Bishop direct anybody to hurt her anyway?
No.
Okay. So did she decide to leave?
Yeah, she did. So after we, addressed her and she started to get attitude, I remember Zoka did slap her or whatever, because she was being disrespectful. So it was a natural family fight. Families get into scruffles sometimes. It wasn't like she was being, it was just tension, I feel like, between the women, because at that point, we were just kind of tired of like her behavior. So she said she wanted to leave after that. She said she wanted to leave, and we're like, okay. And she started getting her, I remember she went upstairs, Zoka went upstairs with her so she can pack her bags. And I remember at one point she started to get loud. I started to hear, like, it started to get very loud upstairs. So I went upstairs and I was like, you need to be respectful in our home. Like, if you want to leave, just leave. Like, pack your stuff and just leave properly. You don't have to make a scene, because I feel like a lot of women come and they leave like out of anger or like because they're not getting their way, not a saying or I don't want to leave. Like it's out of emotion.
Out of jealousy?
Out of jealousy.
Okay. So was Mr. Bishop around her when she was acting this way, or was it primarily the women?
Mr. Bishop, he was in his room because she was in the back room and the 2 ladies were with her as she was gathering her things.
Okay. And so did she go downstairs or did anybody order her to go downstairs?
Yeah, so after she got her stuff, I remember she tried to get something out of Mr. Bishop's room, but she was like stumping with attitude and pushing through people. And we was like, wait, like we'll go in there and get it because you just have an attitude right now. You're bringing a lot of destructive energy into the home. So somebody went to grab it and then she went downstairs. I remember she was sitting on the stairs for a little bit. I think she was getting her Uber. And then when she was about to leave, she was walking out. It was like, is that your charger? I think it was Zuka. I was watching her leave out. Zuka was like, is that your charger? We need our charger back. Like, when you leave, just take what's yours and, don't take any of our things. And she was like, it's just a charger. And then she was like, she tried to go upstairs. She said that Mr. Bishop wouldn't treat her like this. Since the women, like, it was altercation with the women. So we were like kind of in a conflict at that time. So she was like, Mr. Bishop wouldn't treat me like this. I want to go upstairs and say something to Mr. Bishop. And so Queen told her to go back downstairs because she was just bringing a lot of energy, like being disrespectful. So she went back downstairs and she went to her Uber.
Okay. Did she come back inside?
Yeah, she did.
Did you witness her come back inside?
Yeah, so what happened was when she left, I went back upstairs to Mr. Bishop to tell him that she left. And we told him that she tried to go upstairs to say bye to him. She tried to come upstairs. And then he was like, well, she was trying to come upstairs? And we was like, yeah, what did she want? He said, what did she want? We was like, well, no. He was like, okay, tell her it's okay for her to come upstairs then. And so we had yelled out the window, like, call him Poppy. We was like, Poppy's calling you, So she came back upstairs. And then when she came upstairs, he was sitting, as soon as you go up the stairs, there's his room. He was standing like right in front of the room. And she came up to him. I was standing on the stairs. And she went up to him and they hugged. And she was like, I love you. He was like, I love you too. She was crying and they were like hugging. He was holding her. And me and Queen Malia was standing right there. And we were watching, like, because they were having an intimate moment. So it was like we were just sitting there watching, and it was for like 3 minutes. So I was like, should I walk away? Because I felt like we were interrupting their intimate moment because they were like hugging and crying and telling each other I love each other. And
where did you go to? Did you stay there?
I stayed there because before I left, they actually walked into the room. I imagine because they probably felt weird too that we were just standing there. So they walked into the room, and after that, when I went downstairs because there was a lot going on. Later that night, I seen her. We like crossed past each other, and she had a different outfit on. Well,
so real quick, I want to see what's changed. We ended the first poll. It asked me in an hour or so with 62%. I think we've been on for about that time. Let's see if any of y'all made any changes. Yes is 38%, and no, that he's not guilty is 0%. So everybody's saying maybe he's guilty. Well, 62% say ask me in an hour or so. So I'm asking y'all again to see if y'all made any changes since the last poll. Let's see. Appreciate y'all participation, family.
Before she went in the room, me and Queen looked at each other like, like that's what you wanted this whole time, like to get his attention. Like you made that outburst to get Mr. Bishop's attention because that's something that she always wanted. She wanted attention, and she wanted to be Queen to have attention. So in my opinion. So when I seen her, she had on a different outfit, so I assumed she was staying. And I kind of looked at her like, like you got what you wanted. And she like was kind of
objection here, sir. Whatever she said is not.
This whole case is stop. Sorry.
So
all right. Go ahead.
So after you communicated with her, she communicated with you. Did you guys go to bed?
Yes.
Okay. Hold on, Mr. Let's sheriff's department do their thing. Okay, go ahead.
Afterwards, did you guys go to bed?
Yes. So after we passed each other, she like was blushing afterwards. After they had their moment, she was blushing, and it wasn't really nothing to be said because it was kind of understood, that she pretty much got what she wanted. Because we talk a lot, and she always said she wanted.
You can't talk about what she said.
Well, I apologize, but after that,
it's going neck and neck right now. Half of y'all believe that he did it. Half of y'all believe you need more info. Well, let's keep it rolling.
Mr. Bishop, he was live in his room, and I don't know if she was in the room with us. I think it was briefly, but we were kind of sitting in the closet, picking out our outfits for the next day. And she was like sitting down for a minute, and then after that, she went to the back room to go to sleep. She slept back there with Zoka and Sheba, I believe, and then me, Mr. Bishop, and Portia and Malia, we slept in another room.
Okay.
And then we woke up and she was gone the next day.
Okay. Just a couple questions. So the reason she had a charger was because she had a cell phone.
Yes.
So that means she had a phone and she was using her cell phone.
Yeah, she had a phone she was using herself. Yes.
The other thing I wanted to ask you is, and the state's going to ask you this, so I'm just going to go ahead and say this time. Do you believe Mr. Bishop is God? Do you explain what that means?
I believe that I live by the laws of Mayat. And one of the laws of Mayat is all things are consecrated from the divine. So I see God in everything. I believe you are God. I believe everybody in this room is God, broken up into different pieces, different vibrations and frequency of the oneness that we all come from.
Okay. So when you use the word God for him, you're not giving him, you're giving him as he's a piece of God the same way you would be.
Yeah, it's a piece of God, and for our documentary, it was part of our documentary to like make him the God. Like,
okay.
Yeah.
Is that where the three God characters came from?
Yes.
Okay. What are other characters that he had as well outside of three
Yes,
God?
Mr. Bishop has a lot of characters on social media. He has Three God, he has Dr. Bishop, he has Totally Todd, he has Leroy, he has Uncle Fernando. He has a lot of different characters that he plays on social media, and I feel like he's very misunderstood. And I feel like people try to put him in a box and paint him as something that he's not. And I feel like we can interpret a lot of misinterpret stuff from social media. And I feel like the Three God character really did bring a lot of attention because this is why this whole case is happening.
Okay. Now, going back really quick on most.
Miss D56 in the building. What's good, family? I see you. Appreciate you joining.
March 24th, you were there April 7th once the police come. Are you there to house that house up?
Yes.
Okay. Did the police question you?
No, it's been 2 years that I haven't spoken about this case until today.
Okay. So the statement that you given today, you wouldn't have given that statement before because the police never asked you, right?
The police never asked us. In my opinion, this case was very one-sided.
Okay, no, not your opinion. Just answer the question.
Okay. Did the police take your side? Did they ask you your side?
No, they asked me, did I want some water?
Okay. They never asked you anything else?
No.
Never asked you were you being falsely imprisoned?
No.
Or were you a witness of anything about March 24th, 2022?
No, we didn't even know why we were there, and we didn't know what was going on until we came back to the house and seen the warrant on the table. We were very shocked at this case and charges.
Okay. Were there a lot of people there at the house that day on April 7th? Were there other people outside of you?
Yes.
When he was arrested?
Yes.
Okay. And then the other thing is the state's going to ask you in a minute, so we can save them question. Since this case is going on, you've been in contact with Mr. Bishop, correct?
Yes.
You talk to him frequently?
Yes.
Like every day?
Yes.
Sometimes more than one time a day?
Yes.
Okay. Has he told you or influenced your testimony in any way?
No.
Has he told you what to say?
No.
Has he told you how you would create what you would say around what other people would say?
No, I'm saying exactly what happened that night, and I'm saying exactly what the accuser said as well. She said that.
No, she said.
You can't say that. And ultimately, you're here to tell the truth and let your story.
Man, Judge on point, ain't she? Look, they didn't even have to object. I didn't even hear no objection. Just sustained off top.
Yes, I believe that.
Is that a question? Does that require an explanation?
Let me ask you a different question. Because the state's going to ask you this in a minute, so we'll go ahead and say this in a minute as well. Do you believe Mr. Bishop is the Messiah?
What do you mean? What is Messiah?
I have no idea. They're going to ask you, so I'm trying to save some time. Do you believe he's the Messiah? Whatever that means?
Well, I don't know exactly what that means. I do know that he is. He just started the movement of going back to nature and teaching the importance of being in tune with nature.
Okay. I'll let them ask you questions about the Messiah. Maybe they can explain what they mean by that. And then the last thing, Were there rules in place and roles in place for women that they were beneath men in the group?
No.
Was there equality between men and women?
You said quality?
Equality. Were they on the same equal playing field?
Yes.
Okay, and if the women, for instance, didn't do what Mr. Bishop said, were there physical injuries that would happen to them if they didn't do what he said?
No, I grew up with my mom being in an abusive relationship growing up, and I wouldn't be defending or associating myself who abuses people.
Thank you.
Cross.
So you left to join up with Mr. Bishop and some other folks when you were 19, is that right?
Hold on. Give us a little break. Let me see real quick. Let's get into one of the ones that left. She only got a little bit left, family, like 10 more minutes. But before we wrap that up, I just need a little break. We just need a little break. Let's just get to some more of these clips. Let's get into Solar and Velvet. And they new babies. I think they broke up already though too.
Going through the group and what I kind of went through in the group. She's the cult leader's wife the whole time. Like, if there's any woman that's ever been with Eligio and the pretense of me before the group, and now I'm going through the group and what I kind of went through in the group, she's the cult leader's wife the whole time. Like, if there's any woman that's ever been with Eligio that is off limits, it's her. He likes this. He likes Hennessy. He likes this. He likes that. He likes those things, and so I don't want to take that from him. You feel me? So I'd give that to him. Like, that's you. That is you being you. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But
so I have to ask then, what do you feel? And I mean, not what do you feel, but also, if you know, what is his thoughts on y'all's situation right now?
I think you really want to know what I think?
Yeah.
I think he knows what time it is. I think he's very grateful. I think he knows that there's no better outcome for Ellie.
Okay.
I'm her
so he's thinking
godfather.
not of her.
I've been carrying her around since she was out the womb walking. She's talking about what's that. I'm teaching her everything. Like, I've made sure I'll be going out in the streets looking for medicine for her and outside of the country so she could breathe at night. I'm doing all kind of crazy things to make sure this little girl is having the best possible life. And it's not even like I'm looking at it like I'm gonna get with Velvet. I'm like, no, it's just respect. That's the chief's wife. Her daughter needs help. Come on, like this is what we stand for. Why wouldn't I give everything for that? And I did, and I stayed around in many situations where I shouldn't to be there for everybody else. So I'm the guy who will take the lashings for the group for everybody else. Are they trying to make an example out of me and still like push through that and still do more and above and beyond? That's my energy. So it's like that being used against me, it looks really bad.
You know, like making it cool, making it a thing. And I'm like, I just got out of a relationship. In my mind, I'm like, I just got out of a relationship, you know? I'm trying to focus on the knowledge because that's what I went there for. Regardless of me getting into a relationship with Omek at the initial point, the entire relationship that me and Omek had revolved around the knowledge. This nigga would literally teach me everything, and I would be like, I got that. I know that. I understand that. And if it was something that I didn't know, it was like being reminded because that me and Omek had revolved around the knowledge. This nigga would literally teach me everything, and I would be like, I got that. I know that. I understand that. And if it was something that I didn't know, it was like being reminded because most of the information that's being talked about is something that is already innate inside of me, and which is why I want to be in nature in the first place. So with that being the case, moving forward and to fast forward just a little bit in the story, I wound up making the decision to be with Nature Boy because he's love bombing me so hard. I feel like I'm backed in a corner with like a guy being like, I love you, I want to be with you, I love you, I'm like, okay, well if you love me, all right, cool, like let's get together. You know what I'm saying? Let's do it. That's the honest truth. You know what I'm saying? Like let's do it. He's currently in a relationship with Nature Boy. He's currently in a relationship with 3 women. Those women, from my understanding now, looking back, every woman that he's ever gotten with was never based off of any value. It was never based off of what that woman could have offered. It was never based off of having children with those women. It was strictly off of having sexual relations with them, just to sleep with them, just to experience them because of whatever fanatical fetish he had.
There was like a body, phase, sexual tendencies? Like,
yes.
Oh, that's okay. Detective Panosian and Detective Moore. 4722, approximately 11:16 hours, interviewing Miss Janae Newell in reference to.
All right. Just need a quick break. This right here that we playing next before after this. This is the interview with the detective and the girl who brought the charges, Janae. So we're going to get into that next. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button, hit that subscribe, tap in. Let's keep it on rolling, family. Oh, you motherfucker. Let's wrap this one up.
I was 20.
You were 20, and you had finished 3 years of school?
Yes.
College?
Yes.
So you started.
And for anybody that's just tapping in, we just did the examination of the defense, and now this is the state's cross-examination.
College when you were 17 then?
I believe I was 18. I was 18.
And you have been with Mr. Bishop, I mean, other than the days where you go to visit, family or whatnot, for since then?
Yes,
right?
yes.
Safe to say you've sort of grown up with him?
No.
See, I'm saying like your formative young adult years have been with Mr. Bishop and his associates, right?
No, I wouldn't say that. 3 years in college, I feel like that was more so my adult years. In my last semester of college, I actually studied abroad in Mexico, where I lived in Mexico for 3 months with a Spanish-speaking family. So I'm well developed in who I am, and I wouldn't say that I spent most of my adult years with Mr. Bishop.
But yeah, at that point you were sort of looking for something, right? And Mr. Bishop offered that, some sort of spiritual guidance.
Well, I was, after I came back from that trip in Mexico when I studied abroad, I felt like I actually got more in tune with nature on my own. And it was a very enriching and beautiful experience for me. I feel like it opened my mind a lot to a different culture and, all the things in the world. So when I did come back to college after my trip, that experience just stayed with me. And that's when I eventually seen Mr. Bishop online. He was teaching the importance of the human being having their bare feet on the earth, how it gets rid of all diseases, and how it's supposed to be in a tropical environment. Breathing the best oxygen and taking the best food for our optimum health and, happiness.
And you ended up, in the time you were there, you had mentioned Brianna Jacobs, that she was there for a little while.
Yeah.
I think you had said a couple of the places that she was with you, like Mexico and Vegas. She was also with the group in California and Hawaii as well.
Oh, she was with us in Hawaii. I apologize. She was with us in Hawaii, and you said California?
Yeah. Which I think would have been immediately after Hawaii, before.
I think so. It's kind of big.
And you talked about, obviously for a while you all have been in Atlanta, but back when you were sort of moving around the tropics and whatnot, the main thing that you all looked for in a place to live was isolation, right?
No.
It wasn't important to be sort of away from urban society so that you could be more in touch with nature?
Well, we were like maybe 30, 45 minutes from I would say the town. We were surrounded by nature. Yeah.
And so that was an important part of what the group was doing at that point, right?
I wouldn't say isolation. I would just say being in a space where you're not bombarded by billboards and stuff going into your mind. We were in an environment where we were surrounded by nature and practicing being more indigenous to the land.
And around that time, when you're in Central America or Mexico, I think it was around 2020, there was a time where you were considering leaving the group, right?
In 2020?
I believe it was 2020.
I'm not sure. I know my mom came in 2020. I don't know if I was there.
Do you remember a time when you were in a Jeep driving around, Mr. Bishop was with you, I think a couple other folks were with you, he was live, and he was talking to you about your sort of indecision about leaving or staying?
I don't recall that.
He keeps telling you, hold the camera up in the video.
Oh, that one?
Yeah.
That was another thing to get the people's attention.
And that was.
I will say real quick, it's kind of crazy to me that they never talked to this girl before. They never talked to none of the other wives that The ones that was not going to go against him, they never interviewed none of them. They only interviewed certain ones. Like, why would you not interview everybody and already know about this? But I don't know, just my thought. I think that would be part of the investigation.
Before you all moved to Atlanta, right? I mean, that was when you all were somewhere travel because you're like literally driving on the side of the cliff with like forest and trees down there, right?
That was in that video. Where was that in? I think that was in Puerto Rico, because in Puerto Rico, we weren't necessarily doing the three God, but we were doing like the other characters, like totally tied and doing different things to like get the people's attention. But when we did come to Atlanta, that's when the full character three God.
So, I mean, let me just say, like, anything that is online that looks bad for Mr. Bishop because he's telling someone to slap someone, or he's just demeaning you for 45 minutes in a car, or like in that video, that's all an act, right?
Yes, stuff like that, those are acts. Sometimes we really did have disagreements sometimes. And then we had what's called a real, excuse me, but real.
Yeah, she could explain her answer. Well, I think we're beyond explaining the answer, we're just in the narrative at this point.
I agree. Go ahead.
Okay.
Shout out to Flesh of the Gods. Tell everybody. Well, I still fight through the devils, man. Like they be trying their best to hold me back, but y'all got to give the people what they want, bro. You know what I mean? The people want some real, man. It's time for the real people who ain't pretending to be in position.
So, because we're at this point, like, the outside world, it was seen as failure of someone left, right? Like, they were a failure within the group if they had to leave.
No.
You weren't going to your lower self.
We just acknowledge that the industrialized society takes from nature more than it gives. Like, it cuts down trees to make buildings.
Sure.
We just acknowledge that. I wouldn't say
What does that have to do with the group?
Oh, sorry.
Finish your answer.
No, you can go ahead.
What does that answer have to do with how the group felt about someone leaving? Because they were going back into the industrialized society, you all felt like they failed at their mission to become their higher self, right?
I feel like a lot of people, well, when you come back into nature,
Daddy, I like when you scrambling and scraping for shit. I like that.
I feel like a lot of, I don't know if anybody's familiar, but generational curses and like.
Hold on. Can you answer the question first, please? Sir? All right. No, let me finish. Answer the question and then you can explain your answer. Okay, so repeat the question, Mr. Cody.
Was it viewed as failure when somebody left the group because they failed on their attempt to become their higher self?
No.
Your loyalty doesn't have an expiration date. You said that about with respect to your feelings about Mr. Bishop, right?
My loyalty doesn't have an expiration date.
Exactly. That you will remain loyal to Mr. Bishop forever.
No, I'm remaining loyal to everything I want to do. I'm a grown woman. I don't feel like these questions have anything to do with Mr. Bishop.
Well, you don't know. That's not part of your answer. You just have to answer the questions.
Can you repeat that question? Because it wasn't really a question.
So you said before that your loyalty, you said, my loyalty doesn't.
The judge is on with them objections over there, ain't she? Judge, hey, whoever the attorney was, he should have hired the judge instead of this shit. Judge is on point. She like, nigga, I'm objecting myself, my goddamn self.
Have an expiration date.
Okay.
Talking about Eligio Bishop. Is that true or false?
That's false. When I'm talking about my loyalty, I'm talking about my loyalty and what I believe in as far as being more close to nature. I'm talking about my loyalty with human beings being a part of the ecosystem and not going against the ecosystem. I feel like we as humans have come so far away from nature, and I feel like my purpose is to be here and to teach. If you go on all of our channels, we are teaching about our lifestyle. And I feel like that's what I've decided to do in my life, and that's what I'm doing. I wouldn't say that it's a loyalty to a certain person.
Hey, and shout out to that. Hey, I ain't got no problem with a judge judging. Hey, if you doing your job, do your job. The thing is though, do that for everybody. Like why all of a sudden y'all want to judge now when it's a black guy on, or sorry, I ain't gonna say black. Let's say a cult leader. Let's say it's about the cult leader, not about his skin color. It's because of the cult leader. So why don't you treat everybody else like this? Like, it's a lot of other cases that's way more gruesomely detailed than this case. I'm not saying this one is okay. I'm not excusing it. But what I'm saying is it's a lot more that be going on, and then people walk free, especially if you got a badge.
No.
All right. Anything else for her? She may.
Okay, that was the end of her right there anyway. Okay. Appreciate y'all being here, family. We gonna keep it on rolling. Let's see what else we got coming up. Oh yeah, okay.
Well, isn't this a nice surprise?
So now we're gonna go ahead and get into the victim statement with the police officer. The victim made a statement. The one that's the main one bringing the case, Janae, made a statement with the detectives. Well, you know, when she first went. So we're gonna get into that, into her interview with the detectives. Y'all hit that like button. Let's keep it going.
Detective Panosian to Detective Moore for 7/22, approximately 11:16 hours. Interviewing Miss Janae Newell in reference to 22-025579. Right there. Can you spell your first name for me?
Jenae.
And your last name?
Newell.
Okay, so, can you just give me a little background on what's going on?
Okay, well, I just got out of a cult that resides in Atlanta, Georgia currently. The cult leader, his name is Eligio Lee Bishop. This cult is really popular online, is renowned as a sex cult, just because he have sex with the women that come in and possibly the males, I'm not sure. So basically, just so like 2 weeks ago I left. I had to sneak out in the AM because it's very hard to get out that cult sometimes. What happened was, after I left, he decided to put revenge porn on Twitter.
And so what's on the screen while she going is the case notes from the detective, which it don't exactly align with what she was saying. So that's kind of crazy. If y'all want me to read that, I can. If y'all show me some requests, if y'all request me to read it, I will. If y'all don't, then I'm going to just let it play and y'all can pause it and read it yourself. Appreciate y'all. Let's go.
Without my consent. And it's still currently up now. Because like 2 weeks ago I left. I had to sneak out in the AM because it's very hard to get out that close sometimes. What happened was, after I left, he decided to put revenge porn on Twitter without my consent. And it's still currently up now. And actually now he pinned it at the top just to taunt me. And that's why I'm filing this court case or this report on him. But he's also known as an abuser. He has abused all the women that he's with. He has several wives. He likes to call his wives. I was one of them. But you know, yeah, he just has a lot of women and males living in that one home, over like 15 people. Right now he's online just doing his thing, but now I feel like he's being more psychotic. Of course, when I'm out the cold now, I see how mentally ill he is. Because when you're in the environment, you're just subject to, like, you know, playing a part, or just being in the magic of it all, or just hypnosis of it all. But now that I'm out, I'm seeing how mentally ill and abusive it is, and me myself, I am now like coming out and seeing that I am in the narcissistic abuse syndrome. So now I'm like kind of like healing myself. But what happened when I left is that the girls attacked me.
Okay.
Yeah,
At his direction?
Yeah, at his address. The girls attacked me. Two of them.
He told them to do that?
Yeah, he makes sure he tells people to do it. He told this woman named Zoka who lives there. That's not her real name, but that's what we go by. We change our names and, you know, whatever. He let her know that it's okay to hit me if I get out of line. I basically just made a face. I don't know, like he said he didn't like my face, so he gave the permission for her to hit me. She hits me several times. Another woman comes up and mushes me back, and it ordered me to get on my knees and, you know, pay respect or whatever. So that's when I decided I wanted to leave. When I started packing up, the women still were interrogating me, you know, still, you know, provoking me and hitting me as I'm trying to go. So I had to make sure, once I tried to leave, I kind of got manipulated back into the situation. I'm not going to lie to you. When I tried to leave, I went back to say goodbye, and he kept me inside and said, you're not going anywhere, I'm not letting you go, you're my property, you're my bitch. And that's when I, you know, then he made love to me. And then that's when I decided I'm gonna have to sneak out because he's not going to.
Okay, real quick, that's one of the parts that a lot of people bring up, saying that she wasn't raped because she's saying we made love. So I don't know exactly what to say. I don't know how to judge that one. Do y'all think they made love, or do y'all think he raped her? Like, or is there a difference? Like, I don't know. I mean, well, she just said it, so y'all let me know what you think. But it's kind of confusing to me.
Let me go. So, and that's when I, you know, then he made love to me. And then that's when I decided I'm gonna have to sneak out because he's not going to let me go.
So he physically was not going to let you leave.
Yeah, he pushed me, he let me into the other room, led me into the other room, and he just, you know, with words and you know how it is. Like, he's big, so I'm not going to. And plus, I've seen him abuse women and everything like that. So at this point, I'm not going to resist him or anything of that nature. I'm just going to play my role, play my part, and just stay there until I get some help moving on out. So I texted a few people, got like an Uber money, and was out the next morning.
You had to sneak out?
Yeah, I snuck out.
Do you know what day you snuck out exactly?
If you give me a second, I could probably check. I don't remember. It was about roughly 2 weeks ago, though. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna have to go all the way back to these messages, if that's okay.
That's okay. Yeah, no, we're here for as long as we, you know, we keep talking. You know, that's the purpose of coming out. We're here for you.
Yeah, thank you.
No problem. So you had friends send you money so that you could pay for an Uber?
Yes, I have also an online following as well. People have been like supporting me for years. So one of them, all I had to say was, "Hi, how are you doing?" And automatically she just sent me $55 out of nowhere. And then another one sent me like $11 so I can get an Uber to the next, you know,
the next spot.
Yeah, just so I can just get out
monkey
facility and everything like that.
Wait, what she just say? She said I just had to say hi and people be sending me money. Like, who is she talking about? I don't know. Maybe she meant family or something. Maybe I'll have to rewind it a little bit. Brown Sugar Babe said we are not making love with the enemy. That's a no-no. Ali said facts. What in the monkey shit? Miss D56 said, oh, she couldn't leave the. Yep. That part.
I get that. Just give me 1 second. Like $11. Been like supporting me for years. So one of them, all I had to say was, "Hi, how are you doing?" And automatically she just sent me $55. I have also an online following as well. People have been like supporting me for years. So one of them, all I had to say was, "Hi, how are you doing?" And automatically she just sent me $55 out of nowhere. And then
she said, "I have an online following that." Automatically, all I gotta do is say, hi, how you doing? And they automatically send me $55. Okay, I respect that. I need to get on that type of hustle. Shit, hi, how y'all doing? Shit, send me 55. Anybody in the chat, just anybody.
Another one sent me like $11 so I can get an Uber to the next, you know, I had to say was, "Hi, how are you doing?" And automatically she just sent me $55 out of nowhere. And then another one sent me like $11 so I can get an Uber to the next, you know,
the next spot.
Yeah, just so I can just get out the facility and everything like that.
Yeah, I get that.
Just give me 1 second. I'm scrolling to this.
Hey, it's okay. I understand.
To this date, and the reason why I'm doing this. Okay. I found March 24th. March 24th.
Do you know approximately what time you had to leave?
At 12:58 a.m. I text my friend Kelly, and decided, help to try to see.
Hey, and if y'all think that's something, just wait. There's more. It gets crazier, family. Just keep on listening. It gets a little bit crazier.
See if I can stay at her spot or anything like that.
Mhm.
And yeah, that was like.
That was when you had gotten out.
That's when that's
or when you were
attempted to get out, and then the next rising I left at 1:55. I mean 9:55
a.m.
Mm-hmm.
And I still stand by, even after all of that. If she say no, then you're not supposed to do it. If she say no, that's her choice. When somebody say no, you're supposed to stop right there. So I do still stand by that.
So explain.
But I ain't heard her say no yet.
His first attempt.
The first attempt, that was when so when I was getting hit and everything like that, and he tried to manipulate the situation to where I was being a parasite, as he liked to say, leeching off of people, and also I'm just like, I don't know, he was manipulating the whole situation, making it seem like I was the one in the wrong, but I wasn't. All I did was be friendly to a person that came over to the house. Basically, he was mad that I was too friendly. In his exact words, I'm too friendly.
What was this person a female?
Yes.
Male?
Yeah, she's a female that is a guest at the house. She doesn't live there, but over 15 people live at that house currently right now.
Okay.
So I was friendly to her because I was the only one that really, wasn't as socially awkward as the rest. So he didn't like that. I guess he got jealous of him being a narcissist or anything like that, and told me that I was being too friendly. I'm a parasite. I leech off of people that come in the house, anything. So long story short, he basically wasn't liking my faces that I was making at him. I was just kind of confused to why he was doing that, manipulating the situation to where I was being too friendly, but I don't know. It was just weird. It was weird for me. So I was just, trying to understand where he was coming from. He didn't like my faces, and he was basically telling the other girls it was okay for them to hit me if I get out of order.
Mm-hmm.
So at this point, I'm just like, okay, I don't know what I'm doing. I made a face to where, when you want to say something, but you stop yourself from saying it,
Mm-hmm.
that's what I did. So I didn't want to disrespect him, but he took it as disrespect anyway. And one of the girls just slaps me from the back of my neck.
Mm-hmm.
I yelled at her and saying, what the F? Like, I didn't do anything. Then she just decides to slap me again. And that's when I got up and I'm feeling like I'm about to hit back, but I didn't. The whole time I never hit anyone because the other girls jumped up and they were about to jump me.
Mm-hmm.
So, that happened. So they told me to get on my knees. Another girl pushed me back to the wall.
Mm-hmm.
They told me to get on my knees. So I got on my knees and I stood there quietly as they were, decharacterizing me.
I know what you mean, yeah.
Making sure like they put the blame on me and how I'm a horrible person and everything of that nature. But
now I will say this: some of it do sound mixed in and out. Like some of it might be true, some of it might be exaggerated. But so some of the things that she's saying, if this true, then maybe he do need to spend a little time behind bars just to clear his mind up. I ain't against that, but if it's lies, then it's crazy. Like,
I really didn't do anything. Yeah. So the whole time I'm on my knees and they're talking bad about me, and now they went off and did their old thing, and I'm still in the same spot. And he ordered them to watch me, so I don't do anything, which I don't know why. And then after some time of meditation, because I just stood.
But the question is life. He got life for rape. So does this sound like to you like a situation that deserves that requires life? I mean, I have no opinion. I'm wondering what you think. Does he deserve life for this statement that she making?
There, and I just, meditated and just made sure I was okay mentally.
Matter of fact, I'll change the poll right now. My bad. Let me end this poll. Let me read the results, and then I'll change the poll while she's talking. So this last poll said, do you think he's guilty now? 56% said, I need a little more info. 44% said yes. So the percentage has went up. Y'all started to look at him more as guilty. Okay, I respect that. I'll start another poll now.
He comes back in and says, "Are you okay?" And I said, "No." And he was like, "Okay, so just go pack your stuff, but make it, gentle." So he tells people all the time to go pack their stuff. He tells people all the time to go leave, but knowing that he's just manipulating them to knowing they don't have anywhere to go. Mm-hmm. That's why a lot of people are there. They don't have anywhere to go.
So he's making it sound like he's not trying to force anybody to stay.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. So you packed your bags?
Mm-hmm. I told them, okay, I just want my 2 suitcases because at this point, I brought everything there. Like my whole life is still at that house. I don't have anything to my name at all. I was like, I just want 2 suitcases, that's it. So at this point, I'm taking my suitcases, they brought them upstairs, I'm packing just a little bit of clothing. 2 girls are like basically saying, "Oh, you're this, you're that." I don't want to curse, but
it's okay. We're so used to it. It's no big deal.
Okay, so oh, you're a stupid bitch. Oh, you're just gonna go over there. You're just gonna come back anyway. Oh, and now you're taking all your stuff. Oh, you ain't shit. Those 2 girls who were antagonizing me. And at this time, I'm silent. I'm just trying to get out. I know that if I get provoked and I get triggered, I know that they're subject to hit me and jump me. So I'm just trying to leave. I asked one of the girls to get my paintings because I'm an artist. Get one of my paintings out of the king's room. And they was like, no. So I said, okay, I'm just gonna get it myself. So I get up, and they got up too, and started saying, "Oh, you gotta watch how you move around here, because I got up sporadically, very fastly, so I can go get my stuff." And I'm like, I'm not trying to start anything. I just want to get my stuff and go. The girl hits me again, and one of the girls pushes me, and I'm like, "Stop touching me! I'm not doing anything to y'all at this point. I just want to go." And it got kind of loud to the point where another girl comes in, who pushed me from before, and was like, "You better stop yelling in here before you need to go." Blah, 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 blah. Basically, he's trying to in my face, screaming at me as well. Mm-hmm. So at this point, I don't want to get jumped, so I just decides to stay quiet and pack my stuff silently. One of the girls are trying to. She picks up my paintings and trying to throw it into my suitcase, and I'm ordering her to stop because I'm not doing anything to her. And then the other guys, there's guys that live there too. They had to come in and diffuse the situation and tell the other girls to stop because they were being too rough with me. So my stuff is packed. So long story short, I tried calling people, they weren't answering. I got Kelly on the phone, and I got an Uber, got a ride. Boom. So the Uber's outside. The girls are still antagonizing.
And so real quick, since nobody requested that I read the case notes that's on the screen, I'll just summarize it for you. Pretty much, it says pretty much everything she's saying, but there were certain key words he was throwing in, like force, he forced his way. Like, he didn't use that words, but he was throwing in certain words to make it seem like it was forced, and like she said no, and she was fighting against it. But from listening to this testimony, that don't sound like none of what she's saying to me. But maybe she just had, I don't know, maybe she had a problem explaining it. I don't know. But either way, this was not what was in the police report. This doesn't match. Hold on, let me see. Where, what's his name at? Where are the police reports? And let's keep it rolling. And shout out to our stream sponsor, Ali, real quick while we right here. And we gonna keep it rolling.
The absence of evidence is not
shout
the
out
evidence.
to Ali. Chandmar Black is golden. Appreciate y'all.
Me as I'm leaving, they snatched a charger off my hand, everything. And I try to go upstairs to say bye to the king. And I'm just gonna call him the king because that's what I'm supposed to do.
Nature boy.
Nature boy. Yeah, nature boy.
I've seen several videos.
She still called him the king. She said, I went upstairs to say goodbye to the king and caught herself. And then now she gonna switch up and call the other lady the queen. But I don't know, maybe it's just after repetitive. It could just be natural.
Oh my God, thank God, everything. And I got an Uber, got a ride, boom. So the Uber's outside. The girls are still antagonizing me as I'm leaving. They snatched a charger off my hand, everything. And I try to go upstairs to say bye to the king. And I'm just gonna call him the king because that's what I'm supposed to do.
Nature boy.
Nature boy. Yeah, nature boy.
I've seen several videos.
Oh my God, thank God, someone knows what I'm talking
We're
about.
a little
my
familiar,
God.
yeah.
Oh, thank God. All right, so I can just talk normal now. Okay, so Nature Boy, I went up to try to say bye to Nature Boy. The queen orders me back downstairs, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm just gonna leave. So at this point, I'm taking my suitcases to the Uber, and I'm almost in the Uber. Oh my God, I'm almost in the Uber. But then the girls call out and say, God is calling, basically because he calls himself God. And me, I just want to go say bye. So I go upstairs and I say bye. You know, he says, I love you. I say, I love you too. And I start crying, and I'm about to go back downstairs. And I'm going back downstairs at this point. I'm about going downstairs, and he's like, come here. And then he, takes my hand and he's taking me into the other room. And I'm telling him, stop, no, I don't want to do this, please. And I break down crying in his arms. At the end of the day, and he takes my hand and he's taking me into the other room, and I'm telling him, stop, no, I don't want to do this, please. And I break down crying in his arms at the end of the day, and he's
Okay, so there go the point. There go. That's where she said stop, no, don't. So those 3 words means no more, right? So that would mean no more after that, right? That's what I would assume. I would be like, all right, well, I'll leave it alone then. Go ahead, do what you gotta do.
Like, I'm not letting you go.
Or was it no? Don't stop. Red man.
I bet I'm like, no, I want to go. I want to leave at this time. Please let me go. And at this point, he's looking me in my eyes and telling me this and that and third. We make love. And at this point, I'm like, okay, I'm not going to get out because he's not going to let me go. So I'm going to have to sneak out because someone else snuck out like a week prior. So,
who snuck out a week prior?
His name is Kite. He goes by Kite.
Kite, K-I-T-E or K-Y?
K-I-T-E. And that's when after he, does his duty, and I'm telling him I still want to go, he's like, shut up, like, get over it, you're mine, like, you're my property, hurry up, get dressed.
They only know 3 words. That's stop, no, and don't. They always tell me otherwise. They tell me no. My bad. How high reference.
Get over it. Come downstairs. You're just dragging it out now. I'm like, I want to go. He's like, shut up. Like, get over it. You're mine. Like, you're my property. Hurry up. Get dressed. Get over it. Come downstairs. You're just dragging it out now. I'm like, okay, I want to take a shower. And he says, okay, and he leaves. And at this point, I start texting my friend, like, look, I'm going to have to sneak out because he's not letting me go. So that's when I went in the shower and I...
You still have that test?
Yeah. Let's see. I think I just got... Say, hey Kelly, are you up? Okay. At this point, she called me like a lot of times because I was supposed to Uber to the CVS and she got me an Uber to her studio, so I could stay there for the night. But I didn't get in the Uber, and she started calling me like 4 times, and I missed all those calls, and she's trying to wonder what's going on. I said, I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on. Thank you. I'm getting Uber now.
I wish we could have heard the rest of that message. She said, I'm sorry, something, da 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 da. What did you say? Did you tell her you was not coming? Or did you tell her you still trying to get away? I'm kind of confused at that point. Why'd you da 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 right there? Just a question.
I called her actually. I called her at this point. I called her when I was in the shower. And also I started texting her while I was in the shower, saying I'm going to have to...
sneak out.
Yeah, so I called her and let her know. And then I told her to call my mother and let her know what's going on because I had texted her too.
How long had you been with Major Boy then?
I've been in and out of the cult for some years now. For 2 years, I've been in and out of the cult. But I've been underneath his teachings and instructions for about 3 to 4 years now.
But real quick before that, so is it that later that night is when you sneak out?
I was going to, but I overslept. So I snuck out like 9:55 in the rising when everybody, in the AM when everybody was sleeping.
So everybody was still asleep, like you were able to get out of there?
Yeah, but one person was.
9:55 in the AM, house full of people and everybody sleep. I don't know if that's adding up, but go ahead. I'm listening.
Which was the girl who was hitting me from the day before, her name was Oka. But she was sleeping.
So everybody was still asleep, like you were able to get out of there?
Yeah, but one person was which was the girl who was hitting me from the day before, her name was Oka. But she was in the shower. So when she was in the shower, I took it upon myself to call the Uber real quick and get on out. And by the grace of God, I got out.
Yeah. So how long?
No. No.
No, he's sleeping.
Have you been in that house?
I was there since December 27th or 26th. 26. It was the day after Christmas. I went and I thought I was gonna visit. Ended up staying, and
Is that they'd already moved into that house, right?
yeah, they
Because
are.
they've been to a couple places like Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico. I was in Puerto Rico with them as well for like a month.
So let me explain how I come to find out about this. This is probably 2 months ago, maybe 6, 7 weeks ago. I get a phone call from this Hispanic lady. And she's very hard to understand, but ended up what happened.
¿Qué puñetas? ¿Qué puñetas?
Maybe 6, 7 weeks ago. I get a phone call from this Hispanic lady. And she's very hard to understand, but ended up what happened was she lived in Chicago with her son. Her son caught up with this guy online, got sucked in, and ended up, I guess he had to pay so much money to join, and then I think he either went to Puerto Rico, and then y'all went to Philadelphia, or Philadelphia, then Puerto Rico. But she hadn't been able to get a hold of her son in like a year and a half. And so she was trying to report him missing. She found out through, because I know there's a lot of people that make videos on this guy because they're trying to, out him for being a clown and all this. And that's, and she initially saw these videos and she told her son, don't do it. What are you doing? But so she told me to look at these videos. So I looked up, that's when I started watching these videos. And I'm in awe of what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
So the first one I look at is, he's at the top of the staircase talking. And then he's got those guys, there's I guess 6 or 8 males down there, and he tells them to look up, and down, and up. So anyways, but the point of me watching that video, her son was there, kind of like a Hispanic kid with
with locks.
yeah. So that's how I got familiar with that.
Yeah.
And I would just watch videos, not believing what the hell I was seeing.
Yeah.
And another detective was familiar because I showed him these videos. He's like, he's been trying to get this nature boy for a minute because of some things he's seen online, because this other detective works like trafficking and sex videos with kids and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So and yeah, here you are.
Yeah. A lot of people's trying to get him for a very long time, and I'm just here trying to free my people now. It's mind control to another degree.
He is. I'm just gonna use the term. He's like a real good car salesman.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got the charisma. I mean, it's it's understandable. He gets everybody with his charisma, like you said. But it is what it is.
Yeah.
So let me real quick go back. When you went back up to say goodbye, he pulled you into another room and he had sex. Was that consensual?
I don't know how to explain if it was consensual. Like,
Went back up to say goodbye. He pulled you into another room and he had sex. Was that consensual?
I don't know how to explain if it was consensual. Like,
Is it something you wanted?
I just let it happen, if that makes sense.
Did you tell him no at any point?
Yeah, I told him like, no, I want to go, but he was just like, do you really want to go? And I start crying. So I don't really know how to explain that. At that point, I just let it happen because I don't know, giving him what he wants if he leave me alone, and I can just figure out getting out, at this point.
So
I told him like, no, I want to go, but he was just like, do you really want to go? And I start crying. So I don't really know how to explain that. At that point, I just let it happen because I don't know, giving him what he wants if he leave me alone, and I can just figure out getting out, at this point.
So can you tell us, how do people get involved with this?
I mean, it's online.
So what y'all think? I don't know. That's confusing to me. I don't know how to take that. So I guess that's why it's up to the jury right then, because do y'all think she wanted it or not? Do y'all think from the way she just described it, do y'all think she actually wanted to have sex, or do you think he raped her and he should be in jail for the rest of his life?
So people, they message him and they message
Sex. Was that consensual?
I don't know how to explain if it was consensual. Like,
Is it something you wanted?
I just let it happen, if that makes sense.
Did you tell him no at any point?
Yeah, I told him like, no, I want to go, but he was just like, do you really want to go? And I start crying. So I don't really know how to explain that. At that point, I just let it happen because I don't know, giving him what he wants if he leave me alone, and I can just figure out getting out, you know, at this point.
So can you tell us, you know, how do people get involved with this?
I mean, it's online, so people, they message him and they message the followers, you know, the people that's in the house looking up and looking down, like, they message them, and that's how I got in. I was messaging both of them. I've known him for years. I've known him longer than anybody known him in the cult.
How did you know him?
Through online, you know.
Oh, just that.
Mm-hmm.
So wasn't he promoting like a healthy lifestyle, outdoor living, stuff like that?
Yes, he was. He was promoting being in tune with nature and going back to our natural selves and being clean and getting in tune with the earth. Like, it was just, it's a whole movement of love and just connecting to the oneness and seeing how we are the earth and we are each other. You know?
Is that the, forgive me if I'm wrong, is that the Carbonation kind of thing?
Yes, Carbonation.
Okay.
That's what the cult's name is, Carbonation. And we was advocates of the earth, like advocates of oneness and nature, and knowing that we are one with each other. So I'm a different version of you in another dimensional way of looking at things. It was supposed to uplift our people and emancipate our minds from mental slavery. That's what it was supposed to be.
What year was this when you joined it?
When I first joined the cult, it was 2 years ago. So that was like
that's when you first started living with them, right?
Yeah, and they were living in a house here in Atlanta, somewhere, and then they transferred to Puerto Rico, and we went to Hawaii at one point, got arrested there.
So what did you have to do to join?
Just me personally, I just came in because I've been on the journey for years. Like they watched me go to Thailand and lived out the knowledge. That's what we call it, meaning the information that's given to us by him. Live out the whole lifestyle out in nature in the tropics. So they've been watching me for years while I've been watching them. So when I came in, it wasn't no problem. I didn't have to give them money or anything, but I gave them all my clothes. I gave them all what I had. I even sold my car this time and gave them all the money. So that's, you know, so, but for requirements for other people, it may be different because if you're not giving anything, it's like, what are you here for? So a lot of people come in with money. A lot of people come in with thousands of dollars and they take it and they do whatever they want with it. So, yeah.
This
kite guy. Sorry. One more thing. The women have to have sex with him.
Oh, that's a requirement.
He's made it known online. There's a video somewhere out there that says, "Oh yeah, and all women that comes here have to sleep with me." Point blank period. I'm going to sleep with them, basically.
So obviously, you've been there since December.
Mm-hmm.
Have you had any interaction with PD that's came out there?
Yeah, a lot of cops come out there all the time just to have a wellness check or whatever, and we would just say, yeah, we're okay. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you're still kind of like brainwashed.
Right, brainwashed.
What is the end goal for you all?
I don't know anymore. He actually wants his cult to be like an entertainment for the people. He's setting up.
So this is the channel that got a lot of some of the stuff that they trying to say proves his innocence. I'm not sure if it does or not, but if y'all want to see more of this type of stuff, then that's where you can find it at. One of the places.
Scenes now with everything I bought over there. He's setting up scenes and trying to, you know, act out certain things.
What does he do for money? I mean, how do y'all get money?
Well, he says, you even said this online too, that he's a bum. So he doesn't do anything. People come in and bring him money all the time, or people donate to him.
I'm gonna backtrack. You spoke about someone named Kite who also left recently.
Mm-hmm.
You happen to talk to Kite?
Yes, I have. I do.
Do you have his phone number?
I do.
And you don't know Kite's real name?
No, I don't. I just know him as Kite.
Do you think Kite would be willing to talk to us?
Sure. He recently did an online interview like I have.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe I can definitely check, but his phone number is right here.
You said you guys did an interview. You did it on like a YouTube video?
Mm-hmm.
What's the name of that channel?
The channel's called The T, and T, of course. It's a very popular channel that records everything Nature Boy does. I'm actually in contact with her as well. And I did an interview with her about some days ago, and it's already at 41,000 views.
Who runs it? What's her name?
I just know her as T. She just
Oh, she just goes by the T?
By T, yeah.
And are you guys talking over YouTube or something, or?
I also am talking to her, yeah, over like phone. Yeah.
Is she one of these people that's trying to out him?
Yeah, I would say so.
'Cause there's several people out there. The one video that this lady, whose son is in that, I can't remember her channel. Something about God or I can't remember. But she was, all these videos she put out there just to like show what kind of clown he is and how he's abusive.
A lot of people doing that.
So I have this channel, the Twitter that he was using where he posted the videos of you.
Mm-hmm.
How many videos are there again?
4.
There's 4. Are all 4 still up?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That one is called the God with the underscore and the 3.
For evidential purposes only, of course. If anybody got them videos, feel free to send them to my email. No, I'm just playing. No, for real. No, I'm just playing. I'm just playing for real though.
Yeah. The 3 God.
Any other Twitters, anything like that?
Well, he did have another one that got taken down.
Mm-hmm.
This new one got placed up. After I left, he places it up.
Oh, okay.
So yeah.
Did he typically post videos like that?
Yeah, he likes to post stuff like porn on his Twitter and stuff like that. And I'm seeing on Twitter he's posting pictures of clowns and all this other stuff because he knows I was afraid of clowns. And I recently said that I saw a clown. The first time I ever had sex with him, I saw a clown, basically a demon. So it's whatever. He's just trying to scare me.
You didn't listen to your warning.
I didn't.
Does he actively try to recruit people?
Yeah, I think so. He says he doesn't, but I think he does because like he's always telling people to come to his home. He's pasted his address online now. He has a number of people can call, and yeah, I feel like that's a recruiting in itself. Like.
Did you see a lot of new people come and go, or not go, but or was it pretty much the same crew the whole time you were there?
It was the same crew the whole time.
I'm gonna get a list from you of everyone that's in that house.
Okay.
So his name is
Eligio.
Spell that for me.
Ligio.
And last name's Bishop?
Yes.
Okay, so he would be
the leader.
The leader. His queen, her name's Malia.
But that's the name he gave her.
So is Solar spelled like solar?
Yeah, like
S-O-L-A-R. Do you know his real name?
Yes, Courtney Townsend.
Courtney Thompson.
Townsend. That's basically, he's considered his right hand man.
How'd they get around with no money or?
But I don't know. They just get money out of nowhere sometimes. Like I don't even know how to explain it. He just gets money. Yeah, he calls it cosmic currency, meaning like if he's doing the will of God, he gets blessed, basically.
Do all the girls have his name tatted on?
Majority of us do.
Okay.
Where'd that happen, at the house?
It happened like about 2 years ago.
Now, I'm not saying it never happens, so I'm sure it's happened before, but I ain't never heard of anybody having to rape somebody that got their name tattooed on them. If you got my name tattooed on you, why would I have to rape you? If it come to a rape situation, I would just not take it. But then again, I'm not him. I'm not calling myself 3 God, so I can't think like he thinks, so I don't know what the fuck he was thinking. We almost done with this part, and then we gonna get to the other testimony of the young boy.
When I was with them.
Is this guy Big Sports to reach out? Does he have your phone number?
No, I changed my phone number, and I deleted my Instagram, so he wouldn't be able to contact me, but I don't think he would anyway.
You still have feelings for him?
That's okay. I mean, that's part of life.
Yeah, it's like, fuck it, like, he got to go down. He's gotta go down. Sorry.
It's okay. Hey, I said it earlier. I will continue to say it.
I don't have that much feelings. I don't have that much feelings.
It's hard to not have feelings involved, especially with all what you guys were doing, you know? It's hard not to get any kind of feelings.
Yeah.
And we're understanding of that, don't you worry, we're understanding. We just want to make sure you're safe.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm here with families. I'm okay, I'm good.
Yeah. Are you planning to stay with family? Keep staying here, stay with family as long as you can, kind of thing?
Yeah. I mean, I travel a lot, so I don't know where I'm gonna go next.
Yeah.
I just like to just live life, you know.
What are you gonna like travel for?
Like I just, you know, go places. Like I don't know how to explain it. Like I just, a lot of people bless me. Like so, like you can stay here for a time, man. You can come here, get your life together, and I get my life together and go back to college and just get short. So
That's happening a lot.
Yeah, it happened about 3 times because I've been trying to get with the same person every time. The first time I went to be with my family. You know, I watched them for years, so I just continued with my family.
I agree, no one. It is possible, so I ain't gonna put it past them. So, hey, if you do the crime, you gotta do the time.
And I just wanted to be a part of a big mission and help humanity in some type of way. The second time I went to be with Solar. The third time I wanted to be with Solar.
Were you allowed to leave? Like, how'd you guys get like groceries, you know, stuff like that?
We have teams, basically. Okay, I'm calling now. So we have teams. He basically put people together as battle buddies, basically like 2 people at a time. But now he's doing 3 because he's the 3 god now.
Does it what?
He's the 3 god now, meaning that everything's in 3s. So yeah, it got crazier. He's now taken this persona and become Nikola Tesla, who's been obsessed with 360.
I'm just wondering why is some people time disproportionately different than other people time? That's my question.
So now he's obsessed with 369. So people will have these go out teams. They will call it the go out team. You know, you go out, get the groceries or whatever, come back, and yeah.
Based on what you were telling me, it was something that you weren't wanting, correct?
Yeah, at the time, because I really wanted to go, and a part of me just gave it to him because I did, you know, still care for him, and I definitely just wanted just to go. In my mind, calculating at this point, I'm like, okay, he has me in his arms. He's telling me let's have sex. Da da da. He's not going to really let me go at this point.
Did you ever tell him at some point no?
Yeah, I'm like, no. And he's like, do you really want to go? And I looked in his eyes.
And I understand what you're saying. Is at some point you just relented and it happened.
Yeah.
But did you acknowledge the fact that you didn't want to be there? You didn't want this.
Yes, I did. And so that's what happened. And I just calculated how to move forward in the rise and getting out, sneaking out.
And you do want to prosecute?
I do.
Okay. I don't have anything else right now.
Then you have a good number for her, right?
Yes, I have her phone number and email address. Okay.
So when you left to join them, you were in New York?
No. When I left to join them, I was in Atlanta at the time.
So where's your parents or your mom?
My mom, she lives in North Carolina, but at the time she was living in Jamaica. My dad, I don't really mess with my dad.
So did your mom know what you were doing?
Yeah, she did. She wasn't happy, but you know, I've been a kind of not rebellious, but you know, I just go do my own thing.
Yeah, she understands you're gonna make your own decisions.
Exactly.
But she wasn't.
Yep. For those who just joining us, Miss D56, he did get convicted. He was convicted to life without the possibility of parole.
Happy.
She wasn't happy.
Did she know what it was about?
Yeah, she did. At first, she thought it was, you know, when I told her it was a beautiful cult, or culture, that's what we used to call it. And we were just doing uplifting of the earth, and she knew I was all about nature and hugging trees and stuff. Now she sees it's more than that, and she didn't like it.
I think you've got a pretty good case here. I mean, really, I do. But it all, for now, comes down to you. Because if you say I don't want to prosecute, I mean, we've got nothing. Yeah. This guy needs to be jammed up. He needs to go.
I think he needs to go to a mental hospital so he can get help.
Well, they got that in prison.
Yeah, I work that.
Okay. But here's the thing. And I understand you still got feelings for him, okay? And I get that. But he's not a good man.
I thought he was.
Well,
he
everybody.
might have used to be. You know, it's one of those things.
He
maybe
knew
the
what
power.
he was doing.
Yeah.
He's been knowing what he's doing. Okay? He's like probably, I mean, the biggest narcissist I think I can ever remember actually seeing.
Yeah.
And to thank your God, the guy is not a good man.
I don't. There's a video of him breaking something in front of Baby Jotuni, so if you want to use that as well, like for child endangerment.
Malia.
Yes.
Why did he pick her over you?
Because of the sex. He says the sex is better. Even though I have all the qualifications for be a better woman. Yes.
Why did he pick her over you?
Because of the sex. He says the sex is better. Even though I have all
Malia.
Yes.
Why did he pick her over you?
Because of the sex. He says the sex is better. Even though I have all the qualifications for be a better woman for him, he says the sex is better. So he likes sex.
Okay, so essentially, hierarchically, you know, he's there, she's here. Who comes next after her?
Me.
You?
Because I'm his second favorite.
His second favorite. And what does he call the other women? Like, so if she's the queen or she was the queen, what would he call you to him?
He once said, "I am his concubine."
No. No, he's sleeping.
If she's the queen or she was the queen, what would he call you to him?
He once said, "I am his concubine," and she's the queen. Like he literally said, "Queen, Malia is queen, and Materi is my wife or concubine." And then he'll call other women like servants or wives, but just servants.
And what does he call the men?
Servants.
They're all servants.
Servants.
Did you and the queen, whatever her name is, clash a lot, or is she jealous?
Yeah, she's really, really jealous of me because of everything I offered for the group and who I am as a person. I didn't want to clash with her. I don't necessarily start arguments with her, but because of her immaturity and, because of the jealousy, she often tried to, overpower me in some types of ways. It's just like ridiculous.
How do these guys take him serious with it? I mean, I understand the power of persuasion and all that, and females a little bit different because the attraction and the.
All right. That's running a little longer than I wanted it to. So we're going to go ahead and cut to old boy. Appreciate y'all being here once again. Y'all hit that like button, hit that subscribe, tap in, share with a friend, you dig?
Well, isn't this a nice surprise?
I will not accept this shit! No! I will not accept this shit! No! I want my woman back!
The universe.
And do you know Elijah Bishop?
Yes, sir.
How long have you known him?
For about 4 years.
4 years?
Yes,
so
sir.
Since you were 17 years old?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How did you meet him?
Well, it was a certain phase in my life where I was going through a lot and I was seeking answers. I was seeking answers to the universe. So I came across him on the internet. When I came across his information on the internet, it was a lot of information. It was also a lot of hate, a lot of negativity from online critics, popular online critics. One of them being Chantel Coleman, popular online critics. One of them being Chantel Coleman, who's actually here today, known as the T. She's one of Mr. Bishop's popular online critics. Who's actually getting
Right. Yeah, we're getting it's non-responsive. Just answer the question, please.
Well, yes.
Hold on. If he needs more information, he's going to ask you a question. So the question was when you met him or how you.
So this is the one that got kicked off the stand. And for anybody rolling out, make sure y'all come back and hit the rewatch gang with Rock Solid in the morning. Appreciate y'all for being here, family. We keeping it rolling.
It was.
Okay. You answered that.
Okay.
So I met him through me going through a lot in my life. Okay. And I was seeking answers to guidance through the internet.
Okay. And so you were trying to add that there was some negativity online. Is that correct? Who was a negative critic you saw online?
Well, there's actually a lot of them inside of this courtroom today. Well, the main one that has been emailing the detectives to.
All right, stop. All right.
The main one.
Hold on, stop.
Hold on.
Stop.
Okay, let me rephrase the question.
Can you guys approach for a sec?
Sure, Judge.
Look, he already starting off spicy. This the one that got kicked off the stand. I'm starting to see why now already. And we skip past the sidebar.
Did you physically meet him? When did you physically meet him?
March 29th, 2021.
March 29th, 2021. And
Yes, sir.
where'd you meet him at?
Puerto Rico.
Okay. And how did you get there?
I caught a flight.
Okay. Where were you coming from?
Chicago.
Okay. Were you a student in school or what were you doing there?
Well, during that exact time, it was, I think COVID was going on, so all the schools were shut down.
Okay. All right. And how did you fund the flight from Chicago to Puerto Rico?
Well, I had a job that was, the job closed down too, so they had to send me a check, a $2,000 check.
Okay.
And then I just used that check to pay for the flight.
Okay. And so when you got to Puerto Rico, what was the living arrangements there?
The living arrangements were actually very beautiful. The men, we were just together. We were just together, united. Mr. Bishop, he actually wanted his own space. He actually ended up leaving to Atlanta in his own space while we were actually alone, not isolated, but we were alone instead of holding down the hub by ourselves. We were actually alone.
But he just asked you about the living arrangement, so just answer the question, please.
Yeah, it was really beautiful. It was really beautiful.
Anybody, hold up, if there are any comments, you're gonna be kicked out of the courtroom.
And Judge, I'm going to try that, but I want him to have the opportunity to explain it.
He certainly can, but he has to answer the question. If it warrants explanation, that's fine, but we're not gonna go off on tangents that are not relevant.
Right. I think he's determined that it does warrant explanation. So you met, Mr. Bishop left and went back to Atlanta. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. We were at the house.
Okay. And how long were you in Puerto Rico for?
7 times.
How long were you in Puerto Rico for?
For about 6 months.
Okay. How many people were there with you?
About probably like 30. It was probably 7 men. 7 men.
Okay.
Yes.
Were there any women there?
The ones that had wives, the men that had wives, they were there too.
Okay.
Also, Mr. Bishop's wives were also there.
Okay. So there were women there as well.
Yes.
Okay.
But except for his main wives, they went to Atlanta with him.
Okay. Do you know who his main wives that went to Atlanta with him were?
The main wives will be Malia, and Afro, and Aya. That were with him.
Okay. The rest of the women stayed there?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And they stayed there because they were not a main wife or they were in a relationship with another guy?
Well, the thing about the whole tribe is we're spiritualists, we're spiritual teachers, we're spiritual gurus. So we teach spirituality. So people come and join on a spiritual journey. Nobody is being recruited, nobody is being persuaded to join.
Okay.
Like for instance,
On response.
Sustain the objection.
Okay. So let me re-ask the question. 3 women went to Atlanta with him. Does that sound right?
7 times.
3, his wives went to Atlanta with him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you were mentioning that you don't recruit and things like that. People were just showing up?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So after you were in Puerto Rico for 6 months, where did you go after that?
After Puerto Rico, we went to Atlanta.
Atlanta? Okay.
Yes, sir.
And so from the time that you got to Atlanta, did you remain in Atlanta or did you go somewhere else?
After Atlanta, we went to Philadelphia.
Okay. And when you say we, who was we?
The men, we went to Philadelphia to network. I did a few music shows.
Okay.
Really to network.
Okay. All right. And you did some music shows. What kind of music do you do?
It was a music video I did on YouTube for music. I did a video. It was an open mic, some type of open mic night.
Okay. And was Carbonation, were there music production happening within Carbonation as well?
Say one time.
Within the group, was there music production being happening as well?
Yes, sir. There was a lot of production.
Okay. All right. Were there albums that were created and produced?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were they placed on Spotify and other places?
On all streaming platforms.
Okay. All streaming platforms?
YouTube, Spotify, iTunes, really everywhere.
Okay. All right. So during the time that you were in March 20th, 2021, did you know Velvet Marquez?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you know Brianna Jacobs?
No, sir.
All right. And Kendra.
We're gonna go out. We probably just gonna try to snatch out our guy. We got warrants on him, but we could just snatch him.
Hey yo, peace family. Welcome back to The Source. I am the God Shango, and today we're covering a story about a man who called himself a Messiah, a spiritual master, the Alpha and Omega, the self-proclaimed three God. His real name is Elijah O. Bishop, and today he's just a prisoner serving life without the possibility of parole after being found guilty of rape, false imprisonment, and revenge porn. But he says the system got it wrong, fam. He claims the women who testified were lying, disgruntled members, and that he is an innocent prophet being prosecuted by a corrupt system. So is this a cult leader convicted of a brutal abuse, or an innocent man railroaded by his ex-followers and cult members? The truth is never a straight line. And The Source, FOTG, is here to find out what the evidence is gonna show. Appreciate y'all being here. Make sure you hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, tap in and share with a friend. Let's get it.
Well, isn't this a nice surprise?
Carter, did you know her?
Yes, sir.
You knew Kendra Carter?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember what name Kendra Carter went by?
Mama Sheba. Mama Sheba.
Mama Sheba?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you know Janae Newell?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know what name she went by?
Materi.
Materi?
Yes, sir.
Okay. During the time that you were there, how often would you see Kendra Carter?
Kendra Carter, well, she was actually Aaron Dixon's wife.
Okay.
She was in there, Aaron Dixon's wife, so it was quite often I was seeing her.
Okay. Aaron Dixon was another member of the group?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when she was around, was she staying around Aaron Dixon?
For the most part, yes, sir.
Okay. And Janae Newell, how often did you see her?
Well, when she had got to Puerto Rico, she had came to Puerto Rico and she wasn't there for long. She ended up wanting to leave again. Okay. So when she left, she ended up going back to Atlanta.
Okay.
So I didn't really see her. I seen her more when we was in Atlanta.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. In March of 2022, were you at the house in Atlanta?
Yes, sir.
March 24th to be exact?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What was the living arrangements in the house? How did people stay? How did they sleep?
Well, we ended up dividing ourselves into the living room, the dining room. Mr. Bishop had his headquarters. There was also 2 other rooms that were open and available.
Okay.
The middle room was it ended up being turned into like a studio / production room.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And a typical day, how much production was done on a typical day?
It was a lot of production. Like it was music being done. It was videos being edited. There was a lot of acting that was being done. It was a lot of production.
Okay. And the acting would entail, was it dramatic acting, comedy? What kind of acting?
It was really all type of acting. It was like it was really all for entertainment purposes. Okay. We decided that right now humanity is in a very special time right now, and we come with a very important message that needs to be delivered to humanity. So us realizing that humanity is being distracted through entertainment and drama, we chose to meet humanity where they are and give them drama and entertainment.
Okay.
So collectively, I was actually there when we came to the collective agreement to do this, to do certain performances and say certain things to deliver the message within that performance. Okay. Spiritual improv is what we say.
And was the purpose of that to get people to some shock and awe so they would pay attention to what you were saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So March 24th, 2022, was there anything, was there a party going on in the house or anybody over that day that you can recall?
I think we were having an interview, a side letter interview. I'm not sure, but the most that I can remember that day.
The interview with Sonetta. I was thinking about playing some of that. I don't know if I want to though. Anybody here know about Sonetta? If not, I won't play it. But that's where this all started, really. This interview from Sonetta. He even posted and said that was the reason that Nature Boy is in life for prison, is because of the interview they had is what popped it all off.
Cleaning up, we were cleaning up. I was cleaning up. I was helping clean up the kitchen. And then we ended up feeling the energy inside of the house as if it was a meeting going on. So as we dismissed the kitchen, that's when we attended the meeting, and then the conclusion was we already came to a conclusion that she was ready to depart from the group.
Okay, so when you say she was that,
yes, sir.
Okay. In the meeting, what happened after the meeting? How did you know she was getting ready to leave the group?
Well, it was discussed, and it was said that she was ready to leave and to make arrangements for her Uber to pull up. So after that was discussed, I was asked to get her belongings from the shed from in the back. So I went to the back and I got her belongings, I got her paintings, I got her suitcases, and I organized them. I helped organize them right there by the door so she could leave.
Okay. Where was she while you were doing all that? Where was Miss Newell while you were doing that?
I didn't really see her.
Okay.
I think she was right. She was in the living room. Yeah, she was in the living room. As a matter of fact, she was right there.
Okay. And where was Mr. Bishop? Did you see him?
I did not see him.
Okay. So when you came back in with her bags, did you give them to her or you put them by the door?
She was standing right there by the door, so I remember coming in, placing them right there by the door, and she had certain paintings that I actually liked. She had a Pharaoh painting, and I remember asking her about the Pharaoh painting, and she said she wants to keep it. Okay, so I remember placing them right there by the door.
Okay. You wanted to keep the Pharaoh painting for yourself?
Yes, I like it.
Okay.
Yeah.
But she didn't let you?
Yeah, she was like, she wanted it, so I'm okay.
Okay.
That's right.
All right. So after you did that, did you continue to stay there with her, or what did you do next?
After I helped organize her bags, I just went about my business and waited until she left. And once the Uber pulled up, she walked out the house. I thought that's when I went about my day, and she just no longer existed from my point of view. Like, okay, now she's going into the world, she's leaving.
Okay.
That's what it was.
Did you see her come back in the house?
I did not see her come back in the house, but I know she did. And when she came back in, it was
Hold on.
Or can you state how you knew she
How
did?
does he know?
because the Uber, when she had walked out to the Uber, she had ended up turning around. And then I was told that she came back.
No, you can't talk about what someone else told you.
Okay. You can't base your knowledge on what.
Hold on. You cannot talk about what someone else told you. You talk about what you saw and what you observed, but that's it.
Okay, so what I observed that the Uber was no longer there.
Okay.
And her bags were still outside.
Okay.
So I went outside and grabbed her bags because we're not gonna leave them out there. And she has a history of coming and leaving several times throughout the years.
Okay. All right. And so you brought her bags back inside?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't see her yourself?
No, sir.
Okay. You didn't see her go back upstairs or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. And so what did you do with her bags?
We just organized them right there. I left them right there. When we brought them back inside, we left them right there by the staircase.
Okay.
Because I didn't know she was going to leave again because she has a history of leaving and coming back, like I said before.
Yes, sir.
Miss DB in the building. What's good, Miss DB? I see you. Appreciate you joining, family.
Did you ever witness any acts of violence between Mr. Bishop and women in the group?
No, sir.
Have you ever seen him punch or hit or kick somebody?
No, sir.
How about surround them and body slam them or anything like that?
No, sir.
Had you ever seen him commit any physical acts of violence against
No, sir.
Had you ever seen her with any bruises or anything like that that Mr. Bishop would have placed on her?
No, sir.
What about women? Did you see or hear Mr. Bishop direct women to hit other women on his behalf?
Not that I've seen, sir.
Okay. All right. During the time that March 24th, 2022, were there was a mixture of men and women staying there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you were for sure there that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you hear any scuffling upstairs or any fighting or anything that sounded like violence upstairs in the house?
No, sir. It was actually it was peaceful. The music, we went back to cleaning. It was just a peaceful.
He said it was very peaceful.
Not everybody knows about their business, about their day. Okay. And this is why I feel as if Mr. Bishop.
All right, no. No, your feelings.
This is why
Judge said, "Hey, no, none of that. No bragging. No, none of that. No. I object myself."
This is why I know.
Stop.
See, you can't convert it to I know and I feel. The judge is not going to allow you to say that.
Okay.
Okay. March 24th, 2022, April 7th, 2022, were you interviewed by police?
No, I was not asked no questions, and I wasn't asked no questions.
Okay. Did police come and search the house?
They did.
Okay. Who else was there during the search of the house that you can recall? Was it a lot of people?
As far as the police?
No, not the police.
What?
Who was staying in the house when they came to search the house? Do you remember?
It was probably about, what was it, like 15 maybe?
Okay. And then
12, 15 was
12
around that range.
Okay. All right. Do you know who the police questioned there?
No.
Okay. But they did question you?
No, I was not questioned. And this is why I have reasons to
No,
believe.
Sir, stop.
These sisters have been abused. They're looking for help.
I'm gonna end this if he keeps this up.
You have to answer the question and not go beyond that. Okay. So there were 12 to 15 people there. Were the devices that were there, were they devices that were used for production, the phones and cameras and things like that?
Yes, sir. We actually had cameras set up around the house. We were working on a documentary for production purposes, so there was cameras set up.
Okay.
Still being clicking.
Okay. All right. Want to run back over something, then we'll sit down. You said you first came across him. You're 21 now. You were 17 when you first came across him, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were living in Chicago?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were, what year were you in high school? Had you dropped out of high school or were you in high school?
Currently during that time period, I was not in high school. I was in alternative school. And that's when I started tapping into the realization that, okay, nature.
Okay. And were your parents in Chicago?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you continue to communicate with your parents?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did your parents know where you were?
They actually did.
Okay. How frequently do you think you talked to your parents during that time frame?
When I was in Puerto Rico, or,
Yes, sir.
well, when I was in Puerto Rico, I was actually FaceTiming my parents. I was FaceTiming them to show them that everything's okay. I'm here. I'm protected.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And where was the group? Did most people have cell phones in Puerto Rico?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure everybody has cell phone.
Okay. Were they allowed to use them?
Of course.
Okay. And do you recall if any other parents came to Puerto Rico or any other family members while you were there?
Puerto Rico.
If you can recall.
No, not that I can recall. I was there.
Okay. And during the time that you were in Atlanta, did everybody have cell phones?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were people allowed to use them?
All right, just a second. Hold on. Matter of fact, let's jump into this real quick while that's popping up. I'm trying to get the screen right. But yeah, check out some of this. It's a little bit from the Sonetta. I ain't gonna play too much because I don't know if he be doing copyright strikes type stuff. But let's get into it.
What are you smoking, by the way, man?
A herb.
What kind of herb is that? What they call it?
Not the one you smoke. Something a little bit different. But I know a friend that knows a friend that knows a friend. Let's talk over air. He said no. Right? Let me bring the camera in. Close to my face. I want to tell him a story. Ready? Water me. we have more?
Velvet coming back home.
I know! I will curse your ass out until you reach my standards that I know you can be. I will not accept this shit. No! I want my woman back. I know who I am, and I know this ain't my shit. And I want my woman back, and I want my land back.
Hey, let's talk about the woman, the first lady, man, Velvet. Is there a possibility of Velvet coming back home with her little king in her arms, man? Let's talk about Velvet for a minute and the pain she went through. Why would she want to come back?
Close to
What the hell she went
to ever respect us because, why? There was no one else but us to protect her. So there was a different mindset. And a woman would never think in her mind to ever cross her chief because she knew that her chief protected and provided for her. And if she would betray her chief, take his child.
If a woman disrespect a chief, we eat her. We eat her.
He said we eat her. Yes, this is the same dude. This is the same dude. This is the three God. Elijah Bishop that's on the stand. I mean, just got locked up for life, but this is why he got locked up. The name of this video is called The Interview That Got Nature Boy Doing Life in Prison by Sonnetter Studios.
Not abuse her. Eat her. You come to our tribe and you betray the chief. Oh, if white supremacy wasn't here,
we would feast. Yeah, it's because we're cats. You see that? I'm a panther. That's what the fuck I am. I can't do that. We're all cats. Every one of us. All of you. You come from Egypt and you're all cats. All you black people. All you gay people. You know the feminine shit? All of that shit is just cat. It's cat. It's catty. It's cat, nigga, because you're a cat. Yes.
Hey, I gotta start the poll again now. I bet after watching this, it'd be 100% guilty. 100% guilty after this shit.
It's me. This is you.
But that's what they said. They said it's all a performance, though. They said it's just for the views, though.
Now you did say we're gonna get Nature Boy.
Finish what I'm saying.
You said we're gonna get Nature Boy tonight.
Listen.
Not three God.
Listen to me.
Go ahead.
This is not Nature Boy.
We're gonna try to get out of him.
And the child, and her child, they're not allowed here anymore. And the child, because the child might grow up like its mother and betray you. So there will be no more Velvet and her child. You're not allowed here anymore. This is not Nature Boy.
We're gonna try to get out of him Nature Boy, man, and hopefully he can get serious and answer some questions, family.
Serious. So I encourage everyone to be aware, be supportive, and don't keep your eyes closed to what's happening over there with those people.
No, what's up, my brother? Are we ready to get it in now? The way you treat the woman, dear brother.
Yeah.
What's up with the constant abuse of the sisters that's there? Every time they leave, and you know they end up leaving, running away, and then they call themselves exposing you.
They didn't hear none of that I said. You didn't hear. No. You didn't hear none of that.
I heard it, but I want you to get serious now. Let's get serious now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why the constant abuse, brother, with them beautiful women you got around you? That's all I'm asking you.
The woman I have with me?
Yes, sir. Do I have to show video footage to remind you, brother?
Yo, am I being investigated?
Sounds like an interrogation to me.
Yo, niggas,
Yeah, it is an interrogation.
All right, the
Sorry,
space.
yo, Mom, I'm sorry. I feel like I'm being investigated.
You are.
Yo, I gotta be being pumped right now. Niggas is asking these questions cops ask you, right? Hey, yo, son, y'all niggas is trying to set me up. Yo, y'all the feds? For really? Y'all wearing wires? Yo, my man, you wearing a wire?
You're calling for the psychologist.
Oh!
Play the video, son, Eder.
Yo, y'all making me feel
Please,
like
please, King.
I feel
Please,
like
King.
I'm being interrogated or something. Nah, but go ahead. Ask me another question, officer.
All right, come on, brother. You know ain't no officers
Nah, go
over
ahead.
here.
Ask me the questions, bro. Go ahead.
Yo, brother, you said that you was gonna be able to answer questions tonight. You said that, brother.
I did. Go ahead.
And I
Go
also
ahead,
said I'm gonna
man.
let
Go
you
ahead,
speak,
go
and
ahead.
I'm gonna
Go
let you,
ahead. Next question, man. Go ahead.
and I'm gonna let you get it out, brother. If you're not, feeling powerful enough to answer these little questions, you said you're gonna be able to answer them.
Bro, go ahead. Ask me the next question, man.
All right, I wanna not just ask you. I'll probably be better
I would've
off
never
showing you, brother. So let's go with it.
Put it up. Put the thing up like that. Are you gonna hold it? Okay, fine.
No, we don't hear.
Get him, Malia. Get him, Malia. Get her ass, Malia.
We don't hear the audio
Malia.
where he's calling her bitches and hoes.
Beat that bitch ass, Malia. Get her ass, Malia. Malia, you better whip her ass too. And you better whip her ass. And I told her not to hit you with that stick. And then that she broke the rules. She broke the rules. You broke the rules, and you should have never picked that stick up because we said no sticks. You bit her, you lost, and that's why she's queen. And
Son, Eder, why are you letting him do the audio? Why are you letting him dub the audio, King?
Malia defeated the queen in Mexico at the waters. Oh, you remember that? Oh.
So this is the fight they was talking about earlier during that interview. Remember, she was sitting on the couch and she was like, "Was that you?" And she was bragging about beating her up. This is the one. So the one that's beating the girl up is the one that's pressing charges against him for rape, my bad. But yeah, so that's a little bit of that. I'll play a little bit more of this clip, and then we're gonna get back to some other. And I'll play the news clip so you'll know a little bit more about what's going on. Again, so basically, he got convicted for life for murder. I mean, for rape. I'm saying murder. He got a life like it was murder, but it was for rape and kidnapping.
Oh yeah.
Why are you letting him?
Beverly. Stop! Right.
Yeah, play it back. Let them hear what he was saying. He doesn't want them to hear it.
You don't want them to hear. Look, but no one said that was in another country though, so that don't even qualify here. You can't even use this in court.
Shut up. Malia, what I say? Malia, what I say? Great. Malia, I said shut the fuck up. Nana, you ready? Control. All right, Malia, control yourself or you get smacked. Or you get rolled out. Don't fucking get rolled out. Hey yo, if you don't fucking act, if you don't act, you get rolled out. You gonna get rolled out. Hey yo, Aya, Afro, if the bitch don't break, roll that bitch out. Fool. Hey, yo, no. When I say break, I mean break, or they gonna fuck you up. I'm not playing. I'll make sure they don't kill them. Straight up. Hey, yo. Don't want them to hit no rocks. None. Y'all ready? Fight!
Why did you surround me with this lie? All right. Anyway, we ain't here to watch them fight, but you get the point pretty much. I ain't trying to watch all that. I don't condone that type of activity. You know what I'm saying? Let's see where we was at with this one. Let me see. Full screen. I don't know about all that. All right, here we go. Hold on.
Yes.
Okay. Bishop's alleged group testified. Eligio Bishop, also known as Nature Boy, is accused of leading the group called Carbon Nation. During testimony yesterday for the rape trial, 2 more members of Bishop's alleged group testified, describing how he cut off their contact with the outside world and controlled his members. In an interview with detectives from 2022 that was played in the courtroom, Bishop told detectives he was acting and is a controversial figure and claims any sex with him was consensual. The trial is expected to resume Thursday.
A self-professed cult leader, Eligio Bishop, also known as Nature Boy, is accused of rape and false imprisonment, along with other charges. Neighbors tell 11 Alive they're stunned by the allegations, but are even more surprised by what this group is posting online.
Its social accounts reaching tens of thousands of people on Instagram and YouTube. Joe Ripley, live outside the DeKalb County Police Department. And Joe, you got to speak to this group, the Carbon Nation?
Yeah, Carbon Nation, this is a group that says they abide by a different philosophy. Their leader, Eligio Bishop, appeared in court for the first time today since being arrested earlier this week at a DeKalb County home. And after a judge read out his warrants, his charges, he simply replied by saying, quote, outstanding. Neighbors there in that DeKalb County community are concerned tonight.
Mr. Bishop, good afternoon, sir.
Eligio Bishop saw a judge for the first time since his arrest earlier this week. His case now lies in the hands of Superior Court. DeKalb police arrested Bishop at this home in Decatur, charging him with rape, false imprisonment, and 3 counts of sexually explicit transmission.
He's extremely loving, extremely forgiving. Literally wouldn't hurt a fly.
This man, who goes by Captain Ace, says he's part of the group Carbon Nation. Ace calls Bishop the head of the international organization.
This is one of the most troubling experiences I've ever had. The man that most people refer to as Nature Boy, I refer to him as God. I believe that he is God.
Ace described Carbon Nation as a religious philosophy based on science, focused on living a life of principles and morals. He joined the group about 4 years ago, and now he and 13 others live at this home under the guidance of Bishop.
I met him online. That was my initial contact with him. I seen that he was teaching knowledge that was superior to any other scholar or any other leader that I had encountered at the time.
Neighbors like Patrick Henderson are concerned about Bishop's online presence. That's what police say tipped them off to the alleged crimes.
I mean, obviously something like that is concerning, especially when you have kids around. So it's just a matter of now doing the research, kind of digging in and finding.
And that was the one earlier. Hold on, let me see. Right there, that was the one testified against him, basically saying the opposite of everything he just said right there. It was the opposite, but I don't know, maybe he was under mind programming, so maybe he snapped out of it. And don't forget, most of them all went and started their own cults after this also. Yeah, all right, I ain't gonna get into that. But anyway, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. One time for the one time. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe, tap in, share with a friend, you dig?
And just remember to be responsible with what they're asking you. Okay?
All right, across.
All right, Mr. Diaz, just a few questions for you. You just said that your family knew where you were.
So what's that?
You just testified that when you were with Mr. Bishop, your family knew where you were.
Yes, ma'am.
That's not true, is it?
It is true.
Okay, there was an occasion when the police came to the house because you had not contacted your mom in several months and she was concerned about you, right?
The police had popped up, but they popped up because it's a lot of online hate. It's a lot of online critics online that make us look bad. So her being a mother, caring, of course, when she sees these online critics making us look bad, she's gonna be worried of her son. So she reported that to the police. It's a lot of videos that's making us look bad, so she's worried But I told her where we were. I
Okay.
told her where I was.
Here's my question. She was concerned because you had not contacted her in 4 months. Yes?
That's not true though,
Okay.
because I was in contact with her. I would
Alright.
actually call her and FaceTime her.
Okay, and you just testified on direct that you had never seen Mr. Bishop be violent with anyone in the group.
That's fact.
And that's not true, is it?
That is true.
There's a video where Mr. Bishop is there with you and Loyal, right?
Right.
And he slaps Loyal in the face. And you were present on that video, weren't you?
I was present on that video, but I have already stated on the record that a lot of things that we had did were for production purposes. It was called spiritual improv. Like I said, we have come with a very important message to proclaim the kingdom.
Okay, all right, you're getting far off the response now.
So
Hold on.
I would ask that he be allowed to answer the question. She asked the question, he should be able to.
And he has a right to explain his answer, but he doesn't have a right to go on and on and on about things that are not relevant.
But I would argue, Judge, it is relevant, he's explaining why the slap that she's alleging that was violent, he should be able to explain why it happened.
All right, overrule the objection.
Okay, Mr. Diaz, here's my question.
Mhm.
All right, on direct, you said you have never seen Mr. Bishop be violent with anyone in the group, right?
Right.
That is a lie. That is just not true, is it?
That is true.
Okay, you've seen him be violent with people in the group, right?
For production, it wasn't violence, it was out of a joke.
But it
I was there collectively when we came to the agreement. We came to a collective agreement. We were actually in the living room watching the TV, so-called Living Colors, with Jim Carrey and Jamie Foxx. We were in the living room collectively. I was there that night. And we came to the.
And if you're looking for more from this, they got a little bit more, and I got more too. So let me know if y'all want to see more. But this I got from TV Killer, so y'all go check that out if y'all want to see more.
Collective agreement, and we need to
Let them know FOG sent you.
do certain things and say certain things, performances, to slip in the message to humanity. Give humanity entertainment, give humanity drama, and meet them where they are, so we can slip the message, the divine message that we have for them inside that performance. So any physical activity that is being presented online, we have already stated, and it's actually a live video on the internet where the telephone will be passed around. Like for me, instance, the phone will come to me and I'll be like, "Hi."
Judge, I'm not responsive.
Judge, she's asked a question, he should have a right to explain.
And he does, but he doesn't have a right to go on and on and on indefinitely and about information that isn't responsive to the question.
Well, he's given an example, she's
Okay,
accused
well-
of lying and of being involved in violence, and he's given an example
All right,
of how it wasn't.
overrule the objection. He's had ample opportunity to.
I didn't make an objection, Judge. I'm asking.
I'm overruling you, whatever it is you're saying. Sorry. I know. They object. Had ample opportunity to.
I didn't make an objection, Judge. I'm asking.
I'm overruling you, whatever it is you're saying. Sorry. I know. They objected, you responded, so I am sustaining, I'm overruling.
I don't believe there was an objection.
Y'all have gotten me so confused now.
Well, I just asked that you find the answer is
Non-responsive, thank you.
All right, Mr. Diaz, I'm gonna ask a really, really specific question. It's a yes or no question, all right?
He does have a right to explain his answer, but you need to answer the question first.
There is a video on YouTube with you, Mr. Bishop, and Loyal. Yes?
Yes.
In that video, you are all three facing the camera. Yes?
Yes.
In that video, Mr. Bishop slaps Loyal in the face. Yes?
I don't joke.
Okay. All right.
It's called spiritual improv.
Wonderful. All right. So you joined when you were 17 years old, pretty young.
Right.
And you said that you were going through some things.
Yes.
And so you looked at Mr. Bishop as God.
Yes.
You still think he's God.
Yes, but I also know that I am God too, and you are God too, and everybody in this courtroom is God. God is energy, molecules. When we observe reality, if I was to take a microscope and zoom into the essence of who you truly are, it's just a whole bunch of energy vibrating. So I understand that Mr. Bishop is God, and I am God, and you are God, and everything is God, and we are all God.
Okay. And with
I am God, and you are God, vibrating. So I understand that Mr. Bishop is God, and I am God, and you are God, and everything is God, and we are all God.
Okay. And
you are God, and everything is God, and we are all God.
Okay. And With Mr. Bishop, you look to him for your spiritual guidance,
Yes.
and y'all talk pretty regularly.
Since when?
Since this case has been going on, you guys still talk, right?
It's kind of not as much as we used to because it's been a lot of not as much.
But you have talked to him since this trial started, right?
Since the trial started, not really.
Not yes or no. Have you talked to him since the trial started last week?
Since the trial started last week, yes.
Okay. And he kind of gives you an update about what's going on in court, right?
Not really. It's just more of so it's like Mr. Bishop. I look to Mr. Bishop as a mentor, as a tutor, as my tutor, as a teacher. So since we're going through it's trials and tribulations that we are going through right now, so as like a disciplinarian, a father figure, that's how I look like a father figure. He keeps his students, make sure that he motivates his students, he inspires his students, he inspires me, he motivates me to keep going, to stay strong.
And when he motivates you to come in here and tell him what he said, right?
No, he just motivates me to speak the truth.
Okay. Now, let's talk about when you joined the group. There were some rules, right?
Yes.
Now, you said you had a $2,000 check you got from your job, and that helped fund your fare to Puerto Rico?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the rest of that money you gave to Mr. Bishop when you got here?
Yes, ma'am. It was just a pot. I just gave it to the pot. It was a donation from my heart.
Okay. Did you have any belongings that you had to sell before you got here or to the group?
Did I what?
Did you have any belongings that you had to sell before you got to the group?
No.
And any credit cards or anything like that?
No, I have no credit cards.
And as far as sleeping, if Mr. Bishop was up talking and teaching or having your meetings, y'all couldn't go to sleep until he said y'all could, right?
I mean, it's not that we couldn't go to sleep till he said that we could. It's just if we're in a classroom and the teacher is teaching, it's like, why would you want to miss out on a lesson that the teacher is teaching? Why would you be here? Why are you here? You're gonna miss out on a lesson. If we're in school and you're in class,
No, he's sleeping.
the teacher is teaching and you fall asleep during class, isn't the teacher gonna tell you wrong? Pay attention to the message.
Okay. And as far as eating, y'all couldn't eat until he ate?
That's not really true because I've witnessed multiple times Mr. Bishop not eat. I've witnessed multiple times Mr. Bishop fast for 7 days while the rest of the members inside of the tribe eat as much as they want to eat. So that really isn't true.
Okay. When y'all were out in Puerto Rico or wherever you guys were, y'all couldn't use the bathroom inside, could you?
That's not true because we actually had an inside bathroom that was connected to a septic tank.
Okay.
So it's not that.
Go ahead.
So it's not that we couldn't use the bathroom inside. It's just we understand what the earth is and we care for the earth. And we understand that when you flush that toilet, it goes through a plumbing system to harm the waters of the earth, which is causing the earth to be harmed and destroyed. And that's when natural disasters occur. So us being natural we like to live in tune with the earth and protect the earth.
And a part of being in tune
harmed and destroyed, and that's when natural disasters occur. So us being naturalists and spiritual gurus, we like to live in tune with the earth and protect the earth.
And a part of being in tune with the earth was pooping in a hole outside, right?
It's I know it sounds crazy. It sounds crazy, but
that would be the right front, the right left. Excuse me, the right left side, front.
Okay, all right. I know it sounds crazy. It sounds crazy, but poop is not what you think it is. It's not what you think it is. It's actually soil. When you eat a lot of toxins, you fill your body with these toxins and these parasites, and then that's when the poop turns into something parasitic. But it's actually soil and dirt that's supposed to be given back to the earth.
Okay.
But when we were inside the bathroom, it was connected to a septic tank. So if you flush the toilet, it's gonna get pushed through a septic tank and gets to the earth. So we were never not allowed to use the restroom inside.
Okay. And so when you released your soil into a hole in the ground,
they on fire. They on fire. They cooking.
You were allotted 6 squares of toilet paper, right? 6 squares of toilet paper. That's what y'all got to use when you had to use the bathroom, right?
No.
No.
I don't know
Okay.
where you got that from.
All right. So Mr. Bishop, he defined the roles between the men and the women, right?
Define the rules as far as what?
Women being less than men.
Women being less. I mean, it's not that women. Mr. Bishop never stated that. Mr. Bishop actually stated that women were actually equal in value. We are not equal in function. And you can clearly see that when you look at how our bodies are structured. We are all equal. We are all one. We just have different purposes. We have different genomes. we have different activated genes that make us who we are, that make us different from each other.
All right. And he told you all that if you left
I don't know. What y'all think? Is he spitting facts or is he talking out the side of his ass? I don't know. They both cooking. What y'all think? Let me know.
the cult, that outside would be hell.
He never, no, not really. It's not a cult. It's not a cult. It's a tribe. For instance, me, I joined the tribe on my own free will, on my own accord. I'm the one that texted Mr. Bishop saying that I like what he's doing. It makes a lot of sense. I can feel it. I see the movement, and I wanted to join and be a part of the movement. You understand? So me doing that, what was the primary question?
Yeah. The question was, he told you that when people left the group, that outside was hell.
Oh, no. Actually, this whole realm, hell is a mentality, it's a state of mind. So when you are at discontent with who you are, when you are miserable within yourself, when you are depressed with yourself, this is when you are in hell. It's all a state of mind, it's all mental. It's the first hermetic law of principle, the law of mentalism. So hell is like a moment in that state of mind. You could, just because you're with us, don't mean that you can actually be in a heavenly state. You could be anywhere you want to be and be in a state of hell because you're depressed within yourself, because you are going through a lot of situations that you don't have proper answers to. So it's not that when you believe you're going to hell, it's just that with us, we hold a very healthy perspective. So you trying to turn your back and denounce us and join the online critics, that's you believing into your lower self, because now you're going against what we stand on, which is truth, morals, and principles.
Okay, just a couple more questions.
Mhm.
I want to talk about social media. Mr. Bishop, back in March 2022, had a Twitter page. Yes?
Yes.
And nothing got posted to that Twitter page without his permission.
I'm not really sure about how he ran social media. I wasn't really running the social media. I was more so doing like the editing videos, working on studio. So I'm not really sure how he ran the social media.
And you talked about Mr. Bishop being your God, your Lord, your Savior, all that, right?
The Messiah, yes.
The Messiah?
Yes, he's the Messiah.
The Messiah?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you can't say no to the Messiah, can you?
It's not that you can't say no. Mr. Bishop never said, Mr. Bishop puts everybody to be real and be themselves. That's actually one of the MODs, which is morals of desires, morals and principles that he teaches, transparency, which is you being your authentic self, being you. So whenever somebody was holding back, he'll feel it. Whenever, like, he will push people to speak their truth and be real. So he never said, don't say no. He never said that.
And if someone said no, there would be consequences, right?
Not really. If someone said no, it is to be like, okay, elaborate on why you're saying no. Put your ideas out there.
All right. Redirect.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. May he be excused?
Yes, sir. Do you remain formal?
He may.
Also, Mr. Bishop is here. Let's be prosecuted.
Hey, sorry.
No.
What did she just said?
No.
Malicious
You know
prosecution.
what? He just lost his right to stay in the courtroom. Deputies, he can be escorted out.
Malicious prosecution.
Deputies, he may. Redirect.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. May he be excused?
Yes, sir. Do you remain formal?
He may.
Also, Mr. Bishop is here. Let's be prosecuted.
Hey, sorry.
Remain formal.
He may.
Also, Mr. Bishop is here. Let's be prosecuted.
Hey, sorry.
No.
What did she just said?
Okay, I had to rewind it. I couldn't understand. He said, and also Mr. Bishop is being maliciously prosecuted. So I thought he got kicked off the stand while he was testifying. He was technically done with his testimony before he got kicked off the stand, but he said, I'm going to get this out real quick. Hell no. Watch the grab. He said, nigga, she said, get your ass off the stand.
Malicious
You know
prosecution.
what? He just lost his right to stay in the courtroom. Deputies, he can be escorted out. Lost his right.
Yes, sir. Do you
All right. Redirect.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. May he be excused?
Yes, sir. Do you remain formal?
He may.
Also, Mr. Bishop is here. Let's be prosecuted.
Hey, sorry.
No.
What did she just said?
No.
Malicious
You know
prosecution.
what? He just lost his right to stay in the courtroom. Deputies, he can be escorted out.
Malicious prosecution.
All right. He is no longer welcome in the courtroom. Call your next, who's your next witness, Mr. Booker?
Judge, I'm not sure if the court wants you to continue work.
The editing videos, working on studio.
Pay attention to what you were saying.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So, Mark.
Get over here. Get your ass off this stand, boy. Your time is up. That's all the talking you doing for the day. Heck no. All right, hold on. Where we at? I think we still got a little bit more. Oh, all right. Hold up. I already did that, huh? All right. What's this? All right. The raid. Did we watch the raid? Let's watch the raid. Let me see.
There. Malicious prosecution, I gave it to you. Why you didn't post it, homie? That's the question I got for you.
Oh, hold on. Did we?
Post a malicious.
I don't think we listened to him yet. That's Elijah. That's him talking. Let's listen to his jail call, his prison call.
Mama said it's time.
I don't necessarily get me start arguments with her, but she, because of her immaturity and
and the
chemistry.
Well, and then how he treats you guys in terms of the sexuality and stuff like that. But the guys, you ever overhear them ever talk like, "Hey, man, this guy's a fucking clown."
No, they never talk bad about him. I feel like some of them actually have feelings for him, so it's just like.
Yeah. He sounds like he could probably go both ways.
Right.
And then emasculating the other men.
Yeah.
Well, he needs to continue that in prison. I'm sorry, that guy's just not a good person, not a good human being. He don't need to be out here.
And I definitely want the best for him, but I just
he needs outside help.
Yeah. Right.
But I tell this to a lot of people.
Damn, she said I definitely want the best for him. This the end of the one we was watching before. So this the end of that, and then we gonna move to the next one. But I didn't catch that part. She said I definitely want the best for him, but he need to be locked up for life.
You need to come first, okay? And anybody else in there that can be helped needs to come first before him, okay? I mean, you're wanting something good for a guy that's been bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right.
You need to make sure you're good.
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's gonna wrap it up for right now.
Well, we breathing. We still living. We still here, nigga. The spirit is still alive, nigga. You heard? Nigga. Yeah. Why y'all out there being white? Being copper. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. And then that happened. Yeah. Out of here. Fuck out of here. We niggas, homie. We niggas. Don't ever forget about it. You are not a friend to that white man. You are just a distraction. Helping him distract and try to stay alive as much as he can, but he dying. Oh, look at him. He's weaker. And these chains in here getting weaker. These doors in here getting weaker. Yeah. Huh? Planet of the Apes. We are apes. Remember that. Ape shit. Grapes. Talking about rape. Great ape, nigga. GRAPE. Great ape, nigga. Not a rape, nigga, but a great nigga. I'm a great nigga. A great ape, nigga. I ain't gotta rape no bitch. I'm a great nigga. For what? Rape who? How? Why? For what? You see this dick in my legs? For what? Why would I rape a girl when girls is over here throwing a pussy at me crazy? That doesn't make sense, bro. The charge didn't even make sense. And then the sentence didn't even make sense. And then look, God came to COVID. Dated this COVID. She still moving forward. It's all cheating. It's all railroad. Life must live for a rape. Come on, man. And niggas, even the CEO was like, yeah, we can rape the judge. Like, they see me life must live. They be brought in witnesses that were lying. You know what I'm saying? Just lying. It's okay. You see what I said, right? I said, well, Christ was forgive you. I forgive you because it's bigger than me. This is bigness for my people. You feel me? I'm angry with my people. I rap. Let me tell you something. I don't want to be like y'all. I don't want to be around y'all. I don't want to be a part of y'all. Because y'all dead. Y'all don't live life. Y'all don't really live life. Y'all empty inside. Y'all don't really have any life in y'all. You get stuff, but it's dead. You're dead. You just work for money. You get money. All the shit you do is empty. Everything you're doing is empty. It's without life to it. You're dead. Everything y'all doing out there is dead. Until all we are free, all of our people are free, man, you got musicians in here. You got so much greatness behind this world. Y'all is missing out on all.
Yeah, we're going to pause it right there. He said, y'all missing out on what's behind the walls. Y'all missing out on what's behind the walls. Remember, the government said there won't be a black Messiah. Okay. Remember, the government said there won't be a black Messiah. Yeah, well, they made sure that for this one, at least this won't be the one. But it ain't over yet. Actually, we still got the closing arguments of the defense. We still got the closing arguments of the defense. After that, we're going to get up out of here. Make sure y'all hit that like button, hit that subscribe, tap in, share with a friend. Appreciate you being here. We ain't done yet. We still rolling. You dig? You know what I'm talking about? We still rolling.
Well, isn't this a nice surprise?
I will not accept this shit. No, I want my woman back.
Job in this case is to determine whether the state wins or whether Mr. Bishop wins. And it's an important, bless you, it's an important decision for you to make. That's why when you come in the courtroom, we stand up. Because despite the fact that Judge Hodrick is Superior Court judge, and these are two very fine, smart lawyers here, we stand up because you are the most powerful people in this courthouse. Your decision impacts people that are in this county and in this city. And so we're going to ask, as you go back to deliberate and you consider this case, that you use your power and wield your power appropriately. Now, last week, we were here, you guys were out there, you were in a big group of folks, and you heard the judge read an indictment. And in that indictment, the very first charge was the charge of rape. And so I do this for a living. I'm a defense attorney, okay? I sit over there with people and I look up at the people that are there to the side. And the question that happens in my mind is, what exactly are they thinking when they hear the word rape or murder or something significant like that? Because many times we've already made decisions about people. We've already made a decision. You're charged with it, good enough for me. And so there it goes. The case is gone. You're already starting from behind. And that's why when we asked if you felt like you could be fair and impartial, you felt like you would be able to look at the evidence and not make it a decision just based on the fact that there was a camera in here and that he was charged with this charge. And so the state questioned you, I question you, and we believe that you guys were the best group out of the people that were here. You were the best, that you would be fair and impartial, that you would listen to all the evidence, that you wouldn't make a decision before all the evidence was closed. And so that's why you're here on the jury, because we didn't believe you were going to go on a witch hunt, that you were going to make a decision just because Mr. Bishop was charged with the charge of rape. And I put rape up there because obviously it's the most significant of the charges that we have here. Now, in a case, there's a couple types of evidence. There's direct and circumstantial evidence. The judge was going to give you some instructions on the law, but direct and circumstantial evidence, there's two types. There's direct evidence, means that you have proof of something tangible right in front of you. And then there's circumstantial evidence. She will explain the difference in both of the two. Now, there's no legal difference in which of them you can have a conviction on direct evidence or on circumstantial evidence, but I would argue that this is a circumstantial evidence case. Now, the judge is also going to tell you, though, that for a circumstantial evidence case, the state must exclude every other reasonable theory other than the guilt of the defendant. That means that the state has a burden not only to prove the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, but they must exclude every other reasonable theory of innocence. And I'm questioning for you is, has the state in this case proven or that every other reasonable theory of innocence is not true? They have not. They have not. Now, credibility of witnesses, I'm going to skip through because the state gets up. They're the government. They can get up and start. I jump in the middle, and then they get to come back and tell you how I'm wrong. And so I only have so much time, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on every single piece of it, because the credibility of witnesses section, you're going to get from the judge. Okay? But you can consider credibility of witnesses. And what I like to use for credibility of witnesses is, I have two children, Hannah and Justice. They're my children. 16 and 10, they're most important. If you show up at my house and you say, well, you're going to be the caregiver of my children, okay? And you tell me one day that I did this is my background experience. And then the next day you say, you come in and you tell me something different, you're not keeping my kids because I can't trust what you say. Trusting what you say means you tell me something on Monday, when you come back on Tuesday, it's the same thing. And so I'm asking, when you look at the credibility that you have been given from that witnessing, it's not what I said, it's not what the state said, it's not what the judge said. The credibility comes from the witnesses. Have you been satisfied that Ms. Newell, as she got up there, that you're satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that you can trust what she's saying? That's what you have to determine. Now, presumed innocent. Defendant is presumed to be innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. So simple, not a complicated thing. I'll use the same example I had when I was in law school. Professor comes in on the first day of school of the class, criminal law 101. I am scared to death. There's 150 other students in here. 149 of them are way smarter than I am, and they should be there, and I should. That's exactly what I'm sitting there thinking. And the professor goes up front, I'm praying to God, please don't let him ask me anything. But he gets up there and he says, ladies and gentlemen, this is a presumption of innocence. He's wearing a jacket. And he simply just makes this really weird argument, but it's actually true. Person comes in, they're presumed innocent. This is the cloak of innocence. Until the state has removed this entire jacket all the way off the person, they remain innocent until the state has proven them guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Mr. Bishop is still wearing the jacket. The state has not removed the jacket. When you look at this case and you go in the back, Mr. Bishop is still wearing his jacket because the state has not met their burden. They are the government. They're the ones who had access to these phones. They're the one who had access to all hundreds of thousands of videos. When you look at the evidence in this case, when you consider the evidence in this case, this is what we have as far as evidence. We have a case that's a rape case where these people were online every single day for years. Don't you think that if people were online every single day for years, they're on social media, they're on YouTube, they're on Facebook, and there's not one picture, not one single picture of a woman with a physical injury, not one video of somebody being slapped, but they're telling it because they want you to believe it. They've given it to you. You are the deciders in this case. If they got it, why don't they show it to you? Because they don't have it. It doesn't exist. They want you, he gets up here and tells you, oh, it's not because he's in a cult. They're so interested because it's not because he's in a cult. He's in a cult. The entire case has been about anything other than March 24th, 2022. We've had 3 other girls come in here and tell us that he supposedly raped them because they don't want you to look at the case. They want you to look at other things. Look at other things because if you look at those other things and you don't like them, you're going to convict them. That's the whole objective. Now, he's presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the state's burden. No person shall be convicted of any crime unless and until every element of the crime is proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and the burden rests upon the state to prove every material allegation. And I'll go through the same way they did because I have to cover the argument and the law, but I'll go through the elements. But long story short, they have to prove the elements of rape. That's what they have to prove. They have to prove the elements of false imprisonment. They have to prove the elements of revenge porn. And we'll go through that. Now, before I was an attorney, this is my 14th year as an attorney. I was a school teacher for 7 years. I have a bachelor's and master's in education from the University of Florida. And so when I was a teacher, I loved it. It was great. But there would be afternoons at 2 o'clock when you got a bunch of 4th graders standing in front of you in Gwinnett County. You didn't know why you did it, but you loved it. They were very special children, nothing more unique and more powerful than kids in my mind. But one of the things I would ask the kids at the first beginning of school is, what's the most important ingredient in chocolate cake? I bet you don't know what the most important ingredient in chocolate cake is. It's chocolate. Can't have chocolate cake without chocolate. Unfortunately, kids will spend a lot of time bubbling around and say, you know, cake mix, whatever. In this case, there is no important ingredient. The state must prove every single element of rape to you beyond a reasonable doubt. And again, the burden of proof is on the state. It never switches to us. It's not on Mr. Bishop. Okay? It's not on Mr. Booker. It's on the state. They brought this case. They charged it. Please don't lighten their burden. They must prove that he's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And the judge will tell you that after considering if your mind is wavering, unsettled, then that is a doubt of the law. Use your common sense in this case and acquit Mr. Bishop. Now, prior statements, the judge is also going to read you instruction about prior statements. So if a person is given a prior statement and they give a different statement later, you can consider that for purposes of credibility of a witness. Now, jumping to the point. She says she's at the house on March 24th or March 25th, 2022. That's what she told you. That's uncontroverted. She says that she meets with the DeKalb officer, Hugh, I believe. I keep forgetting how to pronounce his name. And she also does an interview with the T. You've heard a lot about the T. I'm sure the T is going to be super popular after this. They actually hit the courtroom today. She meets with the detectives, and she's interviewed in Fayetteville. They go out there. She gets pregnant months later about this guy, Courtney Townsend. And then she's interviewed by the DA's office here in this year, in February. And then she gives you testimony in court. And so I want to run through those real quick. So the first one is the first prior recorded statement with this officer. She called police and she told police that this was revenge porn. This again goes back to credibility. It goes back to credibility. The first thing she told them was, hey, there was revenge porn that happened to me. This was on March 30th, 2022. She never said anything about it, okay? Never said that. And in that interview that was recorded on body camera by the investigator, by the police officer, the state does not play that one single time. What is in that interview that you don't need to see? Why is that not played? Again, it's not Mr. Booker's burden to play any of the investigators for you. Why haven't they played it? When they get up here to close, when Ms. Thomas gets up, ask her why. Why hasn't the state played that evidence for you? The 20 minutes, because he was up here, the witness was up here, they could have put it in for him. Why didn't they play it? Again, it's sometimes evidence and sometimes it's lack of evidence. But the first statement that she gave was that she'd been a victim of revenge porn. She described Mr. Bishop as her boyfriend, and she was interviewed on body camera. Doesn't describe rape, doesn't describe fighting, doesn't describe false imprisonment, none of those things. She described. Second time is the T interview. She goes on YouTube. There's a 6-hour-long interview on YouTube. 6 hours long. I can't talk to anybody for 6 hours. I love my wife. We go to Florida to visit my mom sometimes. She lives in Jacksonville. It takes us 5.5 hours to get there. We don't drive there. It probably takes way too long. But we get there. My wife may say something to me between here and Valdosta, or Macon rather. She may say something else a little further on. We've been married for 24 years. Nobody talks for 6 hours about anything. But they talk for 6 hours about Mr. Bishop. None of that's played though, and when I'm trying to introduce it in evidence, obviously they don't want you guys to hear it. But she indicated in court that she was being truthful in this interview, is what she said. Now, what she also told you was, well, I was still under the influence. In 2022, I was trying to protect him, is what I was doing. You can't be one or the other, okay? Or you have to take one or the other. But think about this. If she was trying to protect him in 2022, and then she was still under the influence of the cult, why is it in 2024, when the DA's office interviews her and she's preparing for this trial, why in the world does she say to them that he said to me, can you do it one last time? And what her response was, okay. That's what she told them. Ask them why they haven't told you that. Because would she still be under the influence in 2024? I wouldn't think so. Because she wasn't under the influence then, she was being truthful. She describes in detail what she doesn't describe a rape. She doesn't describe being fearful of being falsely imprisoned or any of those things. Again, this is still the interview. These are some of the statements she made. Baba G, how you pronounce that, which was Elijah, would have never treated me this way. You bitches are jealous. Excuse my language, mom. But that's what she said. Uncontroverted. She looked Elijah in the eyes, and me being dumb, I got manipulated back in. I couldn't resist him in that moment. Not that he beat me or I was scared that some woman was going to do something to me. That wasn't said. Never was said. I was really vulnerable. And he knew exactly what to say to make me stay. And we made love in that moment. Those are her words. It's uncontroverted. That's what she said. But maybe she was under the influence. That's what the state wants you to believe, that she was under the influence of Mr. Bishop. He was so powerful. I wanted dick in that moment. That is so crass to say, but I'm sorry. I wanted dick in that moment, but I was stupid. And what I really needed was love. Uncontroverted. That's what she said. If she didn't say it, the state would have put it in and said, hey, do you remember Mr. Booker asked you this? Did you really say it? No, I didn't say it. They haven't shown you that. And is that how somebody describes when they've been raped? No, it's not. More on the TV interview. I didn't want to resist him. Letting him manipulate me, I'm a sucker for fucking love. I felt like he was faking it to just keep me. Why in the world would he be faking it? You're faking being with somebody, yet you're raping that person? That doesn't make any sense. Then she gives an interview with the detectives. They played Mr. Bishop's interview for you, but why didn't they play Mr. Why didn't they play that for you? What did she say to the detectives? The same detectives that was up here. She interviewed with them too. That's because she describes making love throughout the interview. She never uses the word rape. It's not until 20-something minutes into the interview that he asked her, or maybe, would you really want to do it? It's not a discussion about rape. The detective introduces that idea to her mind. But the detective who was even there wasn't even called as a witness. They had two detectives there, a male and a female. But they put the female. And you can tell how prepared she was. She didn't even know what she'd done as far as an investigation. Did you see when you ask her a simple question? Well, did you get this text message from such and such? Wouldn't you expect that people who are police officers, when they are making life-altering decisions for people in this case, in this state that we live in this county, They are responsible for it. They're making life-altering decisions, life-altering investigations that they can't even remember when you pick up the text message here, these emails here that she had, that she's emailing with the T, that she wouldn't know that the messages came from the T. Oh, I got it from Kelly Johnson's phone. Oh, no, I got it from the Terry's phone. No, you didn't. And you're up here under oath. Wouldn't you be more prepared to know what you did and what you didn't? I mean, it's a life-altering decision for Mr. Bishop. And despite whether you like Mr. Bishop or not, okay, because obviously there's apparently people that don't. And I really don't care if you like him. I don't have to like him. None of us have to like him. It doesn't matter. This is about the law and whether or not the state has proven him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. It's a character assassination ultimately, but that's not what you're here to decide. Trial preparation, meeting with the DA's office this year. Now, this one, surely she's going to use the word rape. She has to. I mean, of course, she's not going to come in here and not use the word rape. She's not going to say that, avoid it here, because then she's going to be in front of the whole world. She's in front of you guys. She's caused all of it to happen. She's not going to say something different here. But in trial preparation, one last time and okay. Really? One last time? Okay. I don't think so. That's not rape. And nothing with them about force. Hey, I said okay because I knew he was going to beat the crap out of me if I didn't have sex. I had seen him beat up a bunch of women because they didn't have sex with him. That's not what she said. That's not the evidence in the case. That's what the state wants you to think, but they produce zero evidence of it. Please be from Missouri. Be from the show me state. Make them show you evidence. Don't just go back there and be okie doke because they told you or because you don't like Mr. Bishop.
Please be from Missouri. Was that his if the glove don't fit, you must have quit statement? That was his quote. Please be from Missouri. That's what you chose. Oh, you wild for that one. You wild for that one, family. Please be from Missouri.
Bishop, or because the camera's here, make them show you evidence. So what actually happened? There was a disagreement in the group between the girls. You heard that. She described that she went upstairs at least twice. You don't really even get to compare her statements because you don't have her statements and evidence. You don't really know what she previously said other than what I got to ask her because we couldn't play it for you. And they didn't want to play it for you. But consider all that. This is what she ultimately said. She went upstairs at least twice. When she went upstairs the first time, and Leah, who's the queen, told her to go downstairs. Because that's really what this case is really about anyway. And she admitted, hey, I want to be the queen. I want to be the queen. Too many women. My mom used to tell me that my middle name is Lamar. Lamar, you have one girlfriend. My dad would say the same thing. One girlfriend. It is hard enough to keep one woman, and I mean this in the nicest way, satisfied. I've been married to my wife. My wife's from Jamaica. Been married to her for 24 years. She is a wonderful woman. But I can tell you, I couldn't have even another half. I have two other people in the house that are women too. A 6-year-old, a 10-year-old, and a 6-year-old. It's hard enough for me when there's enough estrogen in the house with me that sometimes I need to go sit on the back. Because it's just all too much. It's too much drama. I go here, oh, here comes somebody. I go there. It's so much drama. This dude has all these women around that he's having sex with. There's going to be some problems. But she admitted on the stand that she wanted to be the queen because she can show them how it's done. She can do it better than Malia. There was a pageant. The lady told her this day. There was some sort of pageant. And that Ms. Newell said, Elisha said that she could be queen. So this further upset her. And she ultimately goes outside. She wants to be the queen. They say, hey, Baba G, God, whatever the world they call them, hey, he wants you to come back inside. And she does. Isn't that what you do, that you go outside when you're trying to get away from somebody? You know, in the movies, when you go this weekend, you can talk about the case, and this case is finally over. Okay, and you're watching a scary movie. Okay, some scary movie you watch on Amazon or whatever. And the girl goes to the door. She's running through the woods. The bad dude, you know, is running behind her. Do you think she's gonna stop? Because she's seen this before. He's coming with a chainsaw. He's got a mask on, or whatever it may be. He's scared. Okay, is she gonna stop and call an Uber? Hey Uber, can you please come pick me up? Because I'm scared to death this dude is gonna get me. It's not like I can just walk out and leave if I'm so scared. It's not like I can leave. Because would you wait for an Uber if you were afraid of somebody? I wouldn't. And what I wouldn't do, I wouldn't wait for an Uber, but what I also wouldn't do is get all the way outside to the Uber and say, oh, I'm going to go back inside. And go all the way back upstairs. I wouldn't do that because I'd be too scared. Because I've seen a whole history of violence. That's what they told you. It's been a whole history of violence. So, but no, I'm outside. I got my bag packed. I can get the heck away from this dude. But oh yeah, let me go back inside and say goodbye. It's fine. I'm just go back inside and say goodbye because it's all good. Just use your common sense, ladies and gentlemen. She wants to be with him. It's evidence, which is also uncontroverted. The state is putting in nothing to show that this phone call right here, that there's no prior phone calls to. State's Exhibit 2, that you heard from Miss Eva Wilson, that she called Elijah Joe Bishop after March 24th, 2022. Said, hey, Mr. Bishop, she wants to be with you again. She wants you to get in contact with her. This is uncontroverted. If it wasn't his phone number, don't you think these really good and really smart lawyers would have told you, hey, that's not Mr. Bishop's phone number? But they didn't tell you that. That's because this lady contacted. She has no reason to come in here and lie. She is here on Zoom because she came here the other day and we couldn't finish. But she has no reason to lie. She don't know Bishop. She don't know this lady that well. She knows because she came and stayed in her house. But if she had a bone to pick with her, why would she allow her to stay in her house, read tarot cards or whatever that stuff is to her, and then come in here and lie against her? She doesn't have a motive. The state hasn't proven she has a motive. The state hasn't proven that she's lied. That's uncontroverted that that lady called Bishop on behalf of Miss Newell. If somebody raped you, why in the world would you be calling? Why would you call and say, hey, I want to be with you again? Now, the text messages. The text.
Let's see what Bishop over here talking about real quick. I see him over here wilding in the camera. Let's take a quick break and see what he talk about.
Women and them niggas you got around you ain't nothing but some hoe ass bitch ass niggas. Cause don't no real man allow you to do shit like that. They sit around and watch you beat them sisters' ass. They sit their little punk weak ass over there and let you beat up on these women. So all you niggas over there ain't nothing but some gay ass, fake ass, wannabe niggas. Clown ass niggas. Only women would allow you to do that because they self-esteem is already fucked up and you making it worse. You're not helping them. You're not fucking helping them grow and build up their self-esteem. You making that shit worse. You treat them like fucking animals, nigga. You treat them women over there like animals. And Velvet would be a fucking dumbass to even attempt to even knock on that door to come back. Bubs is
Punk nigga over there did this man some shut ass and bro weak him. Now you know he's allegedly entertain your bullshit. We're doing this for the people. Now you're a garbage can and you said, are you doing anything criminal? I went and took a look at you, nigga. Yes, you're about to get taken down. You're gonna be in jail or dead, or you're gonna go to jail and get dead, and you're gonna get exactly what you deserve because the real power that you try to say you are is gonna handle your ass. Run away, sisters. You have support. Brothers out there, run away too. He's calling on the LGBT community, the LGBTQ community, because he thinks he can victimize them because he sees when people are downtrodden and vulnerable, he calls them to that nightmare of a compound that people are in. He holds people's passports. He beats women. He manipulates women with sex. That woman wasn't even probably lactating. He's trying to teach us about breast milk. This Negro has a lot of nerve talking about the black woman is not feminine, and then he's going to try to teach us about breast milk. He said that the male homosexuals and transsexuals are more feminine than women.
Motherfucker, bro.
Brother, I don't want to hear nothing about
you said
me,
you gave me my
brother.
3 minutes. It's
about you right now, my brother.
Stop talking in my 3 minutes. You breaking the laws. I'm in
brother,
my 3
I don't
minutes.
want to hear about me, brother. The people are
Bro,
concerned
still
about you.
My 3 minutes. You gotta let me burn. I can say whatever I want in these 3 minutes. You agreed to that.
No, it don't work like that. This is his house.
You running his mouth?
No, I'm telling you, like your bitches fight for you. I fight for him.
I'm talking to Sarnetta. Why you
I fight for my minute.
All right, hold on. Yeah.
They fight for you. They fight for you. I fight for him, bitch.
Why you
now
running?
Yo, chill.
The only reason she's...
Let's talk about Velvet for a minute. And the pain she's smoking, by the way, man.
Ready?
Detectives already said these text messages came from a certain location that we know is not true. Not going to spend a lot of time on that. Text messages came from the T. Okay, you heard that the T doesn't particularly like Mr. Bishop. How did the T even get the text messages? Why would they have the text messages? That I don't know. It wasn't until I was sitting at home one day and I decided, let me look at these text messages again. And I looked at the very top and I remember the young lady saying, that it was a long time between messages. But these say 11:51, 11:51, 11:51, 11:52, 11:53. That's not a long time. That's like 2 minutes. So I thought, well, how could that be? And then I looked at the time here, and that's like 12:58 a.m. That didn't make any sense. So somebody must have taken pictures of the text messages and they sent it to the T. And then I started looking and I said, that seems odd. Why would the T have text messages? And here's an email chain between the detective that testified and the T. Hey, by the way, here's some text messages from the T for Mr. Bishop. You can get him. It proves your case. Oh, by the way, here's some videos from the T. It proves your case. Please consider all that. Why didn't Kelly Johnson just tell the truth that she gave in the text messages? I mean, is that credibility? Is that an issue? What else was in their phone? I mean, was there more messages in the phone? We'll never know. The state never showed it. We don't have that. The detective interviewed you. Again, did they really go out? 2 detectives go all the way out to Fayetteville because they believed that this was just revenge porn? Because that's all she had reported at this point was revenge porn. She hadn't said anything about race. The 2 detectives leave here in DeKalb County, go out to Fayetteville. They were there for what they believed was more. They were after Elijah Bishop. And so at that point, he suggested to her that, hey, maybe he raped you. But you'll never get to hear that because we can't play that for you. Now, they did a search warrant at the residence. They searched 11 devices. What did those 11 devices show? You know from me asking the detective that there were hundreds of thousands of photos and videos. You know that the subpoena power of the court, that these lawyers right here, who are very, very good lawyers, who work for an extremely good district attorney's office. This is one of the best prosecuting offices in the entire state, not just the city. That they know how to get videos from YouTube, videos from Instagram, evidence off these phones. If there was a single video that existed, they would have got it and showed it to you. Where is it at? Ask her when she gets up, because she's about to get up in a minute, and she's going to say, Mr. Booker, he told you a lot of wrong things. I'm going to correct it. And I respect it. She's a very good lawyer. I've known her for a long time. She's going to do her job. But I'm not wrong, because they don't have it over there in that pile of evidence. It is not for you to consider. Why is it not for you to consider? We don't know what the devices show. They did a search warrant for physical evidence in the house, and the detective said that she told the crime scene folks what to check for and what not. And then Ms. Thomas got up and said, well, you know, you'd expect his DNA to be on the bed. Okay, great. But I mean, if there was a rape took place or there was some physical evidence, why didn't they even check it? We got the GBI crime lab to determine if something like that happened. They didn't do that. Mr. Bishop's interview, he invited the police to go through his phone. He gave them the code to his phone. He described why she would be upset. You don't have any evidence that contradicts what he said. The phone that they had, they didn't even look at it. He gave them the passcode to all 11 devices. I thought there was something bad in there. Where do you have it? I generally am not giving people the ability to check my phone. Now that I have something bad on, I don't want people looking through everything I got. He was very concerned that they were going to set him up. There were 10 people in the house. Why didn't they search and interview those people? You've heard from some of them today. And they tried to contradict, oh, this is the first time you've ever told anybody about this. You know, look at you, young lady. You've never told anybody about this. But the fact is, nobody's ever asked. They've never called them and said, hey, by the way, what was your position on this? The police have never interviewed them. So Ms. Wade, Ms. Buckner were neither were interviewed. Who was in fact interviewed? Because they said they interviewed 4 people. Who was the 4 people that interviewed? Where's that evidence at? The detective said we interviewed 2 guys and 2 girls. Where's that at? Who was it? We don't know. What they learn? What they learn from it? I don't know. I mentioned you should be from Missouri. I know we're all Georgians. I was originally born in Mississippi. I lived in Florida for a few years. Never got the pleasure of living in Missouri, but I love when I see that plate, the Show Me State. There's a bunch of stories of what that really means. I won't waste your time on what that Show Me State means. But for me, I need you to not be from Georgia today. I need you to be from, unless you like football team, Missouri's football team kind of sucks, but they're pretty good this year. But be from the Show Me State. Make them show you the evidence. Make them prove it. They haven't proved it to you. Make them prove the evidence. Now, we have the allegations of revenge porn. I'm almost done. There were 3 porn videos shown. What dates were these videos posted? And were they posted and taken down? If you recall, Ms. Newell said that she consented to them being posted at a given time. These videos were posted, reposted, taken down. I don't know. But have they shown it to you? I'm not the smartest person in the world, but typically if I had porn from my wife, which we don't, but if I did on my phone and I posted it in social media, wouldn't it be on my phone? Wouldn't it be among those 11 devices that they said, oops, Mr. Bishop, we got you. Here it is on your phone that you just gave us a passcode to. It shows that you posted it to Twitter on this given day. That you infected because it was your device, you had it. They didn't do that. Or did they get a search warrant from Twitter to say, hey, Twitter, what MAC address, what IP address, what location? Because this really good lawyer here, he talked about something called venue. Venue means that it happened within the county of DeKalb. So let's assume you do believe that Mr. Bishop posted revenge porn. Well, what evidence do you have that he was within the county of DeKalb when he did it? How do you know, if he did it, that he wasn't just making a loop around 285, going to see all these girls or to do all this fake ideology that he's got? Because some people say he's a fake. And he posted it in Cobb County. Well, we don't have evidence of where it was posted. How about it could have been there in Gwinnett County? We still don't have evidence because venue is the area where it actually happened. What evidence do you have? And I'm not advising you guys to go back in and watch the videos because I did my best to bounce to not look at those disgusting videos. But I can tell you that when you look at the video, if you have to look at them in the back, take a look and see if they're proving to you where they were posted at, what county. Because Twitter would have been able to tell you and the device would have told you. Now, allegations of physical violence. I'm going to run through this as quickly as I can, but logically, if there was evidence of physical violence, they would have shown it to you. They told you that she was beat up. They told you, she told you, she was body slammed. I mean, could you imagine being in a park with 15 people around you and you're being body slammed and kicked and punched that nobody ever noticed it? That these people, they were live on social media every single day and the state did not go and get that evidence and say, see, here's the girl with the black eye. Here's the girl with the busted lip. Here's the girl with the busted nose. That all those videos that were posted, they would have done it. They didn't do that because it doesn't exist. And then the crime scene, obviously, there were no physical findings at the crime scene. They just want you to assume she said he raped me. He says he doesn't. You go with her because we have an expert that came in, Rick Ross, who tells you, well, he's in a cult and all those things. Because I wonder, you know, he said that there's a line of people there. There's a lot of people that's really interested in this case because he's a cult leader, okay? He's a cult leader, and that's what it is. But we're worried about this. Well, if that was the case, why y'all call Rick Ross to the stand? What was the purpose of calling him? I mean, to me, he came to talk about cults. So if it really wasn't about that, then why'd y'all call him as a witness? I think you should ask her that when she gets up here. Why would you call Rick Ross as a witness if it's just about what happened on that day? Because it's not about just what happened on the day. The state wants you to look at everything else other than March 24th, 2022. When I got up here and opened the statements, I asked you to look at that date and focus on that day. It has been so hard to sit over there and listen to everything other than March 24th, 2022. But that's all you have to decide. That's all you have to consider in this case. All right, physical evidence, there's no blood, there's no semen, there's no used condoms, there's sheets, bedspreads, video evidence of physical abuse, photo evidence of it, phone messaging, threatening violence, hundreds of thousands of videos. Again, that stuff just doesn't exist. State wants you to look at other things. They want you to look at Breonna Jacobs. Breonna Jacobs said, hey, you know, he sodomized me, there was blood. But did you notice that Velvet Marquez did not tell the same story and no other women have said anything about that at all? State doesn't want you to look at March 24, 2022. Kendra Carter, what supported her testimony? Velvet Marquez. It's so crazy they come in and say, we couldn't even use the bathroom. And we've studied this guy for all this time. Well, we couldn't use the bathroom. I mean, that's not really the right thing to say because you could use the bathroom. You the one chose to go to Costa Rica or Puerto Rico or whatever and go use the bathroom outside. That's your choice. And then you come here because you just want to throw them under the bus. Oh, we can't use the bathroom outside. Oh, we couldn't even leave. You couldn't leave, but your dad comes down there and visits you 3 times in 1 year. And you left frequently, don't look at March 24th. Portia Wade was one of the 2 young ladies here. She's known him for 6 years. She's never seen any physical violence perpetrated by him. She said that the crazy behavior online was for the wow factor. She was in the room when Bishop and came in first, so that he wasn't pulling her in. They asked to be alone, and she spoke to Newell afterwards in the bathroom. Kayla Butler was the other young lady here. That's the one that you saw a picture of her and her mother. She also has known the defendant for 6 years. Obviously, she had pictures with her mom, so her mom was around. She's never seen physical violence perpetrated. She was even friends with Miss Newell. Tell me what you can find in her testimony that was not believable. She described the specifics of Bishop and Newell being affectionate at the top of the stairs. She fell in his arms. She cried. Miss Newell describes the same thing in her interview. that she cried in his arms. And that she got the impression that she just wanted some attention, and she got that. And she's like, ooh, girl, when she saw her. I can't do it quite as good as she did, but that's what she said. And she told Bishop would never treat me like this when they were fighting over a cell phone charger. So Rick Ross was the expert. He's the guy who got up here. And I'm not trying to minimize a high school diploma because I told you I was born in Mississippi. I come from a father who was in the United States Army. My dad, he never had his high school diploma. He got his GED in the Army. But he came from a family of people that were something maybe you guys never heard called sharecroppers. My grandfather was a sharecropper. And so my dad didn't have an opportunity to go all the way through high school because he had to go work for his family. They had to pick cotton. That's something they did in Mississippi and raise crops. So to minimize Mr. Ross as an expert because he has a high school diploma and no further education, I'm not saying that he's not intelligent because my dad is the most intelligent person that I've known, and he had no high school diploma. He got a GED. But Mr. Rick Ross is here to be an expert for you. And I know many of you guys are extremely bright, having high degrees and very extensive jobs. Think about what power he had as an expert, what he actually told you that was irrelevant. Because if they didn't make it about Colt, why was he even up there? Wheel of Power, domestic violence. Again, this case is not about domestic violence. And that she was forced to have sex because she was afraid of physical abuse. Again, there's been no evidence of physical abuse. Witness in peace, the judge will explain what that means, but the judge has given multiple statements. That's called witness impeached. And ask the state to play those statements for you. See what she recalls. All right. What's most valuable to you? Your family, your home, your health, money. When you consider this case, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Elijah Bishop is guilty in this case. Well, for this case, what's most important to me is Elijah Bishop. He is the most important thing to me because he is my responsibility in this case. My job is to zealously defend. You think of the judge with two arms. The defendant's job is to zealously defend. That's my job. I'm an officer of the court. So Judge Hydrick is a wonderful and brilliant judge. I'm a right arm or a left arm, whichever one she wants me to be. And these two lawyers, they're the other side. Their job is to seek justice. My job is to zealously defend. So if I've said something during the trial that you don't like, I apologize. I'm doing my job. That's my obligation to my client. Okay? So don't hold it against my client if I argue too vehemently with a witness or you didn't like something I said. Please consider the case based on the evidence, not how you feel about me or whomever. But in this case, would you tie your health, your money, your family, your children, whatever it is most important to you, will you tie it to the evidence in this case? I would. Mr. Bishop is your most valuable asset in this case. What you're not to decide this case on is sympathy for Elijah Bishop. It has nothing to do with sympathy and not anything about Elijah Bishop and his teachings. Okay? Not about Elijah Bishop's teachings. The state will tell you that it's not about that. Even though that seems so intertwined in this case, we can't get away from it. This is what you are to consider it on, and just to look at a couple of them. Conflicts in the testimonial evidence, missing or questionable evidence. Use your common sense and reasoning. Medical reports we don't have. There's no science in this case. Use the testimonial evidence that you have. Things upon it, I'm almost done. If the defendant was such a physical threat, what evidence of there does that exist? And if there were allegations by of him being physically violent, there would have been some evidence before now. Wade testified that she posted a video with her and the others and for sex education. That's for you to consider. Did she testify that Bishop had her to do this? No, she didn't. And if the state had video of Mr. Bishop somehow making these witnesses testify in some way as they tried to solicit from them, they would have played there for you. They don't have that. March 24, 2022 is really what this case is about. And I know I say I'm almost done a lot. I really am almost done. This text message, I think, is a really telling text message. This is the one that says, if, why ask them for a ride? They're not going to take me. We know there were two cars there, but who is they? When I asked her who was they, she said, I need to go use the bathroom. Why does she need to go use the bathroom? Maybe she needed to come up with an answer for what that they pronoun meant for her. I don't know. But I couldn't imagine that I'm in a house where I've been a victim of physical abuse, violent abuse for so long. And the person that can get me out of here, and I asked the people who are the same folks I'm so afraid of, can you please go drop me off? That doesn't make any sense. Look at the text messages. Now, in Walmart, I worked in Walmart for a while, really cool place, Home Depot too. There's a big customer service place at the front. And if you go to Walmart and you buy a hammer you don't like, you buy some shoes you don't like, you buy some bacon you don't like, you can always take it back. Okay? Because there's somebody there that will take back things that you don't want. Okay? We don't have anybody to correct if you make a mistake in this case. That's why I'm asking you, when you deliberate, that you deliberate in a way that you consider each other's position, but you deliberate in this case seriously. Because every night, tomorrow night, Friday night, Dateline comes on, 2020 comes on Sunday. There's always a person who's been there. That this criminal case that they had, they've been in jail for 20 years, and all of a sudden they realize, maybe that person lied, or maybe there's some DNA that exists, or maybe something else. Okay? There's nobody that's going to come back and fix this if you are wrong. This is not Walmart. That's why you guys have the most important role in the courtroom. More important than Judge Hyder, more important than anyone else. Please do not let the fact that there's a camera here, that there's some outside issues in this case, influence what you do. Because in this world, it is so easy, so often, that we go and do what everybody else says to do. We don't stand up as an individual and say, hey, I don't agree with you. Everybody else, because if everybody else says Mr. Bishop is a cult, if everybody else says he's a wacko, he must be crazy. So as a result, we must find him guilty. Society wants us to find him guilty. We're just going to do their job for them. Please don't do that. He's already explained what rape means. That's what the judge is going to explain. Carnal knowledge, female forcefully against the will. Against the will means without her consent. 2022 to 2024, she's given the exact same description every single time, that they made love. There's two ends of a continuum. There is love making at one end of the continuum, and way down on the other end of the world. And the Bible says, it says as far as the east is from the west, that our sins are forgiven, is what the Bible says. And I would say that this is extremely far. The east is from the west. I can't imagine how far that is. But love making to rape, they're not on the same line. But she described love making from 2022 to 2024. It's not until she came here in court that she said that he raped.
And be in touch with nature.
He did not rape her. He's not guilty.
I was just searching for some spiritual truth. The group back then was known as Melanation. Carol says it was led by Eligio Bishop, who went by Nature Boy. She says all 9 of them were forced to sleep in tents, use restrooms outside, and attend long meetings to, quote, face your demons.
It was a lot of verbal and mental abuse.
But after 1 year, what got her to leave was when she says she witnessed Bishop hit his girlfriend at the time.
He slapped her up and punched her a couple of times, and then he told her to go in the tent and give him oral sex. So that was the breaking point for me.
But walking away, she realized, was easier than going back home.
I had to check myself into a couple of hospitals and get my mind right. I was seeing spirits. I'm not gonna lie, you know what I'm saying? Like I was going through a lot, and it was all connected to him though.
Carol says since leaving,
I had to check myself into a couple of hospitals and get my mind right. I was seeing spirits. I'm not gonna lie, you know what I'm saying? Like I was going through a lot, and it was all connected to him though.
Carol says since leaving in 2007, the cult, now known as Carbon Nation, turned more abusive and sexual. She says for some, it wasn't as easy to leave.
He has the women fighting each other. He's put his hand on the man. He always said that he wanted like a lot of wives, like he wanted, 10 wives.
He's had a history of charges before his arrest this week. Carol remembers being in Costa Rica when she says he was accused of kidnapping a Canadian woman who was staying with them.
Hey, something quite opposite is happening. She's telling us her side of the story.
I feel that now looking back, I feel that I fell in love with an idea because he pretended to be someone that he wasn't.
Behind this smiling face, Velvet Marquez faced her hardest years next to Eligio Bishop.
He literally held me hostage. He took all of my identification, my passport, my birth certificate, my social, my bank cards, everything, you name it, medical documentations.
She says Bishop, the leader of the so-called cult Carbon Nation, went from spoiling her to abusing her when she got pregnant.
I was forced to engage in sexual activity that I did not want to do. I was still strangled on multiple occasions. So I had to willingly engage in these sexual activities because of to keep myself safe. He would abuse me in front of the women.
She had their daughter in 2019, and a year and a half later, she says he forced her to legally marry him in a Las Vegas chapel.
There was no medical attention given to us, so when I actually went into labor, I had to be rushed to the hospital 2 hours away.
For years, the cult would drive and settle across Central America. Velvet says Bishop lived off of other members' PPP loans and life savings. She gave him her $3,000 college fund, while others gave tens of thousands of dollars. And after 4 tries, she successfully ran away with her daughter with no money, but hope.
My child is important. I don't understand how anybody could leave their child to be with him or to go live with him.
Now, Velvet tells me she has since received death threats from Eligio, that he even showed up to her family's home in Louisiana just months after she ran away. Jennifer?
Locked up, but we are in a state of hell. This is video of 38-year-old Eligio Bishop posted on his YouTube channel, The Three God TV. It has more than 90,000 subscribers, where he regularly refers to himself as the Messiah and the Christ. I'm the return of Christ. He's lived in Georgia on and off since at least 2006 and is a former licensed barber. For years, social media posts and news reports show he and his followers bounced around South America, including Costa Rica, Nicaragua, and Panama, adding content to his prolific social media activity on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok. Because they keep calling the cops over here and outside. We found hundreds of videos and posts, many laced with profanity and rants about the world. Being God is not a nice. In 2017, he was accused of keeping a Canadian woman as part of his followers in Costa Rica. Bishop told the Canadian CBC news outlet that the woman was free to leave at any time. Outstanding. He was sentenced to 90 days in jail, and then he and about 20 members of the group were forced out of Hawaii for breaking COVID-19 quarantine in 2020.
According to court records, Bishop has been sued twice for failure to pay rent, property damage, and was divorced in 2013.
He is God to these people, but he has admitted he was the leader of this group.
DeKalb County Detective Monica Panosian testifies about the evidence she uncovered while investigating the charges against alleged cult leader Eligio Bishop. DeKalb police arrested Bishop in mid-April after a woman told them she had left a sex cult and that Bishop, her former boyfriend, had posted sexually explicit videos of them online without her permission. Bishop faces 3 counts of prohibition on nude or sexually explicit electronic transmissions, as well as rape and false imprisonment charges. The alleged victim told police she tried to leave this house on Arbor Chase March 24th when Bishop told her he wanted to say goodbye.
He kept holding on to her and stated he did not want her to leave and to bring her stuff back inside. She stated she continued to tell him she wanted.
All right, we almost up out of here, family. We about to wrap up this last piece of this closing argument. And then we're going to get up out of here with a little bit of outro. Appreciate y'all being here. Make sure you hit that like button. Let's go.
Yeah. He did not falsely imprison her. I'm asking you to find him not guilty of that. He did not post revenge porn. I'm asking you to find him not guilty of that. I'm asking that his beliefs not be on trial. I believe in a holy God. Mr. Bishop is not God. God created the heaven and the earth that we're here right now. He ain't got nothing. Mr. Bishop has nothing to do with that. Now, their beliefs that we're all God, that's on unbelief. That's not what's on trial. What's on trial is whether on March 24, 2022, whether he raped this lady or not. And I'm asking you as you go in the back and as you consider each other, that you consider that. Now, you guys are probably, you're very bright people. I know you're tired of listening. I'm almost sit down. Mr. Bishop's not over there. Why is he not over there? Well, 2 days ago, we came here and the court had tested positive for COVID. Mr. Bishop was concerned about his well-being and about getting COVID. And so he elected to not be present here in court because he was concerned about getting COVID. We are all segments, different sections of the population. You guys are sitting here with this plexiglass between you. I don't know if that stops you from getting COVID. I just know a few years ago, millions of people were dying as a result, and he is not here as a result of that. So I'm asking you not to hold that against him. I'm asking you to decide this case based on the evidence that you have before you in this case. He said that she was bullied into sex, yet there's no evidence of that. That he was in a scenario where he intimidated her. She has never said a single word about being bullied into sex or about being intimidated into sex. There's been no witnesses that came forward and said that. Please, as you consider the evidence, please balance all those things. I say this and I'm going to go sit down. As an attorney, it's extraordinarily difficult to get up and argue in front of people, especially me. I'm an introvert. If it wasn't for the fact of me being here in this courtroom, you would never see me because I'm the kind of person who goes into a room who doesn't want to. But I have to get up here and argue a case in front of people that I have no idea what you're thinking. I have no idea what you're feeling. But I owe an obligation to Eligio Bishop. I owe an obligation to the court to get up and argue a case. And it makes it really challenging to go sit down because I know once I sit down, I never get to say anything else to you. But I want to tell you on behalf of Mr. Bishop, on behalf of myself, I appreciate every bit of opportunity it is to practice in front of you here. I enjoy what I do as a practitioner, but I appreciate the opportunity that I've had to practice in front of you guys. I appreciate the consideration.
Count one is rape. Guilty.
A guilty verdict on all charges against an alleged cult leader accused of raping a follower who tried to escape. Good evening, I'm Russ Spencer.
I'm Courtney Bryant. Jurors in DeKalb County came back with 5 guilty verdicts against alleged sex cult leader Eligio Bishop. But he wasn't even in the courtroom to hear the verdict.
Fox 5's Tyler Fingert has been following this trial since the beginning. He joins us now with a closer look at that verdict and the sentence Bishop will face. Tyler?
Yeah, Russ, good evening to you. Alleged cult leader Eligio Bishop is now a convicted rapist, and just moments ago, the judge sentenced him to life without the possibility of parole.
I understand that you all have reached a verdict. Is that correct?
After about 6 hours of deliberations, a DeKalb County jury found alleged cult leader Eligio Bishop guilty of all 5 charges he faced, including rape and false imprisonment.
Guilty.
The jury found Bishop raped a former group member as she tried to escape the alleged cult Carbon Nation and then posted revenge porn of the woman online. Bishop wasn't in the courtroom for the verdict because of COVID concerns, but watched from the DeKalb County jail and let out an audible noise before the judge ordered his mic off.
All right. Go ahead and mute courtroom C, please.
A woman who has covered the group online for years believes the jury got it right.
I believe that it's a just verdict. I believe that the courtroom today was very quiet and somber.
Following the verdict, Judge Stacey Heydrich moved right into the sentencing hearing where Bishop's victims testified. He appeared to make fun of them.
He said my soul belonged to him, and there was absolutely no saying no to him.
You were archived. No, you're a prisoner, but you imprisoned us.
Bishop then addressed the judge.
I forgive you. I forgive you, and I still love you.
And the judge said she would have been lenient if it wasn't for how he acted during the trial. He was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole. Judge Stacey Heydrich called him a, quote, master manipulator and a narcissist. We are live in DeKalb County tonight. Tyler Fingert, Fox 5 News.
Wow. Tyler, thanks.
And welcome and thank you for joining us for the second half hour.
Dang, was I off mute that whole time? My bad if I was. It might have been echoing. All right, hold on. We almost up out of here. Let me see. Last stuff. Tyler Fingert. I'd be like, nah, man. If I'm going to be public, I got to change that last name, bruh. But, hold on. We're going to keep it going. We out of here right now. We wrapping it up. This is the outro. We pulling up the outro. I don't know what this is, but I'll put it up right now. Hold on.
People named the bishops. You know what I'm saying? The bishops would adopt us and would adopt us for the wrong reasons. So we got there. We thought it was all good. They was really nice to us. They took us to the farm. It was like, you know, Jersey. It was Jersey, baby. It was South Jersey. From New York, South Jersey. It was like it was nature out there. We had bikes. We was loving it. Like, we was loving it. We didn't want to go back to New York. We went there for the weekend, and then we came.
I don't know what that is. I ain't trying to get restricted. So, yeah, I give that a no rating. I don't, no comment. That was my rating on that video. Anyway, appreciate y'all. Let me see. We almost about to here. This is the last one, actually. Let me play this outro. This when they raided this house, and then we up out of here.
Stay. I know it wasn't. I know it wasn't.
Fair. Malicious prosecution, I gave it to you. Why you didn't post it, homie? That's the question I got for you.
Say it again?
Why you didn't post a malicious prosecution?
I didn't know that you wanted to put it on the channel. Yeah, I didn't know that you wanted to ask.
Attention how Natiri responds to the.
Are you talking about?
Much one step down from, sexual abuse.
Pay close attention how Natiri responds to the question of, did you experience sexual abuse?
No, I know that it wasn't love. No, I know that it wasn't love. Because it just felt fake. It just felt like he was acting. And just to keep me. Like I'm just some kind of trophy to keep and not, share with the world. It's just, I'm just something to just collect dust on the shelf. And sex to me, just to have sex with me so I can stay. I know it wasn't real. I knew that he was like just having sex to me just to have sex with me so I can stay. thinking all I needed was dick. Wasn't it? What I wanted was love.
In the arrest warrant, it describes the situation completely different from the alleged victim's actual statements. It uses words like forcibly and against her will to criminalize Mr. Bishop. It continues to read that he forced himself in her. How is this even possible when she only described it as lovemaking? The detectives also put this in the affidavit. Again, they say that he pulled her in the room.
He let me into the other room, he led me into the other room.
The detectives wrote that she told him no multiple times, but he kept pursuing. The lies continue. Note, what was actually said and what's written on the paper are not the same. And this is how they got a warrant on Mr. Bishop, by not being honest. April 14th, 2022, Eligio Bishop is now swatted again in DeKalb County on a malicious prosecution. The following video will show a split screen of the SWAT outside and inside of the house.
Yo, get my wallet, Hey, break the door, yo. We're good. We're coming out. We're good. We're coming out. Don't need to break anything. Don't shoot. We got a base. Don't shoot. We got a base.
They never informed us on why they were detaining us. They only told us that they had to take us to the police station so they could talk to us. After a couple hours, they finally start taking us to the police station.
What we're gonna do, you know, we probably just gonna try to snatch out our guy. We got warrants on him, so we could just snatch him.
Miss DB said, I put my glasses back on trying to get some understanding. I don't know. It's a very confusing case. All I can say is he was convicted for life for sexual assault, though. But, like, I don't know. Like, to me, honestly, to be honest, it don't sound like he raped her to me. So that's kind of crazy. I think he was locked up more or less for having a cult and calling himself God. But that's crazy too, because that's not illegal. It's a lot of people have cults. There's a lot of people call themselves gods, but they was like, nah, nigga, not today. That's kind of crazy to me, if you ask me. So I don't know. Y'all let me know what y'all think in the comments. Appreciate y'all hanging out with your boy. I had a great time. Appreciate y'all being here. That's a fact. That was kind of crazy though.
I would have never been able to make it.
We're coming out. We're good. We're coming out. Don't need to break anything.
Let me cut that down a little bit. But yeah, that was crazy though. So shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to Miss DB. Shout out to No One. Y'all go sub up to No One and Rock Solid TV. Sub up to Rock Solid TV and keep an eye out for NASA music. Miss D56. What up though? Appreciate you being here, family. Shout out to Miss D56. Let me see. Brown Sugar Babe. Shout out to Brown Sugar Babe. Appreciate you being here. I can't even see. That's about all the names. Ali, shout out to our stream sponsor,
They never
Ali.
informed
Hold
us
on.
why they were detaining us. They only told us that they had to take us to the police station so they could
Okay,
talk
we already
to
did
us.
that. Took that
After a
down.
couple hours, they finally started
My
taking
bad.
us to the police
Shout out to Ali, stream sponsor. Much love to everybody in the chat.
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
What?
hours, they finally start taking us to the police station.
Appreciate everybody who showed up. Appreciate all the love, all the like buttons and all that stuff, all that good stuff, all the new subscribers and all that. Definitely appreciate y'all. Other than that, y'all have a good night, man. This was a crazy one. It's a lot more out there, so if y'all want to see more, let me know if you want to see more. I still got that Nipsey Hussle coming up. I know we coming up with the Nipsey Hussle, but I got to spend a little bit more time on the Nipsey Hussle and make sure we do that one right. So stay tuned for that. I got to do a little bit more digging before we get to the Nipsey Hussle. But it is some more footage out there, some more testimonies about this case. But man, we've been going for almost 5 hours now. Well, 5 hours and 10 minutes. So appreciate y'all, man. That's a fact. Much love, much love. Ultimately, I will say that case.
Have a motherfucking good ass night.
The link's in the chat. Y'all go sub up to Rock Solid TV. Go sub up to No One. Appreciate the love, family. And other than that, I'll see y'all soon. Y'all have a good night. Stay fresh. Stay blessed. And peace out.
No.
No. No.